I have the strongest sect. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 801 New Tactics. The Five Continents Alliance had expectations for the super battleship. After all, it was a groundbreaking work. It was huge, well protected, and had many black crystal cannons. If it was used to attack the mountain gate, the 7th level protective shield would not last long. And how many mountain gates in the Immortal Alliance were equipped with the 8th level mountain protection array? They had imagined that the super battleship would be unstoppable once it appeared, but in fact it gave them great disappointment. The super battleship was not invincible because it was too large and heavy, not to mention its consumption, and it became cumbersome. The appearance of the true spirit battleship greatly offset the advantages of the super battleship. The super battleship did not have many advantages, but became a burden to the Five Continents Alliance in terms of consumption. After a few hours of fighting, it was normal to consume hundreds of millions of black crystals. Now that the Immortal Alliance has a new true spirit battleship, the Five Continents Alliance feels a sense of crisis. The new true spirit battleship is not only a great threat to the super battleship, but ordinary battleships are also not its opponents. The battleships of the Immortal Alliance are originally more than them, which has caused subtle changes in the battlefield situation. As a result, some disputes arose within Kunlun and Penglai about how to treat the Immortal Alliance's true spirit battleships and the use of battleships. There were two factions. The first faction advocated giving up the use of battleships. The world of cultivation has always been dominated by cultivators. Everything is viewed in terms of cultivation. Even battleships are not invincible. Super battleships are powerful, but when they know that the 8th level cultivators can stop the Supreme Ancestor, the same is true for the true spirit battleship. No matter how flexible it is relative to the battleship, and it cannot be compared with the cultivators. Therefore, people in this faction believe that instead of letting the battleships consume a lot of resources, it is better to invest in the cultivation of cultivators. This is the fundamental. Battleships are already putting the cart before the horse. 100 million Zuan crystals can only allow super battleships to fight for 1 hour, but 100 million Zuan crystals are enough to arm tens of thousands of cultivators, or cultivate more high-level cultivators. This faction's voice is not small, and many cultivators strongly support it. After all, the resources taken from the battleships are used on the cultivators, and they must have a share. The other faction is the battleship faction. The role of battleships in war is unquestionable. Although the monks are not afraid of battleships, after forming a battle formation, once they are dispersed, the battleships are enough to massacre the monks. After all, high-level monks are a minority, and low-level monks are the main force. If the low-level monks suffer too many casualties, the high-level monks will not be able to turn the tide of the war. The battleship faction is divided into conservatives and reformists. They all recognize the role of battleships, but have different perceptions of battleships. The conservatives believe that there is no need to be afraid of the appearance of the Immortal Alliance's true spirit battleship. Compared with ordinary battleships, the true spirit battleship is just more flexible, and this flexibility can be compensated by monks. Carry enough high-level monks on the battleship, and when the true spirit battleship appears, use the monks to contain it, and then use ordinary battleships to bombard it, which is enough to shoot it down. Therefore, the conservatives demanded that the Five Continents Alliance build more warships, and then seek a decisive battle with the Immortal Alliance warships, using their own advantages of strong foundation. Even if it was a 1-to-1 battle, they would have to drag down the Immortal Alliance's warships, which was also in line with the current strategy of the Five Continents Alliance. The reformists believed that the conservatives' propositions were too backward and too wasteful. Since the Immortal Alliance could build true spirit warships, they could do the same. Although the Tiansheng Sect had an advantage in building warships, this advantage was not enough to crush them. It didn't matter if the cost was a little higher, they could just compete with them in technology. The two factions had three propositions. In addition to advising the high-level officials of Kunlun and Penglai, they also attacked each other. The battleship faction believed that the monk faction was backward and cruel, ignoring the casualties of low-level disciples, which would lead to the destruction of the sect and the faction. Not only could they not reduce their investment in warships, but they also needed to increase their investment. The monk faction attacked the battleship faction, saying that they were ignorant, neglected the main point, forgot the fundamentals of monks, and wasted a huge amount of resources. If this continued, the Five Continents Alliance would be dragged down first before the Immortal Alliance. Moreover, they also concentrated their firepower on the reformists. The Immortal Alliance's true spirit battleship needs to integrate the spirit of a high-level cultivator, and it must be above the golden body stage. This is a blasphemy against cultivators, and is an evil and heretical way. The Five Continents Alliance regards itself as the righteous way of the human race, so how can it do such a thing as harming cultivators? This is an evil way, a demonic way, and is not tolerated by the mainstream immortal cultivation world. In addition to these reasons, the conservatives attacked the reformists, because they believed that time did not allow it. The true spirit battleship was a battleship developed by the Lin Xiao sect thousands of years ago. There are still technical problems in how to integrate the spirit into the battleship. If there is time to study this, the daily will be cold. There is no such time. The kingly way is to fight with the Immortal Alliance. The reformists' attack on the conservatives is ignorant and foolish. They believe that investing resources in the research of the true spirit battleship is not only for the current war, but also for the future. Will there be no war after defeating the Immortal Alliance? Investing in it now is a very profitable approach. As for moral condemnation, they didn't take it seriously. The Immortal Alliance also considered itself to be the righteous path and the cornerstone of the human race. If the Immortal Alliance could do it, why could the Five Continents Alliance do it? After the monks died in battle, only their souls were left. If you don't use them, the souls will dissipate. Why not? Besides, those souls are willing to sacrifice for the Alliance, as long as they are not forced. For the sake of the sect and the Alliance, the monks are willing to die in battle. So what if they can make use of their remaining energy? Isn't that right? The two factions and three advocates attacked each other, and advised the top leaders one after another. This gave the top leaders of both factions a headache, because what they said made sense. For a while, even the top leaders didn't know how to decide. You have to know that the cost of warships is extremely high. An ordinary 4th tier warship costs millions of black crystals, and a 6th tier warship costs hundreds of millions. Once a wrong decision is made, it will bring great losses to the Five Continents Alliance. The indecision of the top leaders made these people extremely disappointed. In order to get their ideas agreed upon, they began to lobby their peers and seek support. They all wrote letters to the top leaders of the Five Continents Alliance, stating their ideas, and hoping that these top leaders would support them. Lin Xiao was in charge of the South Continent Army, and had reached the 8th realm himself. He had a very high status in the Five Continents Alliance, and he also received letters with 3 ideas. Today's agenda is a debate within the Alliance about warships. I think other people have received letters as well. At Nan Xiao's monthly meeting, Lin Xiao took out a thick stack of letters and placed them on the table. Ma Langfei, Tan Minghua and the Tiansheng Sect's golden body cultivators all nodded. The top sects in Nan Xiao were not considered weak even in central China, and they were qualified to receive these letters. On the contrary, the Shengsu period cultivators from other countries were not qualified enough, as their cultivation was not high enough, and their sects were not strong enough. In the Immortal Alliance, it was not about countries, but about the power of sects. Because a country had too many sects and their power was dispersed, one representative could not be the master of the entire country. Just like the state of Qi, although it was strong, there were still 9 large sects, and no one could have the final say. Ancestor Ma, what do you think? Alliance Master Lin, you are putting me in a difficult position. We don't understand warships at all. Yes, we don't know how to build warships. What about Tiansheng Sect? You are a sect as famous as Lin Xiao's sect. You have your own advantages in building flying boats. Alliance Master Lin, flying boats and warships are completely different things. Flying boats are means of transportation and have no combat effectiveness, while warships are developed completely for war. Our ideas are different. If you insist on us expressing our views, we can only say that we support the battleship faction. As for the differences between them, we dare not say more. The golden body monk of Tiansheng Sect was very cautious and did not dare to express his views easily. There is indeed a big difference between battleships and flying boats. Flying boats are mainly about carrying capacity and speed, but battleships are about combat effectiveness and protection. The research directions are very different. Alliance Master Lin, you are the smartest and most capable one here. Who do you think we should support? Alliance Master Lin, please express your attitude. We in Tiansheng Sect have also experienced ideological disputes. We are still discussing it now, and it is still within the controllable range. But if we don't make a decision early, I'm afraid a disaster will happen. After brewing for a while, the monks of the Tiansheng Sect replied that the dispute of ideas was a terrible thing. Now they were just arguing with each other and attacking each other gently, but if the argument lasted for a long time and the contradictions became more and more intense, civil strife would break out and even lead to the split of the Immortal Alliance. They were not talking nonsense because it involved huge interests behind the scenes. Whoever gained the dominant power would get a lot of benefits. It was natural to kill the enemy for the sake of benefits. For example, once the monks or conservatives entered into extreme thoughts, they could be labeled as evil heretics who needed to be eliminated. This was really not a small matter. I know, from the overall perspective, I support the battleship faction. You have all seen the power of battleships. The Immortal Alliance and the Five Continents Alliance have tens of millions of cultivators combined, involving tens of thousands of forces. It is impossible for all of them to form a battle formation, and there will definitely be a melee and a bad battle. The battleships pose a great threat to the scattered cultivators. Among the battleship faction, if it is purely from the perspective of interests, I support the reformists. After all, the True Spirit battleship is a new technology, which has great advantages over traditional battleships. But the most criticized thing about the True Spirit battleship is the soul. The cultivators are the darlings of heaven and earth, the favored ones of heaven, and those who have cultivated to the golden body stage are all talents with the best talent, perseverance, and opportunity. They paid the price of their lives for the Sect Alliance, and then using their souls to build battleships is too cruel. So Alliance leader Lin supports the conservatives? Yes and no. I support some of the conservative views, but I don't agree with them all. The True Spirit battleship has advantages but also disadvantages. Our research on battleships is limited to their construction, but we are still lacking in application. For example, we can make the best use of our strengths and avoid our weaknesses in tactics and methods. Alliance leader Lin, how should we reply to the alliance? Bu Yanxiang, was the meeting recorded? Alliance leader, it was recorded. Stop the photo taking talisman and send it to Lu Lian. We'll move on to the next topic. Lin Xiao nodded, then asked Bu Yanxiang to stop recording and send it directly to Lu Lian. Lin Xiao felt that Lu Lian should be able to make the decision. Chapter 802, Conquering the East China Sea. While the Five Continents Alliance was arguing over the warships, the 7-star Pavilion had already made up its mind to attack the Li family and seize the Li family's foundation. At this time, it had been nearly 2 years since the outbreak of the Central Continent War. After the first round of war, the Immortal Alliance could be said to have shown signs of defeat. The Shenmu sect had lost all its territory except the Mountain Gate, which was equivalent to a complete annihilation. Most of the high-level cultivators of Xi'an Temple were killed, and the high-end combat power was equivalent to destruction. The remaining more than 2 million people were no longer a force to be reckoned with. Even the detachment of the questioning Immortal Sect could not stop them. If the questioning Immortal Sect did not take action, it would also suffer heavy casualties. It just wanted to recover its vitality first to deal with the possible outbreak of the Demon Clan War. Although Deng Xiao participated in the war, Deng Xiao's strength was too low. It was easily restrained by the Haoang sect and the Penglai detachment. The role it could play was very low, and they lacked high-level combat power and could not have a decisive impact on the war. The main body of the Immortal Alliance could only take a beating when facing the joint attack of Penglai and Kunlun, and could not fight back at all. The Five Continents Alliance did not immediately wipe them out, because it was for the sake of the overall situation of the human race and to prevent the demon race from taking advantage of the situation. Therefore, the 7-star pavilion had already determined that the Immortal Alliance was going to lose, and the 7-star pavilion naturally had to make preparations early. This preparation did not mean that the 7-star pavilion would betray the Immortal Alliance, but to seek a retreat and a breakthrough in adversity. The Immortal Alliance wanted the secret of ascension. The 3 Kunlun sects were not easy to mess with, so they had to target the other 2. Originally, the Haoyang sect was a soft persimmon, but after the battle with the Shuyan Gate, the Haoyang sect had already fled to Dongzhou, and it was still unknown whether the secret of the Haodi family's ascension was still in Ymir's hands. The closest to the 7-star pavilion was naturally the King Di Li family, and they also captured the Li family's cultivators and successfully instigated a rebellion. A few months ago, the Immortal Alliance and the 5 Continents Alliance destroyed each other's spiritual valley harvests, and the 7-star pavilion also burned some spiritual valleys. So young Gu Guang of the 7-star pavilion took advantage of the situation and attacked the East China Sea on the grounds that there were not enough low-level resources in the 7-star pavilion. In the social structure of cultivators, spiritual rice and spiritual meat are both indispensable and low-value bulk materials. In the past, these things were never lacking. There were people who planted spiritual valleys and could buy them, and the spiritual meat on monsters was either obtained by hunting monsters or raising them by oneself. The livestock that mortals have, the immortal world also has, and they are transformed into monsters. However, the cultivated spiritual meat needs spiritual rice and the like as food. Now that the price of spiritual rice is constantly rising, the breeding industry has naturally suffered a great blow. Not only has the price of spiritual meat skyrocketed, but the supply has also been greatly reduced. As cultivators who are used to eating meat, how can they be vegetarians for a long time? Therefore, spiritual meat is necessary. Sects like Suyuzang and Shanzuanzang, which are located in the inland of Zhangzhou, now have no source of spiritual meat, and can only rely on the aquaculture industry that has been hit hard. However, Key Crossing Pavilion is near the sea, so it is unreasonable not to attack it. With this reason, the Immortal Alliance also agreed very much, so Key Crossing Pavilion spent a lot of money to collect and build 50 treasure ships and sent 100,000 troops into the East China Sea to hunt monsters. Today, the East China Sea has become a paradise for monsters. It has only been a few decades since Penglai withdrew from the East China Sea, and the monsters in the East China Sea have made a comeback. The fertility of the marine monsters is more terrifying than that of the land monsters. In the past few decades, countless monsters have been born and spread all over the waters of the East China Sea. However, the level of these monsters is not high, which makes the action of Key Crossing Pavilion a great success. 50 treasure ships are rampant in the East China Sea. In just 2 months, countless monsters have been hunted and transported back hundreds of millions of pounds of monster spirit meat, which is not only enough to supply the monks of Key Crossing Pavilion, but also to support Pure Land sects such as Shanzuanzang and Suyuzang. In the East China Sea, a fleet of 10 treasure ships came to the vicinity of the East China Sea islands. There are also island groups similar to the Luoxinghe Islands in the East China Sea, but the islands in the East China Sea are more fragmented and have fewer spiritual veins, so their strength is extremely low. There are not many Daogang cultivators, let alone high-level cultivators. In the entire cultivation world, they are dispensable and have no sense of existence. It is this island. The Li family secret realm is on it. Li Guoguang on the treasure ship pointed to an island dozens of miles away and said. Standing next to him was Li Changqiu, the commander-in-chief of the Kaixing Pavilion's School Affairs desk. Is the sea chart ready? Almost. Commander-in-chief, do you want to go to the island to take a look? No, let's go. Li Changqiu shook his head. This island is secretly controlled by the Li family and must be strictly supervised. Going up now would alert the enemy. Although Li Changqiu believed that the Li family already knew that there was a traitor, he did not want to expose more secrets. The 7-star pavilion's strategy to attack the East China Sea, in addition to obtaining resources such as monster materials, is to plan the Li family secret realm, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. So the elite troops of the 7-star pavilion are hidden in the treasure ship. When the fleet disappeared, a cultivator flew over from the island, looking at the direction of the treasure ship, frowning, and looking for a while before he left. Li Xiao led the fleet of treasure ships and wandered in the East China Sea. He lingered near the Li family secret realm and secretly investigated all kinds of information in this sea area. 500 miles away from the Li family secret realm, the fleet stopped again, connected into one piece, stopped to rest for the night, and Li Xiao, Li Guoguang and others dived into the sea. Li Guoguang explained that the spiritual veins in the Li family secret realm were extremely high, either 8th or 9th level, but there was very little mysterious energy nearby, and the small island was only a few hundred miles in size, so it was impossible to hide spiritual veins, so it could only be the seabed. Everyone dived into the seabed and searched in the seabed mountains. As expected, they found the foundation stone of the formation, which immediately attracted Li Xiao to check. As expected, it is the soul-locking formation. The Li family is really generous. Li Xiao took a deep breath after inspecting the foundation stones of the formation. Penglai has been operating in the East China Sea for hundreds of thousands of years without discovering the Li family's secret realm. There is indeed a reason. The Li family actually used countless treasures to create a super large soul-locking formation to lock all the seabed mountains. The mysterious energy inside will not leak at all, and all of it is introduced into the secret realm, so no mysterious energy fluctuations can be seen from the outside. It is very difficult to find the Li family's secret realm. If it weren't for Li Guoguang's rebellion, the 7-star pavilion would not be able to find it in the East China Sea for another 10,000 years. Great Commander, the underwater spiritual vein has been found. We can break into the secret realm from the spiritual vein. Let's do it. Don't worry, don't rush. The Li family secret realm is invaluable. The secret realm of the Haodi family is worth 120 billion if sold to Penglai. If a complete Li family secret realm is worth at least 300 billion Zuan crystals. Don't rush. Li Xiao repeated it several times, with a greedy look in his eyes. A Haodi secret realm with all its heritage taken away is sold at a discount of 120 billion. A complete Li family secret realm is underestimated at 300 billion. The real value is many times higher. So Li Xiao didn't want to get a broken Li family secret realm. He wanted a complete one. In this way, he would have made supreme contributions to the sect. The sect would definitely support him to enter the 8th realm, and even the supreme realm would have a chance to glimpse. Li Xiao suppressed his greed and decided to plan this matter carefully. After exploring the specific size of the underwater mountain range, Li Xiao returned to the treasure ship. Then he secretly notified the rest of the treasure ships and decided to operate in this sea area, openly and above board, to investigate the basic situation of this sea area. For a month, the treasure ships even approached some small islands to replenish resources such as vegetables and fresh water, and also purchased some specialties from the islands and exchanged with the monks on the islands. As time passed, the treasure ships became more and more familiar with this sea area. Just when the 7-star pavilion was operating in the East China Sea, Li Muxu secretly arrived in the Li family secret realm. When the 7-star pavilion started to attack the East China Sea, the Li family realized the problem. They were extremely sensitive to the safety of the Li family, so Li Xiaowen and Li Xiaoxun, two senior members of the Li family, personally sat in the secret realm to monitor their actions. What's the situation? We don't know who the specific traitor is, but the Li family secret realm has definitely been exposed. The cultivators of the 7-star pavilion have been staying here for more than a month. The nearby monsters have been almost killed, but they still refuse to leave. Muzu, haven't you received any reply from Lin Xiao's night owl yet? No, the 7-star pavilion is very strict about keeping this matter confidential. We don't know who has betrayed us, or how much information we have exposed. It's too difficult to carry out targeted defense. Then what should we do? The secret realm is the foundation of the Li family. If the secret realm is lost, we will have no way of retreat. Even if we defeat the Immortal Alliance, the Li family will still be in danger. There will be countless Immortal Alliances in the future. What did the ancestor say? The ancestor wanted to destroy the 7-star pavilion's troops, but I stopped them. This would be admitting guilt, and there would be no point in destroying them. It's true that we can't act rashly. Let's do this. Since we don't know who the traitor is, let's plan for the worst. What plan? Take the Li family's heritage back to Tiansheng Sect and run Tiansheng Sect as if it were all yours. In addition, loosen the soul locking formation, leak the mysterious energy, and attract monsters to the nearby sea so that the monsters can protect our secret realm. Well, what if a high-level demon king finds out? There is no need to worry about high-level demon kings. This place is very close to Xiao, and high-level demon kings may not dare to operate here, and low-level monsters pose little threat to us. After the monsters are attracted, the secret realm will be sealed off with all our strength and hidden with formations. The people in the secret realm will not withdraw and will continue to operate. In the future, only the uncle or the ancestor can go in and out, bring more storage bags, and take out supplies from inside, or transport supplies in. Sorry for the hard work on you. We don't care. For the sake of the family, we are not afraid of death, let alone hard work. Let's do it. Then let's go find the ancestor and let him take action. Okay. Li Xiao nodded. He trusted Li Muxu very much and thought that Li Muxu's method was very good. Now that the monsters have been attracted, no matter what actions the 7-star pavilion takes, they must first deal with the monsters. After listening to Li Muxu's suggestion, Li Xiao could only agree because he couldn't think of a better way. So Li Xiao relaxed some of the soul locking formations and put the seabed spiritual veins at about the 5th level. Once the mysterious energy was released, the sea monsters were the first to sense it, and naturally a large number of monsters came to absorb the spiritual veins and entrenched here. The Li family secret realm was completely blocked and hidden with formations. The control of the formation was only in the hands of Li Xiao and Li Xiao. No one except them could easily enter and exit. Chapter 803, Crazy Yimea. The various sects in Xiao were working hard to farm, while the Kaixing Pavilion was busy conquering the East China Sea. However, after the underwater spiritual veins in the Li family secret realm deliberately leaked the mysterious energy, a large number of monsters gathered. Li Changqiu also realized that the Li family had already reacted, so he left the sea area and replanned. In Dongsao, the Haoyang sect was brewing a huge plan. During the stalemate stage of the war, the Haoyang sect was at a disadvantage. Although the Haoyang sect occupied a large area and had a large number of troops, the strength of the Haoyang sect could not be compared with the 5 major academies. The 5 major academies stationed millions of troops on the border, and the Haoyang sect also had to stockpile troops to confront the 5 major academies. This caused the Haoyang sect to be dragged down by the 5 major academies, and the situation was worse than that of the Immortal Alliance. If the stalemate continued for a long time, the Haoyang sect would definitely not be able to hold on, let alone developing forces for revenge. It was hard to say whether the Haoyang sect could survive. Therefore, Yimea hoped for a quick victory, and with the help of the 5 Continents Alliance, she could sweep across the Immortal Alliance, defeat the Stargazing Gate, and avenge the Yi family. This was the most favorable situation for her. Therefore, the current situation was extremely unfavorable to Yimea. The last time Xiao sent people to destroy each other's spiritual grain harvest, Yimea was unable to destroy the 5 major colleges. She watched them harvest a large amount of spiritual rice and prepare to take it to Xiao in exchange for resources to strengthen themselves. Compared with the 5 major colleges, Haoyang sect controlled much less territory and people, and naturally there were not many spiritual grains. It could only be self-sufficient and could not be exported. In the long run, it would definitely become weaker and weaker. During the stalemate for more than a year, Yimea also integrated the forces south of Haoyang sect. There were many small forces south of Haoyang sect, and all the cultivators added up to 7 to 8 million people. After more than a year of integration, Yimea controlled about 3 million people, but that was all. Although those small forces were not strong, they were not short of smart people. Yimea acted too hastily, so those forces resisted. If Yimea continued to integrate, there would be a fire in the backyard, forcing those people to openly join the 5 major academies. At that time, Haoyang Sect would be in danger of being attacked from both sides, so Yi Meiya had to stop her actions. At the gate of Haoyang Sect, several high-level officials came secretly. There were only 5 or 6 people including Zhang Baoyan and Qin Yu. The Penglai monks were still in Haoyang Sect, so they had to be more cautious. Master, Yu Huanhuan has taken Li Zuanji to the south, you can rest assured. Well, today's agenda is the top secret of Haoyang Sect. It must be kept confidential and no one can reveal it. Yes, Master, don't worry. You are all high-level members of my Haoyang Sect and are closely related to the Haodi family. I ask you, do you want revenge? Yes, of course I don't want to. My Qin family was destroyed by the Guangxing Gate. I can't wait to kill my way to the Guangxing Gate and avenge my father and grandfather. I have lived in the Shuiyuan Gate for hundreds of years, and now it has become a ruin. Well, I won't say more. Master, we have more than 100,000 cultivators in the Yi family, and only these few are left. If we don't take revenge, are we still men? Tell me, what should we do? Everyone spoke one after another. Haoyang Sect is a diehard follower of the Five Continents Alliance. Except for a part of the new disciples who have just been admitted to the sect, most of the sect has a life and death feud with the Immortal Alliance. It is impossible for them not to want revenge. Among the immortal cultivators, the chivalrous spirit is very strong. Most of them believe that, if they do not take revenge, they will be depressed and form inner demons, and their cultivation will not be able to improve. Even when they break through, inner demons will descend, and they will go astray. Therefore, unless the strength of the enemy and us is very different, some people who have accepted their fate and do not want to improve their cultivation will find ways to take revenge. Many low-level cultivators will choose to give up, but there are not many high-level cultivators who can give up. It's just that high-level cultivators have long lifespans and strong personalities. They can endure a grudge for thousands of years before taking revenge. Of course, for Yi Meiya, she can't wait for thousands of years. This war is her greatest hope. If she misses this war, she doesn't know what opportunity she will have to have a chance to defeat a behemoth like the Stargazing Gate. Okay, then I'll tell you. My plan is to sneak into the depths of the wilderness, kill a 7th order Qin Yu, and trigger a beast-tide chaos. What? Sect Master, this Sect Master, think twice. This is no small matter, Sect Master. Don't, not even Kunlun and Penglai will allow it. Everyone was shocked. The last time, the 5 major academies hunted down a Qin Yu monster king, which led to the East Continent Beast-Tide War. Over 1 billion monster beast armies swept across East Continent, and more than 6 million cultivators in East Continent died in the war. Countless mortals were killed and injured, and less than 200 years had passed. If they provoke the monsters to take action at this time, the Five Continents Alliance will definitely not agree. Does the Haoyang Sect want to cut off its allies? Listen to me, don't be anxious. I have thought about this for a long time. The Alliance obviously has the strength to sweep the Immortal Alliance. Why not take action? It is to prevent the demons from taking advantage of the situation. According to some intelligence from the Alliance, demons from all over the country are ready to move, so Penglai hopes that we will go to find out the news of the demons. Now the situation of the human race is worrying, which is even more unfavorable to our Haoyang Sect, so I want to take this opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. First, I want to complete the task of the Alliance, find out the truth about the demons, and see if the demons are really going to attack the human race with all their strength. Second, I want to use the demons to destroy the battle situation, sweep across the 5 colleges, and completely defeat the foreign aid of the Immortal Alliance. Yi Meiya said lightly. She had already thought of the plan. It was Penglai who asked her to find out the truth about the demons. She just went to the wilderness to explore. She accidentally encountered the Qin Yu Demon King. She couldn't just take a beating without fighting hard. What if she accidentally killed a Qin Yu Demon King? As for whether the demons will invade, Yi Meiya can't control it. If so, it's just right. First, kill the 5 senior sisters. Master, the 5 major academies are in the north and we are in the south. We are the first to bear the brunt. How can we use the monster tribe to weaken the power of the 5 major academies? Of course there is a way. We occupy and control the territory, which is more than 30,000 miles from north to south and more than 50,000 miles from east to west. Once the Kinyu tribe attacks in large numbers, a gap of 10,000 to 20,000 miles will be exposed between us. We just need to make way for the monster tribe. How can the master guarantee that the Kinyu tribe will let us go and attack the 5 major academies? According to past rules, the monster tribe will definitely sweep away everything. They will not care which force you are from. Not long ago, I drew a talisman that can change the aura. I only need to let the dark guards find the flesh and blood of any high-level cultivator from the 5 major academies, and I can become his appearance. By then, the Kinyu tribe will surely take revenge. Ymir answered one by one. There are still many wounded high-level cultivators in the 5 major academies. It is not a problem for his people to get some flesh and blood. By then, she can naturally become someone else and frame them. Master, does Wu Yao sect know about this? I don't know. Why? If Lin Xiao knew, he would definitely stop me. I know that this incident will harm the overall situation of the human race and disrupt the rhythm of the alliance, but I can't wait that long. According to the current situation, it will take decades to kill the Immortal Alliance, but our Haoang sect will be killed first. 80% of our strength is stockpiled on the front lines, and only a small number of people are in production. We are all living off our rolled capital. We can't hold on for decades. What will happen if the demons attack? If the Kinyu tribe attacks and Dongzhou falls into war, the situation of the human race will become extreme. It will either deteriorate completely, or be forced by external forces to reconcile the Immortal Alliance and the Alliance. What if we want to reconcile? Then let's cease fire, and everyone join hands to defeat the monster's attack, resolve the external pressure, and then both sides can develop separately. If that's the case, I won't be in a hurry. I can use hundreds or thousands of years to develop my strength and take revenge on my own. But what if the human race doesn't cooperate and doesn't reconcile? I don't know. I don't care. I just want to know if you agree with this plan. I don't know either. The top leaders lowered their heads one by one. Revenges are ideal, but they can't destroy the human race. In this world, the human race and the monster race are irreconcilable and deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Everyone wants to make great contributions to the human race like the King Di and Heodi, instead of becoming a traitor to the human race. I know this plan is crazy, but I need your support. This is our greatest hope. If I miss this hope, I don't know when I can get revenge. I've been thinking about many people in our Yi family recently, the 9 ancestors, the supreme ancestor. Ymir spoke slowly, tears streaming down her eyes. Those who died back then were her closest relatives and elders. After the battle, all the supremes and all the 8th level cultivators of the Heodi family died in the battle. Ymir no longer had an elder. Only a few of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators survived, and the rest were buried in Zhongzhou, and even their bodies could not be recovered. Sect Master, fight. Do it. I believe in you. Sect Master, you can't even get revenge. What kind of man are you? Do it. Fight. Sect Master. We support whatever you do. We are people who deserve to die. It's enough to live so many more years. When the senior officials saw Ymir crying, they felt distressed and ashamed. It was unworthy of a man to let a woman support such a big stall of Haoang sect. Among the top leaders, the Yi family members unconditionally supported Ymir. That is, the remnants of the Shuyan sect represented by Zhang Baoan and the remnants of the Qin family represented by Kinyu did not give unconditional support. As long as they nodded, it would not be a big deal. Thank you for your support. Don't worry, I will not let you die. We want to live, and we have to fight back to Zhongzhou to let those enemies see how we take revenge. Master, give the order. Give the order, Master. Everyone roared, and Ymir also took the opportunity to put forward her more perfect plan. Although she had this plan, it would not be done in a short time, and she still needed to plan slowly. For example, how to open the channel, let the demons drive straight in and save themselves, etc. The key is that this matter must be done secretly, not too deliberately, otherwise Kunlun and Penglai will never support them again. Without the support of Kunlun and Penglai, Haoang sect alone cannot accomplish anything. Chapter 804, Public Opinion War. The plan that Ymir was about to execute was also extremely complicated and required long-term planning. The key point was how to let the monster army march straight in and save herself. Therefore, Ymir had to build a solid defense line on the east and west sides of her territory, in the east-west direction, to block the monster army and leave the middle part empty. This would take a long time, and it could not be done openly. She still needed to think a lot about how to do it. Just when Ymir was racking her brains to find a solution, after more than a month of debate within the Five Continents Alliance, the alliance leaders headed by Lin Xiao decided to support the conservatives in the battleship faction, not to withdraw the battleships, and not to build the true spirit battleships that would harm the harmony of the world. However, they did not approve the plan to invest large amounts of resources in the construction of ordinary battleships, and the resources allocated were extremely limited. Lin Xiao hoped that the battleship faction could improve its tactics and improve the combat effectiveness of the battleships by improving its tactical capabilities. The use of battleships in the cultivation world was very rough. There was no experience in air combat, and they did not know how to cooperate. They just charged forward and bombarded with black crystal cannons. So he hoped that someone could refine the operation of the battleships and send specialized people to study them. After the internal decision was unified, Lin Xiao ordered a public opinion war with the Immortal Alliance, in which the focus of the attack was the souls of the cultivators in the True Spirit battleship. In the cognition of the cultivators were the darlings of heaven. They were favored by heaven. To have spiritual roots was 1 in 10,000, and to be able to cultivate to a high level was even more rare. There were hundreds of millions of cultivators, but how many were in the golden body stage? Therefore, the Immortal Alliance used the souls of the cultivators to refine artifacts, which was a blasphemy against the human race and an evil way. Lin Xiao mobilized a small number of people and made a big fuss about it. The Immortal Alliance is really evil. They actually use the souls of cultivators to refine warships. It's terrible. Yes, what do we cultivators practice so hard for? To transcend the suffering of reincarnation, to be free and immortal. If we are refined into warships, do we still have freedom? Are we still human? Isn't this immortality? If a warship doesn't fight, it won't break down for tens of thousands of years. Bah, who wants this kind of immortality? Being born as a human, what we want is, in the first stage, the public opinion launched by the Five Continents Alliance was mainly to characterize this matter, defining it as a blasphemy against the human race and the cultivators, and a blasphemy against the devil. For a time, public opinion was in an uproar, and the Immortal Alliance was shocked, because the Immortal Alliance did not support this matter 100%. Many people felt that this matter was wrong. Many cultivators hurriedly advised Tang Xuan and asked the Immortal Alliance to come up with an explanation. Afterwards, Tang Xuan quickly called a meeting and issued a notice to tell everyone that this matter was not so evil. All the monks' souls that merged into the warships were voluntary and were the most loyal monks of each sect. Moreover, they had died in battle and were using their last remaining energy to serve their sects. Tang Xuan also took out the True Spirit warship and asked some monks to probe into their consciousness and communicate with the souls in the warship to verify this matter and prove that they were voluntary and not forced. However, this first stage was just the beginning, and it was also a trap. As soon as Tang Xuan responded, the Five Continents Alliance immediately launched a new round of public opinion. The Immortal Alliance said that the souls that were integrated into the True Spirit battleships were voluntary. I don't believe it. Who would do that? They devoted themselves to the sect during their lifetime and died on the battlefield. After their death, they were refined into battleships. Are there really such great people? I don't know whether they are great or not. I just want to know that these cultivators must have relatives and descendants, right? So how will their descendants call those battleships in the future? Father, grandfather, or ancestor? Ha, this seems to be a problem. Don't interrupt me. I personally strongly oppose the creation of True Spirit battleships. Even if these people are voluntary, will the next True Spirit battleships be voluntary? How many are voluntary? What if there are not enough voluntary souls? Yes, I heard that the Immortal Alliance is still building true spirit battleships. What if there are not enough voluntary souls? Let me tell you, I'm a puppeteer, and I'm also against this. As everyone knows, soul crystals are needed to build puppets, so that the puppets have spirituality. However, high-level soul crystals are rare, so there are so few high-level puppets in the world of immortal cultivation. I have mentioned this to the Immortal Alliance, and also want to use a similar method to make puppets, but they actually refused. Why? Can't they use their souls to build warships, when they can't use them to build puppets? No, warships are expensive, and there are only a few in total. There are too many puppets, and that really requires coercion and inducement for the cultivators to volunteer. Why? It's unfair. Under the leadership of the Five Continents Alliance, new points of public opinion have emerged. You know, cultivators can perfectly use the fur, bones, and blood of monsters to refine things, and they can also use the fur, bones, and blood of cultivators to refine things. Since you can use the souls of the cultivators to refine warships, under the pretext of making full use of the remaining light and heat, and being loyal to the sect to the end, then can you use the souls to refine puppets, soul calling banners, bones tempered by the golden body cultivators to refine instruments, and blood and flesh to refine elixirs? The answer is of course no, because the cultivators who do this have been branded as evil by the mainstream cultivation world, and the Immortal Alliance would never dare to agree to it. Then the question arises again, since none of these are allowed, then why is it allowed to build warships? Is this unfair again? Where does it put the cultivators? One question after another was thrown out, triggering deep thinking among many cultivators, who believed that the Immortal Alliance's move was no different from the evil way. More advice was sent to Tiansheng of the Tiansheng Sect. This time they had only one goal, which was to stop the construction of the True Spirit battleships, destroy the existing True Spirit battleships, and transcend those souls. The propaganda war of the Five Continents Alliance made the Immortal Alliance embarrassed, and the thoughts within the Immortal Alliance were even more confused. Some people felt that it was understandable for the Immortal Alliance to do this. For the survival of the sect, they didn't even care about their lives. So what would the soul do? Some people felt that it was wrong to do this. Even if they won, it was the victory of the evil demons, not the victory of the righteous immortal sect. Lin Xiao had never participated in the previous propaganda war. The Five Continents Alliance learned some of Lin Xiao's previous practices and figured it out on their own. So in Lin Xiao's eyes, these methods were extremely immature. Alliance Master Lin, there is a letter from Lu Laozuo. Let me see one day. Lin Xiao was working in the frontline camp, and Bu Yanxiang took out a document. It was a letter from Lu Lian. Lin Xiao opened it and laughed. It turned out that Lu Lian was looking for Lin Xiao to show off. It wrote a series of measures taken by the Five Continents Alliance to confuse the minds of the immortal monks and expose their internal disunity and other results. Alliance Master Lin, why are you laughing? Did Elder Lu say something? Yan Shuang, you have been with me for quite a few years, right? More than 100 years, Master. Bu Yanxiang changed his address. He, as a nominal disciple, felt wronged. He was supposed to be a disciple, but instead he became a secretary. After the war broke out, he had no time to rest. He had to run around everywhere, and even had to go to the battlefield. Haha, yes, you are still my disciple. In that case, disciple, what do you think of the Alliance's public opinion war this time? Very good. Very good. Then, very bad. Don't be perfunctory with me, tell me the truth. Yes, Master, I think it's very good. Since ancient times, good and evil cannot coexist. Once the Immortal Alliance is suppressed in public opinion, we can put pressure on the Immortal Alliance and let them give up the construction of the True Spirit battleship, reducing a powerful enemy for us, and we can disrupt their thoughts. No matter what happens, there are always supporters and opponents. Once they start arguing, it is a sign of civil strife. If the Immortal Alliance does not handle it well, it is bound to split. Well, the answer is good. The public opinion war has this effect. Do you think that, if you are the one to lead this matter, can you do better? Well, Master, I'm still in the Daogang period. How dare I lead such a thing? Why not? Bei Zichen, Zi Yunfei, and Aching before, they all dared to give orders to Ancestor Ma in the Shengsu period. This has nothing to do with cultivation. It has to do with your talent. You can think about it. This, I don't know how to answer for a moment, but since the master said so, he must think that it can be done better, right? That's right. So the master gives you a task, that is to contribute to the war of public opinion. There are many people in the South Continent Alliance who like poetry and songs, and undertake clerical work. The pens in these people's hands are more powerful than the knives in their hands. I authorize you to find a few of these people, concoct some articles, and attack the Immortal Alliance. Yes, master. Remember a few things. First, you must have something to say. Don't make up stories without reason. This method is too low level and boring. Second, public opinion is a double-edged sword, which hurts the enemy and hurts others, so you must be careful with your means of attack, so as not to be used by the other side to refute us. These people in the Immortal Alliance have learned too much from us in the past few years. How you deal with them is how they will deal with you, so you must leave room for your means of attack. And this incident was actually just a warm-up. The last time both sides destroyed the Spiritual Valley harvest, it has been 5 months. It takes about 11 months to a year to grow seedlings, sow seeds, and mature the Spiritual Valley. So in about 1 or 2 months, the Immortal Alliance's Spiritual Valley reserves will be at their lowest, or even in short supply. At that time, how to create panic and drive up prices must be achieved through public opinion. If you do a good job in this, I can let you lead the next thing. Thank you, master. Don't worry, Yunshan will never let you down. Bu Yunshan was overjoyed. He has served the master for so many years, and finally there will be a reward. If he leads the next thing, then he can make the first contribution. If he does a good job, it will be a simple matter to exchange for a Lingming pill. He can even get the cultivation resources for the first few decades of the Lingguang period. This is the opportunity Lin Xiao gave him. Chapter 805, The Pen and the Gun. As Lin Xiao's registered disciple, Bu Yunshan's cultivation speed is still good. At the age of less than 200, he has already reached the 12th level of Daogang. If it weren't for the war, he should have broken through the spiritual light period now. When Lin Xiao recruited registered disciples in Tiansheng Sect, the first batch of people who responded were the second and third generations of Tiansheng Sect. As a newly recruited disciple, Bu Yunshan was the first. At that time, Bu Yunshan's idea was very simple, just wanting to hold on to a thigh. Bu Yunshan was born as a bastard of a large mortal family. He was instilled with a kind of thought, since he was a child, that is, it is easy to do things with someone behind him, so he would be the first to sign up after Lin Xiao recruited registered disciples. However, in the first few decades, his cultivation was not smooth. The skills created by Lin Xiao were not perfect, and there were many defects. In addition, no one in the sect's higher-level cultivators practiced, so no one could teach them in cultivation, resulting in a much slower cultivation speed than others. But Bu Yunshan's practice was extremely hard. Whenever he encountered something he didn't understand, he would write it down, and then report it to Lin Xiao in detail in the annual report. In this way, they practiced for decades, until Lin Xiao had time to teach them during those years in the sect, and Bu Yunshan's practice speed was improved. When Lin Xiao perfected his practice method, coupled with the generous treatment of the head disciple, he slowly caught up with the disciples of the same batch. After that, the alliance was in opposition, relying on the impression he had left in front of Lin Xiao before. Bu Yunshan was taken by Lin Xiao to work, and at this time, Bu Yunshan began to rise rapidly. Although the salary of this position was not high, the status was extremely high. As the secretary beside Lin Xiao and the identity of a registered disciple, even the sect leaders were very polite to him. However, Bu Yunshan was a very smart person, diligent in work, good at learning, and not arrogant in attitude, so he won unanimous praise from the Tiansheng Sect's top leaders, and no one ever said anything about him in front of Lin Xiao. Now that Lin Xiao intends to let him go out on his own, it is a great opportunity for him. Bu Yunshan is sure that, as long as he does well this time, and survives the war, he will be in charge of a party after returning. He may be in charge of an important sacred mountain or the supervisor of a place in Beicheng Trading Company. It can be said that his future is unlimited. So after Bu Yanzhang left Lin Xiao's tent, he immediately found several clerks in the Nanzhao camp. Bu Yanzhang works at the top of the Nanzhao Alliance and usually sends and receives messages. Naturally, he knows the level of these clerks. Bu Yanzhang recruited 4 people under Lin Xiao's order and privately paid for the 4 people to eat and drink. Then he talked about the mission. Friend Bu Dao, I know the mission, but I don't know what exactly Alliance leader Lin wants to achieve. Yes, friend Bu Dao, what does it take to complete the mission? Completing the mission is simple. The goal of the public opinion war is to divide the power of the Immortal Alliance. It's best to let them fight among themselves and start a trend of division. However, the Alliance leader has specifically explained that some dirty tricks cannot be used. Public opinion war is a double-edged sword that hurts both the enemy and ourselves. Those scum in the Immortal Alliance learn what we do, and we must not let them learn our tricks. Please elaborate on this, friend Bu Dao. How about this? We split into 2 teams, and we will not give up on the True Spirit battleship. One team advocates and agrees with this matter, and the other team opposes it. Anyway, they are just accusing each other. You know, accusing each other, it is to comment on this matter from a moral high ground. The opposing team will start from the dignity of the cultivators and the distinction between good and evil, and say all kinds of alarmist things. The team that agrees with this matter will start from the actual interests, saying that the Immortal Alliance has no choice but to do it. Not to mention that this is not an evil way, even if it is a real evil way. For the benefit of the sect and the benefit of the Immortal Alliance, we must do whatever it takes to divert the direction. By then, there will be many people supporting these 2 factions. We will throw some things to them to argue. The more they argue, the better. At that time, there will be intelligence personnel to assist them and provoke disputes. We are not afraid that they will not fight. Several clerks looked at Bu Yanzhang with horror in their eyes. This move was too dark. The masters of the 5 continents alliance only seized a little and criticized it harshly. Bu Yanzhang actually wanted to help the other side in the debate. The Immortal Alliance is expected to be in a bad situation this time. After several clerks were drafted, they worked in a tent every day. Bu Yanzhang would bring them the latest debates within the Immortal Alliance after work, especially the attitudes of some well-known disciples of each sect. Then several people wrote articles according to their own attitudes. They were all experienced clerks who were good at writing, so it was easy for them to write some biased articles. After getting the articles, Bu Yanzhang handed them over to Yu Xiao, who would pass them to the spies ambushed in the Immortal Alliance, who would print them on a large scale and then spread them everywhere. At first, these articles were still unknown and not outstanding, which made Bu Yanzhang a little anxious. After thinking for a few days, Bu Yanzhang decisively changed his strategy and began to launch targeted attacks. There are some influential figures in each sect of the immortal cultivation world. These influential figures are not some high-level people, but some middle-level disciples. Because of their appearance, talent, cultivation, background and other factors, they are in the limelight, equivalent to the leading senior brother, the focus of everyone's attention, and these people are often those who like to talk big. After all, only in this way can they attract others' attention. So Bu Yanzhang took the approach of targeting these people, extinguishing whoever said something hot, attacking whoever talked too much, and then writing some articles to defend them. This trick worked very well. As soon as the article came out, it immediately caused a backlash from these people. The topic began to become controversial, and then slowly expanded to the rest of the people. As time went on, Bu Yanzhang's means of inciting wars and leading the rhythm became more and more mature. After all, he learned to nitpick and find moral flaws, to attack without a teacher. He often started by arguing about the True Spirit battleship, and then escalated to personal attacks. Relying on these rhythms, the thoughts of the Immortal Alliance were extremely confused. At the beginning, no one paid attention to the True Spirit battleship. Instead, they paid attention to the moral flaws and gossip of some Ming people, and the remarks of supporters and opponents became more and more intense. When the rhythm was set, Bu Yanxiang withdrew instead, because there was already chaos on the side of the Immortal Alliance, and if he continued to lead the rhythm, it would reveal his feat. Night Owl also secretly fanned the flames, breaking the bottom line again and again, and finally directly triggered a fight. On the busiest day, there were hundreds of fights in the Immortal Alliance, because of these things. The top leaders of the Immortal Alliance only reacted at this time. But the Immortal Alliance was slow to respond to the war of public opinion. They had no experience in this before. Only Tang Xuan had seen some of Lin Xiao's methods in Tiansheng City. Although Tang Xuan knew that this was Lin Xiao's work, he lacked experience in resolving disputes. After discussion, the top leaders of the Immortal Alliance could only suppress the matter with a high-pressure attitude. But it is better to relieve the pressure than to block it. The greater the pressure, the greater the rebound. Before long, a larger scale fight broke out. This time, thousands of people from both sides broke out in a fight, and hundreds of people were killed and injured. The top leaders of the Immortal Alliance realized that they had fallen into the trap of the Five Continents Alliance and had to discuss countermeasures again. There were also many experts in the Immortal Alliance. They traced the source and determined that the cause of the incident was still on the True Spirit battleship. If this matter was not handled properly, the debate would never end. So the Immortal Alliance had to announce that it would stop building the True Spirit battleship, and told everyone that smelting the souls of monks was an evil practice. The reason why the Immortal Alliance did this was because the Five Continents Alliance pressed too hard. The Immortal Alliance had no choice but to let a high-level Immortal Alliance take the blame. He was punished by Tang Xuan, deducted all his military merits, and had to go to the front line to make up for his crime. Not only that, Tang Xuan also found some writers and asked them to write articles to transfer all the conflicts to the Five Continents Alliance, saying that the Kunlun three sects of the Five Continents Alliance were too bullying, monopolizing high-level resources, oppressing other sects, exploiting independent cultivators, etc. The establishment of the Immortal Alliance was to break the monopoly and seek benefits for the majority of cultivators, etc. The counterattack of the Immortal Alliance made the Kunlun three sects extremely uncomfortable. Monopolizing high-level resources and exploiting cultivators is what everyone does. I didn't see you, the seven sects of the Immortal Alliance, being good men and women. Why are you talking about me? Next is a new storm of public opinion, but at this time, Bu Yanxiang basically didn't care. Bu Yanxiang knew that, although this matter was resolved and suppressed by the Immortal Alliance, the seeds of doubt had been planted. When the external contradictions were relaxed, it would naturally erupt again. Bu Yanxiang's performance was still acceptable. Lin Xiao expressed satisfaction. If Lin Xiao took action himself, the effect would definitely be better. After all, in his previous life, he had witnessed what was called a color evolution, but Lin Xiao didn't have time to do these things. As time went by, the last harvest of spiritual grains was slowly consumed, and the next harvest of spiritual grains of the Immortal Alliance was about 5 months away. Bu Yanxiang received an order again, and began to create panic for the Immortal Alliance and drive up grain prices. This kind of thing had already happened last year. Bu Yanxiang used the same trick again, and spread some rumors in the Immortal Alliance, such as the inventory of a certain important warehouse of the Immortal Alliance was empty and the stock was insufficient, or the price of spiritual grains in a certain place had skyrocketed, and if they didn't buy it, they would have to pay more and suffer losses, etc. Even if it was an ordinary fire, they could say that a granary in a certain place caught fire and burned a lot of spiritual grains. Their rumor-mongering ability was very strong. For this kind of thing, the cultivators of the Immortal Alliance were relatively unconvinced, but the scattered cultivators believed it very much. The scattered cultivators were at home all over the world, and there was no spiritual mountain to belong to. The spiritual grains were all controlled by various forces. Once the stock was insufficient and the price rose, they would suffer losses. So the scattered cultivators began to panic, and panic buying broke out. Many scattered cultivators wanted to buy a batch before the price increased to avoid losses. But it was this rush to buy that directly drove up the price of spiritual rice. Even if the Immortal Alliance knew it was a trap and had strictly prohibited price increases, it was useless. Comparison of interests was more important. Seeing so many people rushing to buy, who wouldn't want to make more money? The Immortal Alliance couldn't refuse the supply of spiritual rice. If the independent cultivators couldn't buy spiritual rice, the price would rise sharply. At that time, spiritual rice would become a precious resource, and civil unrest would break out. So in just 1 month, 80% of the Immortal Alliance's inventory was sold out, and there was a rice panic in the Immortal Alliance. Chapter 806, Me Panic. According to the storage of spiritual rice in the Immortal Alliance, their spiritual rice was originally enough to support this year's spiritual rice harvest, but this premise requires the Immortal Alliance to distribute it uniformly, and let the spiritual rice be distributed equally. But the resources are imbalanced. Suppose 100 kilograms of rice is enough to feed 100 people, but in reality there must be people who are hungry, because human nature is like this. There will definitely be people who rely on their strong military power, rich wealth, strong relationships, etc. to occupy more shares, resulting in an uneven distribution. And Lin Xiao and others deliberately create panic and aggravate this imbalance, so a large number of casual cultivators panic buy and constantly drive up prices. Even Night Owl and the businesses that can be influenced by them deliberately hoard goods and make a fortune from the war, which infinitely aggravates this situation. The Immortal Alliance is not a centralized power, but just a loose alliance. The orders of the Immortal Alliance will be discounted by the 7 sects of the Immortal Alliance, not to mention those merchants. The Immortal Alliance did not dare to stop selling spiritual rice. Once they did so, the independent cultivators would run away and flock to the 5 Continents Alliance, where the price of spiritual rice was even lower. Without independent cultivators, who would help them farm and do things? Who would consume the business and real estate in the various immortal cities? If there were no tax revenue, the production of each spiritual mountain alone would not be able to support the huge war expenses. Therefore, the Immortal Alliance could only continuously mobilize the inventory of spiritual rice and distribute it to the market. At this time, Lin Xiao spread rumors through spies, ambushed in various sects, saying that the inventory of the Immortal Alliance was empty and even the disciples of each sect could not satisfy them. The cultivators of the Immortal Alliance immediately panicked and used their war merits and merit points to exchange for spiritual rice, causing a new run on the bank and accelerating the consumption of inventory. How much inventory do you have? At the Suyu sect's mountain gate, Tang Xuan urgently summoned the senior leaders of each sect to discuss. Now the entire Immortal Alliance is in a state of emergency, and there is a trend of running on spiritual rice everywhere. Letters for help are delivered to him one after another. The Tiansheng Sect still has 2 billion catties, and the forces under its command have not been counted, but there are still 30 to 40 billion. You still have so many, and ASEAN Temple only has 500 million. Tiansheng Sect has at most 10 billion, and we have to sell hundreds of millions of catties a day, and we can't hold on for 5 days. The leaders of the 7 sects reported their own inventories one after another. Tang Xuan knew that they probably reported a little less, but all added up, it was only 50 to 60 billion catties. Is this a lot? Not at all. The Immortal Alliance has about 20 million troops on the front line, or stationed in the city. If each person sells 2 catties a day, it will only be enough for 3 months, not to mention that they need to continue to sell to independent cultivators. Ancestor Tang, besides the 5 Continents Alliance causing this rice panic, we also have problems ourselves. Many of us are speculating in rice. Speculating in rice? What do you mean? A profiteer was captured by the Blackwater station. They had long anticipated that the 5 Continents Alliance would take action on spiritual rice, so they took advantage of the spiritual rice harvest and the price drop to buy up a large amount of spiritual rice. Recently, they have helped to create panic, causing the price of spiritual rice to skyrocket, and then sold it to independent cultivators. Not only that, in order to stabilize the price, we sold spiritual rice at a price lower than the market price, and they also bought up in secret, and then resold it to independent cultivators, making a fortune. I believe that this kind of thing is not only happening in our Tiansheng sect, but also in every sect. Such profiteers must be severely punished. This profiteer deserves to die. Have you killed anyone? No. What? Why not kill him? Yes, why not? Because the person behind this business is a grandson of ancestor Chen, we can only kill a shopkeeper to take the blame. The cultivator from Tiansheng Sect smiled bitterly and said, how could someone who dared to make money from the war have no background at all? That was impossible. Tiansheng Sect traced the business all the way and actually found a grandson of Chen Kaixing. How could they investigate further? Before they could do anything, people from the Chen family had already come to He Shite to plead for mercy. He Shite could not afford to offend the Chen family. The Tao is ruthless. Patriarch Chen has gone too far this time. Patriarch Tang, as far as I know, the situation is the same for all families this time. Do you remember the Paradise Villa founded by Lin Xiao before? Remember, so what? Patriarch Tang's grandson Tang Yulin founded the Paradise Villa, and there was a group of playboys. The various sects of Tiansheng Sect also imitated it. The identities of the founders are similar. These playboys don't know the overall situation and are secretly instigated by Lin Xiao's people. It is estimated that they will make a fortune this time. What? There is such a thing. They have spies around them. Why not? There is no way to check because we don't know who the spies are. They just provide such an idea to the young masters of each family. How to use their identities and relationships is all up to them. Despicable and shameless. Is Lin Xiao scheming so deep? He started planning hundreds of years ago. Everyone felt frightened. Is Lin Xiao really so terrifying? He started planning hundreds of years ago. This ability is too terrifying. Don't exaggerate Lin Xiao. I guess he just did it casually. He is not that powerful. Now the key is to come up with countermeasures. If we don't solve this problem, our stocks will be used up in half a month at most, and the independent cultivators will run away by then. Without independent cultivators, we have to rely on the people from our sects. We have to fight, guard Lingshan, guard the city, and farm. We simply don't have enough manpower. I understand. This matter must be solved internally and externally. Find the spies internally and kill the Night Owl's people. At the same time, order our businesses to prohibit hoarding and release stocks to stabilize prices. As for external assistance, the spiritual rice from Deng Xiao must be delivered as soon as possible. Internally, there is no problem. As long as our top management is not stupid, they can control it for the sake of the overall situation. But over in Deng Xiao, they talked about the market price before, and now the market price is too high. Yes, before the war, spiritual rice was worthless. A piece of low-grade black crystal could buy 50 kilograms of first-grade spiritual rice. After the war broke out, it could buy about 40 kilograms. But now, a piece of low-grade black crystal can only buy 10 kilograms, and it is still rising. A piece of low-grade black crystal of the Jade Immortal Sect can only buy 8 kilograms. It has increased so much. Tang Xuan felt a little dizzy. How many times has it increased? If the Immortal Alliance buys rice from Deng Xiao at this price and then stabilizes the price, all the difference in price will be the loss of the Immortal Alliance. It is estimated that the loss is not less than tens of billions. The Immortal Alliance will bleed heavily. What is the price at the 5 Continents Alliance? Lower than ours. A piece of black crystal is about 12 or 13 kilograms. Are they driving up the price themselves? Yes. Why? Their supply of spiritual rice should be enough. This is going to force us to death. If their price is too low, we can purchase it from them through smuggling. So they lower the price, which can not only reap the wealth of independent cultivators, but also maintain the suppression on us. The other costs of smuggling are very high, and this price is totally uneconomical. This must be the work of Lin Xiao. This person is very good at this kind of crooked way. Shan K-boy, your reputation is well deserved. Don't boost other people's morale. Patriarch Tang, give the order. Okay, give the order. From today on, all sects and families must crack down on hoarding. No matter who you are, if you can't do it, come to me. I will personally discuss with the ancestors of each family. Without killing a group of people, we cannot stop this unhealthy trend. In addition, send someone to discuss the purchase of rice with the 5-element company. He can say whatever price he wants. 1 catty of spiritual rice and 1 piece of Zuan crystal is no problem. Don't they want high-level spiritual objects? We will also raise the price. The Lingming pill will be directly increased to 50 million. Do you want it or not? Tang Xuan said coldly. He would also be a profiteer. Dong Xiao wanted to take advantage, but it was impossible. How much you earned from the spiritual rice, they would earn back from the high-level spiritual objects, and they would earn twice as much. Tang Patriarch is wise. We must not let the fishermen of Dong Xiao benefit. In addition, we must also counterattack. We will deal with them the same way as the Five Continents Alliance dealt with us. Didn't we fight a public opinion war before? We should also start. They obviously have enough spiritual rice supply, but they are still driving up the price. They are just exploiting the independent cultivators. Expose this matter. Tang Xuan replied. They lack experience in economic warfare and public opinion warfare. However, Tang Xuan never panicked. He just learned on the spot. They learned how Lin Xiao did it and returned it. With this trick, they resolved a large number of attacks from the Five Continents Alliance, and it is the same now. After the meeting, Tang Xuan personally returned to the Tang family and took the senior management of the Tang family to inspect several warehouses of the Tang family, especially the warehouse of the business established by Tang Yulin. With so little spiritual rice, why didn't you hoard some? Grandpa, I'm not stupid. You can't see through Lin Xiao's vicious means, but I've been brothers with him for hundreds of years. How can I not see through it? If I take action now, wouldn't it be ruining your plan? Tang Yulin curled his lips. He was the one who got the principles of many of Lin Xiao's practices and told them to Tang Xuan. Tang Yulin knew that, if he took action, to make a fortune at this time, he would be courting death. Very good. Then tell me, whose family is still hoarding? Our family? What? The 3rd ancestor's family, the 8th ancestor's family, the 7th uncle's family, the 19th uncle's family. Grandpa will find out after checking. In addition, there are also Zhao's Le's family, and Zhu's family. Grandpa has to act quickly, otherwise they will run away. After receiving the news, Tang Yulin shook his head and said, there are also many people in the Tang family who are jealous of the price of spiritual rice. In just a dozen days, they can earn several times the investment. Not everyone can keep their original intentions in the face of such interests. Several important forces of the Tang family also participated. Why didn't you tell me? Tang Xuan's forehead was throbbing with veins. The people Tang Yulin mentioned were all high-level cultivators of the Tang family and the support of the Tang family. He now understood the helplessness of the Tiansheng Sect. With so many high-level people involved, who could be truly impartial? If they were killed, the Tang family would collapse. Blocking someone's money is like killing their parents. How dare I? Here, this is the booklet sent by Lin Xiao. Grandpa, take a look. Tang Yulin slowly took out a booklet from the storage bag. The cover was the word "Get Rich." After opening it, it was full of knowledge points about hoarding and how to make money by taking advantage of information gaps and identity advantages. It can be said that in the current situation, with this booklet, as long as you have a background, even a pig can make a lot of money. Chapter 807, Dong Xiao's bloody loss. Tang Xuan looked at the contents of the booklet, and his fear of Lin Xiao increased. This booklet was like Pandora's box after it was opened, and it was the devil's fruit that tempted people to commit crimes. The 7 sects of the Immortal Alliance plus a large number of second-rate sects. Who doesn't have a playboy like the eldest son? No matter how these people usually make trouble, they can't affect the overall situation. But now, they have become a knife inserted into the chest of the Immortal Alliance. Tang Xuan can imagine how surprised those playboys will be after getting this booklet. Just based on the price changes of spiritual rice in the past 10 days, the cost of investing 1 million Zuan crystals may get back the value of 3 or 4 million Zuan crystals, which is several times the profit, which is extremely amazing. These playboys don't realize the overall situation at all. In their view, this is a great opportunity to make a fortune. They have connections, relationships, news, and capital. It is easy for them to hoard goods. Even their teachers and elders will personally participate in it. It is extremely difficult to prevent this situation. However, no matter how difficult it was, Tang Xuan was unwilling to admit defeat. Tang Xuan summoned the middle and higher level officials of the Tang family and personally ordered his sons and nephews to confiscate the spiritual rice they had hoarded and to give up the money they had earned. However, even Tang Xuan did not dare to use his own family members as a punishment. He could not impose substantial punishments, so he could only use some people who were not very important as a punishment. After dealing with the Tang family, Tang Xuan immediately found Yu Pingcheng and talked to him about the matter. Yu Pingcheng was also furious. The Immortal Alliance had come to this point, but everyone was still so greedy and did not care about the overall situation at all. He immediately authorized Tang Xuan to investigate the Suyu sect, and Yu Pingcheng also informed the supreme masters of the other sects that each sect must rectify one or two things, otherwise the Immortal Alliance would collapse. For the supreme masters, the practices of each family were to harm them, so they naturally would not easily agree. They all summoned high-level officials to discuss the matter and investigate it strictly. One by one, the hoarding businesses were destroyed, and the situation of the Immortal Alliance was temporarily stabilized. However, for the independent cultivators, the panic created was not so easy to calm down. Tang Xuan met Yi Zibei of the Five-Element business again, and discussed with him the spiritual rice transaction. Deng Zhao had already made a decision on this matter. Yi Zibei still traded at the current market price. Tang Xuan did not bargain, but raised the price of high-level resources, especially strategic resources. A Lingming pill that cost only 3 or 4 million Zuan crystals. Tang Xuan dared to offer 50 million Zuan crystals, which was 4 or 5 times higher than usual. When Yi Zibei heard this price, his face turned pale. If it was such a transaction, Deng Zhao would not only not make any profit, but would have to pay for it. But Tang Xuan was very stubborn. If it was not traded at this price, the Immortal Alliance would suffer. The market was like a battlefield, and Tang Xuan would not be willing to give in. He told Yi Zibei directly that, if it was not traded at this price, then the Immortal Alliance would rather take the risk of smuggling to the Five Continents Alliance. Even if the risk was doubled, it was worth it. After all, the two sides are in a cooperative relationship. Yi Zibei spent several days to finally determine the price. The price of spiritual rice is calculated at 60% of the current market price, and strategic resources such as Lingmingdan will not be as expensive as 50 million Zuan crystals, probably about 20 million. Deng Zhao and Tang Xuan have signed a trade agreement for 20 billion jin of spiritual rice, which is worth about 1 billion Zuan crystals. In addition, there are some low-level elixir arrays and spiritual medicines and herbs. Yi Zibei's news reached Deng Zhao, and the 5 major colleges immediately began to dispatch spiritual rice and prepare to transport it to Deng Zhao. If 20 billion jin of spiritual rice is used in a 6th level storage bag, it will take hundreds of them. Deng Zhao simply cannot take out so many storage bags, so it can only use the flying boat treasure ship to transport goods across the East China Sea. After Peng Lei learned of this news, Peng Lei immediately dispatched 50,000 troops to intercept in the East China Sea. Peng Lei has been operating in the East China Sea for hundreds of thousands of years. Whether it is the familiarity of the sea area or the quantity and quality of treasure ships, it is far beyond the level of Deng Zhao. 5 days later, the fleet of Peng Lei and the fleet of Deng Zhao monks met in the East China Sea. A large-scale naval battle broke out between the two sides. Deng Zhao had 80 treasure ships and 100 flying boats. More than 30 treasure ships were sunk, and more than 20 flying boats crashed. Only a small half of the remaining ones escaped to Deng Zhao, and the rest returned to Deng Zhao. In this battle, Deng Zhao suffered heavy losses. 1/3 of the 5 billion katas of spiritual rice it carried was lost, and less than 1 billion katas were actually delivered to Deng Zhao. In addition, the loss of personnel, treasure ships, and flying boats reached hundreds of millions of black crystals. The profit of this transaction has been lost. Deng Zhao did not receive the spiritual rice from Deng Zhao, so naturally it refused to agree. The damaged spiritual rice could not be counted on their heads, and they strictly demanded that Deng Zhao deliver the spiritual rice as soon as possible. Deng Zhao had no choice but to collect more storage bags and use the teleportation array to transport them. The 5 major colleges plundered all the remaining storage bags, which were enough to hold 2 billion katas of spiritual rice at one time. Then these tens of thousands of storage bags were carried by 300 monks and teleported to the stargazing city under the stargazing gate for trading. Each teleportation array consumed high-grade Zuan crystals equivalent to 1.2 million low-grade Zuan crystals. In the previous naval battle, Deng Zhao had lost all its profits. Every teleportation required the amount of Deng Xiao's losses. The 5 major colleges were almost angry to vomit blood. So in order to reduce losses, the 5-element business and the Immortal Alliance borrowed tens of thousands of storage bags for transportation. Deng Xiao lacked storage bags, but Deng Xiao did not lack them. The large number of people who died in the battle made their storage bags very surplus, and Tang Xuan would not refuse to lend them. In this way, Deng Xiao could load 5 billion katas of spiritual rice at a time. After this transaction, Deng Xiao still lost about 5 million Zuan crystals, a huge loss. 2 billion katas of spiritual rice entered the territory of the Immortal Alliance, which was enough for them to survive the rice panic. The Immortal Alliance publicized this matter, and the scattered cultivators saw that the major sects could continuously provide spiritual rice, and they felt at ease, and the rumors naturally dissipated. However, during this storm, the scattered cultivators were robbed by various merchants who hoarded spiritual rice and bought low-value spiritual rice at high prices, and the two sides entered into a public opinion war again. The Immortal Alliance launched a public opinion offensive, accusing the 5 Continents Alliance of exploiting the scattered cultivators. They clearly had enough spiritual rice supply, but they kept raising the price, causing the scattered cultivators to suffer heavy losses. The 5 Continents Alliance used those merchants who hoarded spiritual rice as an attack point, accusing them of collusion, corruption, and incompetence, treating the scattered cultivators as pigs and dogs, and arbitrarily robbing and exploiting them, and announced their practices of exploiting the scattered cultivators and robbing their wealth. Take the cultivators who farm for the Immortal Alliance as an example. Originally, they could earn 300 mysterious crystals a year through hard work, which was enough for the cultivators who opened their meridians to practice for a year. But the price of spiritual rice had skyrocketed before. According to their consumption of 700 kilograms of spiritual rice per person per year, the value of 300 mysterious crystals had disappeared by about 1/3, which was not enough for practice at all. As soon as this matter was announced, the scattered cultivators in the Immortal Alliance were in an uproar. They were all indignant and strongly demanded that the Immortal Alliance severely punish those profiteers. The Immortal Alliance replied that the profiteers had been punished. But the 5 Continents Alliance immediately revealed that the backers of these profiteers were all high-level officials from various sects of the Immortal Alliance, and their so-called punishment of profiteers was only the punishment of some shopkeepers and clerks. No real profiteers were punished. They were just playing with the scattered cultivators. So the scattered cultivators were angry, and countless people gathered in front of the gates of each mountain, demanding that the real murderer be severely punished, or compensate them for their losses. This situation was something the Immortal Alliance had never experienced before. Since ancient times, independent cultivators were a mob with low strength. Even if they were bullied by the sect, would they dare to come for revenge? Even if they came, they would deserve to be slaughtered. The sect would not care. There were many independent cultivators anyway. If they killed one batch, more would appear. But in this special situation, if they did not deal with it well, they would lose most of their independent cultivators, and lose most of their population and tax revenue. Tang Xuan really wanted to solve this matter, but there were too many stupid teammates. Before he could figure out a solution, the conflict broke out, and it was those dudes who took action. Although these dudes had no sense of the overall situation, and did not have much high IQ, they knew very well that they were the most worthy of being abandoned in a family. In peacetime, they could use means such as family affection to gain forgiveness from the family sect, but when the family sect was in trouble and needed to sacrifice some to protect themselves, they were the first to be sacrificed. So, these dudes panicked. They went to beg for mercy, but no one dared to protect them at this time. Some ran away, hoping to hide somewhere to avoid the limelight, while others chose to resent those casual cultivators, thinking that these casual cultivators were forcing them to death. So they took action against the casual cultivators. The combat effectiveness of these casual cultivators is not worth mentioning, that is compared to the genius cultivators like Lin Xiao. For most casual cultivators who have opened their meridians and condensed their meridians, these dudes are still incredible masters. The dudes, with their guards, rushed into the crowd and killed people everywhere, and blood immediately flowed into a river. It can be said that among the second-rate forces, Suyu Sect, Tiansheng Sect, Yuan Sect, and even Shenmu Sect. Every family has people who attack casual cultivators. In one day, tens of thousands of casual cultivators were slaughtered. Then the extremely terrible consequences occurred. The fleeing tide of casual cultivators broke out. The casual cultivators could not beat the major sects, but they did not want to be slaughtered like pigs and sheep and be played as fools. If they can't afford to provoke, they can't afford to hide. Then they fled. Within a few days, millions of casual cultivators fled the territory of the Immortal Alliance, even the extremely safe city of Xiansu City, which is in the hinterland of the Immortal Alliance. Xiansu City, with a population of more than 1.5 million, lost 400,000 to 500,000 casual cultivators in just 3 days, and the resident population dropped by 1 million, and it is still decreasing. The decrease in the number of independent cultivators would lead to the bankruptcy of small and medium-sized businesses. Most of these small and medium-sized businesses were related to the Suyu sect, and they all advised Tang Xuan to come up with a solution as soon as possible. Tang Xuan was furious and ordered the execution of the murderer who killed the independent cultivators and took out a large amount of resources to compensate the families of the independent cultivators, which slightly eased the exodus of independent cultivators, but it still could not be stopped. What Tang Xuan did not expect was that the morale of the Immortal Alliance was scattered. Chapter 808 A Good Show. Starting from the True Spirit battleship, the Immortal Alliance and the Five Continents Alliance have been engaged in a war of public opinion for about half a year. Both sides have been constantly attacking each other's weaknesses. It can be said that each side has suffered losses, but the Immortal Alliance has been accused more. Tang Xuan and others only thought of using the same means to deal with the enemy, but did not think about strengthening the state of mind of the cultivators on their side. You must know that everyone is different and everyone has their own thoughts. If a person's thoughts change, it will become extremely dangerous. And Lin Xiao played an important role in the public opinion war for more than half a year. Every time the news was conveyed by them, so Yunzang was basically able to get the news. So the plan to subvert the high-level cultivators of the 7-star pavilion had already been secretly implemented. The 7-star city Sifangju is one of Yunzang's industries. It mainly operates inns and restaurants. There are 7 floors in total. The first and second floors are restaurants, where you can eat, drink tea. The third to 6th floors are guest rooms. The 7th floor is the residence of Yunzang's management, and ordinary servants live in the backyard or sleep on the floor. At this time, on the 7th floor, Menqi, the leader of Yunzang and Lin Xiao, was looking at a treasure mirror. The treasure mirror showed the scene on the 2nd floor downstairs, which was like a surveillance camera. This kind of treasure mirror is called a spectroscope, which is composed of a mother mirror and multifaceted submirrors. The mother mirror can show the scene of the submirrors, and even high-level spectroscopes can show sounds. It is one of the common methods used by spies. You have been observing this Chen Hangan for half a year. Can he do it? Menqi pointed to a person in the mother mirror and said, "This person is a cultivator of the Shengsu period of the 7-star pavilion. He is talented and less than 800 years old. He has reached the 10th level of the Shengsu period. The probability of advancing to the Jinshan period is very high. He has a deep background and holds an important position in the 7-star pavilion. Almost. Haven't you noticed that in the past 6 months, Chen Hangan has been coming to Sifangju to drink more and more frequently? Every time, he refuses to cast a spell to sober himself up and gets himself drunk. So what? It shows that he is in a melancholy mood and has an unsolvable knot in his heart. The reason why a man shows this kind of emotion is, first, love, and second, career. Chen Hangan was born immortal. After entering the sect, he was accepted as a direct disciple by a high-level cultivator. His path is smooth, and he and his master's daughter are a Taoist couple. The word love can be ruled out. It's all for career. In terms of career, this person is also very successful. Among the cultivators of the same batch, his position is the highest. Even those who have higher cultivation than him are not as powerful as him. Brother Menqi, guess again, what is the reason why he is so melancholy? Just say it. You are in charge of everything, and I don't deal with much. For the ideal in his heart, Chen Hongyan has a positive character, a steady style, and acts incorruptibly. After he entered the door, and before he was accepted as a disciple by a high-level cultivator, he was bullied. So after he became rich, he became the deputy head of the law enforcement hall of the 7-star pavilion. Chen Hongyan also followed his nature in the law enforcement hall, enforced the law impartially, and hated injustice. He repeatedly stood up for low-level cultivators, and offended many people. He once said that he would use his body to seek a fair practice environment for the vast number of poor cultivators. In the past 6 months, the true face of the Immortal Alliance has been exposed by us. Chen Hongyan has long wanted to sweep the smoky atmosphere of the 7-star pavilion, but he has been stopped repeatedly. It would be strange if he could be in a good mood. Yunzong said that he had been eyeing Chen Hongyan half a year ago, so he investigated him very clearly. This is a cultivator who was born in the bottom and climbed up by his own efforts. He has suffered, so he sympathizes with those low-level cultivators without background and is willing to stand up for them. He was honest by nature, hated the dirty tricks of those demons and monsters, and was unwilling to go along with some people. If there was no one behind him, he would have been squeezed out of the law enforcement hall long ago. When the True Spirit Battleship Public Opinion War broke out half a year ago, Chen Hongyan wrote to Yang Guguang many times to advise him, and asked the 7-star pavilion to stop the construction of the True Spirit Battleship. Unfortunately, Yang Guguang did not agree at all. In the recent rice panic incident, he saw clearly the ugly faces of those dandies in the 7-star pavilion. They robbed the wealth of the scattered cultivators by hoarding and making a lot of complaints. When the cultivators of the 7-star pavilion slaughtered those scattered cultivators, Chen Hongyan was the first to stop it and killed several of them. But for this, he offended a lot of people. Some people have already said that he will not be allowed to get the 3 souls and 7 spirits pill to advance to the golden body stage because he blocked the way for many people to make a fortune. This result was very distressing to Chen Hongyan. He thought that he had not made any mistakes, but that the sect had made a mistake. However, no one supported him, so he had to continue to drink to drown his sorrows and linger in the taverns in the city. Sifangju was the place he visited most often. According to you, it is easy to incite Chen Hongyan to rebel. It is easy to say, but it is also difficult to say. It is just an opportunity. We have to give it a try. How to try? Just wait and see. Yunzong replied, and then he sent out a message. After a while, in the hall on the 2nd floor, several cultivators suddenly started talking loudly. What they talked about was not other things, but the hoarding of various sects during this rice panic. The sects in the Immortal Alliance are really ungrateful. They used spiritual rice to rob most of our wealth. I have a lot of spiritual rice at home now. I bought it with 1 Zuan crystal for 10 kilograms. And now, hey, what is this? It's okay to rob wealth. They also treat us casual cultivators like pigs and dogs, slaughtering them at will. I heard that hundreds of thousands of casual cultivators in the Tiansheng Sect were slaughtered by the Tiansheng Sect in order to seek justice. The corpses filled an entire valley, hundreds of thousands? That's too exaggerated. How could there be so many? I heard that there were only hundreds of thousands of people. Hundreds of thousands is also fake. The Tiansheng Sect has already announced it to the world. There were less than 1,000 people. I remember it was more than 800. Bah, you believe what the Tiansheng Sect said? Then how many people did you say that the 7-star pavilion killed this time? Shh, you don't want to die. How dare you say that here? Why not? They dare to do it, but dare not say it. The 7-star pavilion only said that more than 300 people died. It's more than that. Just the street where I live. How many people used to live there? At least thousands of people, but now, more than half are gone. They all say they ran away, but many people have lived here for generations. How could they run away? They were just killed. Oh my god, really? Of course. We have been brothers for decades. Why would I lie to you? The Immortal Alliance is too dark and too cruel. They collude with each other from top to bottom and treat us casual cultivators like pigs and dogs. Anyway, I can't live like this anymore. I'm leaving in a few days and going somewhere else. You should leave too. This time Mi Huang robbed you, but I don't know how he will rob us next time. You deserve to be robbed. Do you dare to protest? Do you dare to ask for justice? If you dare to say a word, I can take your life. My life is cheap, but I don't want to die here. Brother Han, you are drunk. Stop talking. No, I have to say it. I won't feel comfortable if I don't. We are born as human beings with dignity. We are not meant to be treated like slaves or dogs, and we are not meant to be bullied by the Immortal Alliance. Those bastards in the Immortal Alliance can't beat the 5 Continents Alliance, so they can only plunder our wealth to go to war. Bah. And there was the matter of the True Spirit battleship before. They dared to use golden body stage cultivators to build battleships, and they will dare to use cultivators to make pills and weapons in the future. Will they use their own people by then? Will it be enough? They will have to use the lives of us casual cultivators, who made our lives cheap. We deserve to die. I think the Immortal Alliance is an evil way in the name of righteousness, a crooked way, worse than the devil cultivators. How dare you slander our 7-star pavilion and the Immortal Alliance like this? What crime should you be punished for? The voices of the cultivators at that table spread throughout Sifangju. Before Chen Hangan could react, the cultivators from the 7-star pavilion at another table jumped up immediately. It was fine for them to talk about the Immortal Alliance, but they even dared to discredit the 7-star pavilion. They were simply courting death. What crime should I be charged with? I'm not a cultivator from the 7 Stars Pavilion. What crime have I committed that you dare not admit? Or do you think that the whole world should be your pigs and dogs and dare not speak out? Humph, it is true that you are not a cultivator from the 7 Stars Pavilion, but how can you be held responsible for smearing the 7 Stars Pavilion? Where did I smear the pavilion? Tell me. You just said how many independent cultivators were killed by the 7 Star Pavilion. My 7 Star Pavilion has already announced that only more than 300 people died in this incident. We also severely punished the murderer and compensated for the losses. The head of my senior brother from the 7 Star Pavilion is still hanging on the city wall. What else do you want? Haha, you act as if it's a matter of course. Those are hundreds of lives, but you killed you like pigs and dogs. Doesn't your conscience hurt? We've already compensated. Compensation. Then how about we independent cultivators kill 300 people from your 7 Star Pavilion, and we will use 3 or 5 people to pay with our lives, and then compensate you for your losses. Are you willing to do that? You are making a fuss. Answer my question. Stand back, don't come near me. I asked you to answer my question. Are we pigs and dogs? Can you kill us at will? Don't come near me. Brother, be careful. Seeing the increasingly excited casual cultivators, several 7 Star Pavilion monks were full of vigilance. They immediately took out their magic weapons and became alert. However, they were outnumbered and the other side had more people, so they immediately drew their swords and faced each other. As for the other casual cultivators on the second floor, not only did they not leave, but they looked at them coldly, with extremely cold eyes. The 7 Star Pavilion massacred casual cultivators, causing a large number of casual cultivators to flee. The remaining casual cultivators may not have no intention of fleeing, but they just couldn't leave for various reasons. However, they still hated the 7 Star Pavilion monks in their hearts. What are you doing? What are you doing? What do you want to do? At this moment, a sound of footsteps was heard, and a team of fully armed patrolling monks appeared. They were the city guards of the 7 Star Pavilion. Brother, I'm a cultivator from the 7 Star Pavilion. These people not only slandered and defamed my 7 Star Pavilion, but also wanted to fight with us. The cultivator from the 7 Star Pavilion immediately took out his identity token and then said. The city guards looked at the 7 or 8 casual cultivators. Their eyes suddenly became unfriendly. Recently, the cultivators from the 7 Star Pavilion were scolded by the casual cultivators, and they were furious. In their opinion, the True Spirit battleship was not made by them, and they had no share in hoarding. They did not get any benefits, but were scolded. Naturally, they were uncomfortable. They were just about to take it out on others, but they were delivered to the door. Those who slandered the 7 Star Pavilion and attempted to disrupt the law and order of the 7 Star City, take them all away. Wait, Chen Hangan, who could not bear to watch on the side, suddenly spoke up. With a huge momentum, everyone changed color, knowing that Chen Hangan was a high-level cultivator. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 809, People's Will. Chen Hongyan threw out his identity token, and the 7-star pavilion monks immediately saluted Chen Hongyan. Then Chen Hongyan asked the city guards to let them go. After all, these people did not really take action, but just confronted each other, which did not violate the rules of the city. As for the previous remarks, there is no such thing as citing to be guilty in the world of immortal cultivation, unless it is the kind of deliberate smearing and name calling. What they said is true and false, and it is impossible to distinguish. Moreover, Chen Hongyan thinks that it is normal for the casual cultivators to curse and vent their anger. Who made the 7-star pavilion do something wrong? The city guards did not dare to disobey Chen Hongyan's order, so they had to withdraw. Several 7-star pavilion monks also ran away in disgrace, and those casual cultivators just looked at Chen Hongyan coldly, did not appreciate it, and left. Chen Hongyan shook his head and sat down to drink again. Chen Hongyan drank to drown his sorrows and did not notice that the people on the second floor had slowly dispersed. The first floor also hung a sign saying that it was closed for business and no one was allowed in. At this time, Yunzong appeared with a jar of wine in his hand and sat in front of Chen Hongyan. Who are you? Yunzong Shu, the owner of Sifang Juno. Your name is not Yunzong Shu. I know you. You are Yunzang, the shame of the Yun family. Senior brother Yun, you won't forget me too, right? No. Yunzang nodded. Not many people knew his identity, but Chen Hongyan was definitely one of them. The senior executives of the 7-star pavilion all knew about it, not to mention that Yunzang was not much older than Chen Hongyan. When Yunzang was famous in the 7-star pavilion, he was unrivaled. At that time, Chen Hongyan had already entered the sect, so he naturally heard of Yunzang's name. Brother Yun, what did you want to see me about? For a drink? Just for a drink? Yes, those casual cultivators are regular customers of my store. Brother Chen helped them, which means he helped me keep a few regular customers. So please have a drink, Brother Chen. Thank you very much. Chen Hongyan didn't hesitate to pick up the wine and drink. Yunzang didn't say much either. The two of them drank one glass after another. After a long time, Chen Hongyan left drunk. Yunzang asked a servant to send him downstairs. Chen Hongyan knows your identity, and he is wary of you. I know, don't worry, take your time. Yunzang nodded. Some people in the Yun family hated him very much, and spread a lot of rumors about him before, so it was normal for the top management of the 7-star pavilion to be wary of him. In the following half a month, Chen Hongyan came to Sifangju more and more often, because he had been completely sidelined in the law enforcement hall. Chen Hongyan had offended too many people, and some senior officials did not dare to let him advance to the next level. If Chen Hongyan advanced to the golden body stage, it would be difficult to control him, so they secretly united and sidelined Chen Hongyan. Without people to help him do things, Chen Hongyan's orders could not leave the law enforcement hall at all, and without political achievements, there would be no rewards. Relying on salary alone, he could only barely maintain his practice, and it would certainly not be as fast as before. Moreover, this time, even the people behind him would no longer help him. The reason was very simple. Because Chen Hongyan was ruthless and selfless, he had offended many of his own people. Even his master did not dare to help him openly. The frustration in his career made Chen Hongyan even more distressed. He didn't know why the 7-star pavilion had become like this. Obviously, what he did was right, so why didn't anyone understand him? So he could only choose to drown his sorrows in alcohol. Every time Chen Hongyan came, Yunzang would give him a jar of wine and collect all kinds of delicacies. Every time he came, Yunzang spoke very little and would leave after sitting for a while. However, Chen Hongyan began to talk more. He had a lot of things on his mind and had nowhere to tell them. Seeing Yunzang was silent, he gradually regarded Yunzang as a person to confide in and poured out his grievances. One day, Yunzang wanted to leave after giving him wine again, but Chen Hongyan kept Yunzang. Yunzang also sat down and winked at the shopkeeper, who slowly cleared the guests out of the store. Brother Chen, I have heard you complain for many days, and I actually have some opinions. Brother Yun, please speak. Okay, but sober up first. I don't want to say what I said to a drunkard. Okay. Chen Hongyan circulated his mysterious energy, and a white mist rose from his body. Most of the alcohol disappeared without a trace, and he became sober. The thing that Brother Chen is confused about is that the 7-star pavilion doesn't understand Brother Chen's painstaking efforts. After all, Brother Chen's heart for the 7-star pavilion is evident to all, and he has really put in all his efforts. Yes, I don't understand. I know why. Please help me, Brother Yun. Brother Chen, do you know Lin Xiao from Nanzhao? Lin Xiao led the Nanzhao army to break through countless sects in Zhangzhou and station troops in the Shenmu sect's territory. He is very famous. How could I not know him? Then do you know some of Lin Xiao's famous sayings, Brother Chen? Lin Xiao once said that the but determines the head. Brother Chen, don't think this is vulgar. This sentence can actually explain many behaviors of various sects. The but represents the position of which interest group we stand in, and the head represents our thoughts and behaviors. So which side our but sits on, our behavior will actively safeguard the interests of that side. Take the matter of the True Spirit battleship for example. Do the high-level officials of the Immortal Alliance really not know that this is a matter that harms the harmony of heaven and earth? They know, but why do they do this? The reason is that Lin Xiao raided the Wanzhou Gate and robbed the Immortal Alliance super battleship. In order to protect its own interests, the Immortal Alliance must have a battleship that can fight against the super battleship, so it supports the Wanzhou Gate to build the True Spirit battleship. Brother Yun, are you supporting the Immortal Alliance? No, it's just an example. Yun just wants to tell Brother Chen why they did this, because in their opinion, this is nothing wrong. Similarly, the hoarding of rice and the panic is also the same. In Brother Chen's opinion, they are unforgivable bad guys, but for those dudes, this is nothing more than an opportunity to make money, just a transaction. You and I are willing, and you are not forced to buy. You can choose not to buy. As for him getting the news in advance and hoarding a large amount of spiritual rice, they think they should do this because they have a good background and elders. Don't say it anymore, Chen Hongyan growled. He couldn't listen any longer because he suddenly realized that according to this theory, such things would not only not decrease in the future, but would increase in number. Especially when the offensive of the 5 Continents Alliance became more and more urgent, they would do more things without any bottom line. Brother Chen, running away is shameful and useless. As cultivators, we should shoulder our mission. Shoulder a mission? Yes, it is a mission. Every generation has its own mission. Millions of years ago, the human race was in decline, and the mission of that generation was to carve out a new world for the human race, so the Green Emperor came into the world. Hundreds of thousands of years later, the demon race counterattacked, and the human race was once again in danger, so the Hao Emperor appeared. More than 200,000 years ago, the evil dragon was rampant and eventually earned the name of the Jade Emperor. In our generation, we naturally have our mission. What is our mission? Correct the original source, unite as one, and create a glorious cause for the human race. Correct the original source. Brother Chen, who do you think caused the war in the world of immortal cultivation nowadays? Yunzang spoke slowly. He said so much, just to bring up the topic to the essence of the war. In the eyes of many people, this war was fought inexplicably. Although the relationship between the 7 sects of the Immortal Alliance and the 3 sects of Kunlun was not very good, it was not bad either. Why did they fight? But if we use the interests to explain it, it makes sense. For hundreds of thousands of years, all the ascended monks came from the 3 Kunlun sects. Although the other 7 sects have been passed down for many years, they have stopped at the supreme realm and can never ascend. Therefore, the 7 Supremes think that the 3 Kunlun sects control the road to ascension and cannot be dealt with, so they want to defeat the 3 sects and seize the secret of ascension. The reason is so simple. It has nothing to do with other righteousness. To put it bluntly, it is similar to the killing and robbing of treasures in the world of immortal cultivation. The 7 sects saw that the 3 sects had what they didn't have, so they started a war to rob. And the killing and robbing of treasures is defined as evil in the world of immortal cultivation, which is intolerable in all mainstream immortal cultivation circles, thus defining the entire Immortal Alliance as evil. Chen Hongyan didn't understand the trap, but when he heard Yunzang's words, he suddenly felt sick in his heart, because he also felt that the Immortal Alliance was so evil. And with this preconceived idea, many things can be explained clearly later. He even felt that the hoarding of goods and the previous rice panic incident was led by the Immortal Alliance. Just like what the casual cultivators said that day, they fought to plunder the wealth of casual cultivators and robbed others. Thinking of this, Chen Hongyan remained silent, and Yunzang stopped talking and continued to drink. He did not expect to brainwash Chen Hongyan in one go. However, in the following days, every time Chen Hongyan came to drink, Yunzang would invite him to the private room and tell him some theories. Chen Hongyan became more and more superstitious about Yunzang's theory. He had already developed the idea that the Immortal Alliance was evil. Although the 5 Continents Alliance was not much better, he felt that he was a good person. Since all the forces in the world were bad people, I would come to correct the source, sweep away all the demons and monsters, and build a beautiful world. This desire became stronger and stronger, and Chen Hongyan trusted Yunzang more and more, because he felt that Yunzang was his confidant and friend, and his fellow traveler. Otherwise, why would he tell him these things? Many of Yunzang's theories came from Lin Xiao's mouth, and Chen Hongyan became more and more curious about Lin Xiao, and admired him more and more. He didn't know what kind of person he was, who would have so many far-sighted ideas and such deep thoughts. He had a great urge to meet Lin Xiao. It will be enough to raise him a little longer. Don't forget the mission and the Li family's affairs. Don't worry, no problem. Chen Hongyan is a senior executive of the 7 Stars Pavilion, and he must know a lot of secrets. I will slowly dig them out. Menki reminded Yunzang not to forget the previous mission. Yunzang replied that this was related to his breakthrough in the Golden Body period, so naturally he dared not forget it. Chapter 810, The History of. When Yunzang was trying to instigate Chen Hongyan, Lin Xiao was practicing in the Nansao camp. Lin Xiao was busy with the war. Apart from absorbing purple key every day, he had not practiced for a long time, and felt a little strange. As for the public opinion offensive of the Immortal Alliance, Lin Xiao continued to hand it over to Bu Yanxiang. Although Lin Xiao was keen on the centralized system, he knew how to delegate power, and would train people. Bu Yanxiang did a good job, so Lin Xiao delegated power. In the face of the public opinion offensive of the Immortal Alliance, Bu Yanxiang also did a good job. The Immortal Alliance accused the 5 Continents Alliance of exploiting the casual cultivators, and Bu Yanxiang's reply was that this was entirely the Immortal Alliance's fault. Why did the 5 Continents Alliance do this? Isn't it because your Immortal Alliance is driving up the price? You must know that the spiritual rice of the 5 Continents Alliance is also limited. It can feed all the cultivators in its own territory, but it cannot feed the cultivators of the entire central continent. If the 5 Continents Alliance does not raise the price, then the price difference between the two sides will be too large, which will lead to rampant smuggling, and the spiritual rice in the 5 Continents Alliance will be smuggled to the Immortal Alliance. Once the amount of smuggling is too much, the 5 Continents Alliance will have insufficient spiritual rice. At that time, the price will not only increase a little, but may soar several times again, causing the scattered cultivators in the 5 Continents Alliance to suffer more losses. After a series of perverse explanations, the people of the Immortal Alliance were so angry that they almost vomited blood. This perverse reasoning was not convincing at all, but the key was that the scattered cultivators believed it. You know, at any time, the price of spiritual rice on the 5 Continents Alliance side is lower than that of the Immortal Alliance. If they really deliberately exploited it, they could have raised it to the same price as the Immortal Alliance. The Immortal Alliance lost another move and immediately changed its mind. It once again insisted that the 5 Continents Alliance had robbed the scattered cultivators of their wealth through spiritual rice exploitation, and fabricated a revenue statistics, saying that they had squeezed the scattered cultivators of billions of Zuan crystals, which was unforgivable and unforgivable. The Immortal Alliance had prepared many backup plans, waiting for the Five Continents Alliance to deny it, but unexpectedly, Bu Yanxiang did not go through the Five Continents Alliance this time, but announced on behalf of the South Continent Alliance to admit the matter, and explained that the previous price increase was to protect the independent cultivators under its command, so it had to do so. Now that the price on the Immortal Alliance has dropped, the South Continent Alliance must not only lower the price, but also use the profits it had previously obtained to subsidize the independent cultivators and feed back the independent cultivators. How to feed back is naturally to subsidize the price of spiritual rice, and to lower the price to a point lower than that of the Immortal Alliance. Before the war, the price of spiritual rice in Zhangzhou was 50 kilograms of black crystal per piece. During the war, it was about 30 kilograms of black crystal per piece. Before that, because of rumors, the price soared to about 10 kilograms of black crystal per piece. Now the price of spiritual rice has dropped a lot, about 25 or 26 kilograms per piece of black crystal. South Continent announced that all spiritual rice sold by the South Continent Alliance is 35 kilograms of black crystal per piece, which has dropped by about 1/3 at once. The announcement of the South Continent Alliance immediately shocked the entire world of immortal cultivation. The news spread throughout Zhangzhou in an instant. Even Kunlun sent a letter to ask what was going on. Such a subsidy would cause great losses to the Five Continents Alliance. Bu Yanxiang replied to Lu Liyuan seriously and told him that the Immortal Alliance had caused millions of scattered cultivators to flee to the Five Continents Alliance because of the rice panic. However, due to some measures taken by the Immortal Alliance, this exodus began to slow down, so they had to attract more scattered cultivators. Casual cultivators are an important source of wealth for the Immortal Sects. Any force in Zhangzhou has its own market or city, which is an important part of their income. They create wealth for the sect through real estate, entry fees, trade, etc. in the market city. Only with scattered cultivators can there be businesses, and only with businesses can cities prosper. Without scattered cultivators, there is nothing. Now that we have finally seized an opportunity, we must make full use of it. It would be best to pull more than half of the scattered cultivators of the Immortal Alliance over so that they can't even find people to farm. If the Immortal Alliance is willing to compete with them in consumption, that would be even better. Is the Five Continents Alliance still afraid? As for Weinensau was the first to release it, it was because this matter was detrimental to the interests of all sects, and the other sects might not agree, so he had to take the initiative. Lu Liyuan received Bu Yanxiang's reply and thought it made sense, so the Five Continents Alliance also issued a notice, adopting the same strategy as the South Continent Alliance, lowering the price of spiritual rice, and feeding back to the scattered cultivators. At this time, the escape tide of scattered cultivators in the Immortal Alliance had just decreased a little. This news came down like a boulder falling into a pond, stirring up countless splashes. Countless scattered cultivators who were still hesitating also decided to live in the Five Continents Alliance. After all, for scattered cultivators, no matter where they are making a living. The cost of living in the Five Continents Alliance is lower, so why not go? As soon as this move came out, the top leaders of the Immortal Alliance were once again furious and vomited blood. Tang Xuan received many emergency letters. Due to the large-scale escape of scattered cultivators, many towns and small cities have suffered heavy losses and are about to go bankrupt. You have to know that it costs money for each sect to run a market and a city. They have to cultivate spiritual veins, set up and maintain protective formations, and have people guard and manage them. All of these cost money. Now that the scattered cultivators have run away, no one lives in the houses they built, and the entry fee is gone. The key is that the merchants can't make money, so they have to withdraw, and the taxes are gone. Small and medium-sized forces are in a state of emergency, and the big cities under the big forces are not optimistic. The big cities such as Zhuanayang City and Jiangsu City, which originally had a population of over 1 million, have now reduced their population by about half. Small and medium-sized businesses have gone bankrupt, and big businesses are barely supporting. Tang Xuan predicted that at least tens of millions of scattered cultivators under the command of the Immortal Alliance have entered the Five Continents Alliance, which has caused extremely serious effects. If the sects do not have these wealth incomes, then in less than 5 years, they will not be able to take out a piece of Xuanjing to fight. So Tang Xuan immediately ordered the sects of the Immortal Alliance to lower the price of spiritual rice, and it must be lower than that of the 5 Continents Alliance. Don't you charge 35 kilograms of spiritual rice for 1 Xuanjing? Then I will charge 40 kilograms of spiritual rice for 1 Xuanjing, and I will fight a price war with you. By doing so, the Xuanjing purchased by the Immortal Alliance from Deng Xiao would become a loss, and the wealth of the Immortal Alliance would evaporate significantly. But the Immortal Alliance had no other choice. The 5 Continents Alliance was overjoyed to see that the Immortal Alliance had been deceived, and then continued to lower the price. The two sides went back and forth, and soon the price was reduced to the price of 1 Xuanjing for 50 kilograms of spiritual rice. At this point, no one dared to lower the price anymore, because at this price, the profit of planting spiritual rice for both parties was gone. Originally, there was not much profit in planting spiritual rice, so the forces in Zhangzhou rarely planted it. They all used the spiritual fields to plant spiritual medicines and spiritual herbs, and then went to some places with backward cultivation levels to exchange for spiritual rice. Now the price of farming has skyrocketed, and there is really no profit at all. However, since the Immortal Alliance has entered this battle chariot of consumption, the 5 Continents Alliance is unwilling to let the Immortal Alliance go easily. Soon, Bu Yunshan, with the consent of the high-level officials of Nanzhao, took out a large number of skills and martial arts from the spoils, and sold them to the independent cultivators at a very low price, once again under the beautiful name of feeding back to the independent cultivators. The gap between the independent cultivators and the cultivators of various sects is a comprehensive gap, and the same is true in terms of skills and martial arts. The vast majority of independent cultivators practice yellow-level garbage skills, and only a few independent cultivators with good luck can obtain high-level skills. The Nanzhao army went south, and defeated many forces, and obtained a lot of skills and martial arts. All the sects in the countries of Nanzhao copied a copy, and the value of these skills and martial arts was already very low for them. The Nanzhao Alliance took out a large number of Zuan level and even Earth level skills to give benefits to independent cultivators. All of a sudden, the Tiansheng Sect and the Immortal Alliance sect were stunned, because they did not have so many spoils of war. Their skills and martial arts were all saved by themselves with great difficulty. The collection is one of the foundations of the sect. How can they be as generous as the Nanzhao side? It's so damn hateful. Of course, the low-priced martial arts sold by the South Continent Alliance also had a small additional requirement. That is, after buying the martial arts at a low price, it must not be spread at will, and the buyer must not live in the territory of the Immortal Alliance within 10 years, and must swear with the heart of Tao. No one except spies would refuse this request, and they happily agreed to it. Now the casual cultivators are looking forward to the two sides continuing to fight and consume, because this is completely a benefit for the casual cultivators. For the first time, the casual cultivators even feel that they are so important. After the emergency consultation of the 5 Continents Alliance, the various sects headed by Kunlun also pinched their noses and accepted it. Although they did not have so many spoils, they had rich collections, and it was not a bad idea to sell some less important martial arts. However, their actions were soon known to the Immortal Alliance, and they followed suit, thinking that they could sell a batch of martial arts at a low price, and they didn't care whether they could attract independent cultivators to come back. At least the independent cultivators in the country could not run away. After several rounds of consumption, the independent cultivators received the best treatment in history, but the Immortal Alliance was about to collapse. The sect had only a few advantages over independent cultivators. If they continued to fight, they would really be overwhelmed. If the contradictions between the two sides were not irreconcilable, Tang Xuan would have admitted defeat. He couldn't afford it. After several rounds, several months had passed, and the spiritual valleys of both sides were ready for harvesting. This time, both sides protected the spiritual valleys very strictly, and it was impossible to destroy them on a large scale like last year. After all, the spiritual valleys were now very important and valuable to both sides. If they didn't have spiritual valleys, they could only purchase them from outside. The price difference would be enough to kill them. After a few months, Lin Xiao also came out of retreat. After all, it was a war period, and Lin Xiao didn't dare to go too deep. He just went through a small retreat. After Lin Xiao came out of retreat, he was very happy to learn about Bu Yanxiang's performance in the past few months. Bu Yanxiang's ability was enough to show that he was capable of taking charge of things on his own. As long as his cultivation level improved a little more, he could be sent out to do things. However, Lin Xiao had some additions to the consumption strategy. Soon, Lin Xiao announced a new plan, which Lin Xiao named the Preaching Plan. Lin Xiao selected Lingguang period monks and set up hundreds of preaching platforms in the areas controlled by the South Continent Alliance. He asked the Lingguang period monks to preach on the platform, explaining the martial arts and the difficulties and techniques of cultivation. It was free, and both casual cultivators and South Continent monks could listen. It was once a month, and each time lasted 2 days. Several 8th level monks of the South Continent Alliance, including Lin Xiao himself, preached to the monks above the Lingguang period. Of course, this time it was limited to the monks of the South Continent Alliance. The fees were deducted by military merits. As soon as this news came out, the independent cultivators were excited. Treatment, martial arts skills, preaching, and everything in Nansha were provided. Apart from the offerings, there was not much difference between them and the cultivators and the sects. Undoubtedly, this was the best era in the history of independent cultivators. Chapter 811, Prosperity and Decline. In the Nansha camp, a high platform stood. A Lingguang monk from the Xianyu sect was sitting on the platform, explaining the practice of a martial art to his disciples. Below the platform, thousands of monks were silent and listening to the man's explanation with full concentration. And just 20 miles to the east of them was the camp of the Lin Xiao sect of the Immortal Alliance. The patrol teams of both sides were sometimes only 1 or 2 miles apart. When patrolling together, with the eyesight of the immortals, they could even see each other's appearance. Focus, be careful of the sneak attacks of those bastards on the opposite side. Don't be envious, it will be our turn tomorrow. The patrol leader saw that a monk was distracted, and his eyes kept looking towards the camp, and he shouted immediately. The arrangement of the leader Lin has always been safe and unbiased. Today they are patrolling and preparing for war, and tomorrow it will be their turn to listen to the sermon. There are hundreds of similar preaching platforms distributed all over the place. If it is in the city market, even casual cultivators can come. In those places, these preaching monks are more popular, and there are often tens of thousands of listeners. In Lin Xiao's tent, an 8th level cultivator from Kunlun was also preaching. The cultivation level of the listeners was immediately raised a lot. Only those above the spiritual light level could listen. 2 hours later, the preaching ended. The cultivator bowed to Lin Xiao, saluted, and left. As supporting cultivators, they had little power in the South Continent Alliance, and did not participate in the jurisdiction of specific affairs, so when there was no war, they became very idle. Yan Shuang, are the gifts ready? To the leader, they are ready. Send them to fellow Daoist Chen in the evening. Yes, leader. Lin Xiao nodded. Listening to the sermon was charged, so preaching could not be free. Lin Xiao wanted to give gifts to the fellow Taoists in Kunlun. As for Lin Xiao and Ma Langfei, forget it. They were family members, and could not accept money. Greetings, Alliance leader Lin. Seeing Lin Xiao coming, the high-level cultivators of the South Continent Alliance saluted one after another, looking at Lin Xiao with eyes full of gratitude and admiration. The foundation of the high-level of the countries and sects in South Continent is weak. Many people are confused about how to go to the Shengsu period, Jinshan period, and Ongxuan period, lacking the guidance of their elders. Now Lin Xiao took the opportunity to drag down the Immortal Alliance and let the high-level cultivators preach to them. This is to give them an opportunity, and everyone cherishes it very much. If it weren't for the war, they would have been unable to find Ongxuan period cultivators to solve their doubts without paying a huge price, and even if they had money, they couldn't find anyone. No need to be polite, this alliance leader has been in seclusion for many months, and hasn't been on patrol for a long time. The cultivators on duty today will leave first, and those who are not on duty can follow this alliance leader. Yes, alliance leader Lin. Most of the people left, and the remaining 20 or 30 people followed Lin Xiao. Before they left the camp, Ma Langfei also followed. Alliance Master Lin Ancestor Ma, are you interested in joining us for the inspection? Nothing to do anyway. Let's go take a look, Ancestor Ma. Please, Alliance Master Lin. Please. The group flew all the way and soon arrived in the hinterland controlled by the Nanzhao camp. The first stop was Lingmu City. Now Lingmu City is the largest city under the control of Nanzhao, and its population is even larger than before the war, with 700,000 to 800,000 people. All this was naturally due to the Xianmeng's tricks, which allowed tens of millions of independent cultivators to escape from their territory, and more than 3 million entered the territory controlled by Nanzhao, greatly prospering the economy of the territory controlled by Nanzhao. Greetings, Alliance Leader Lin, and all the senior Daoists. Fellow Daoist son, there's no need to be so polite. I've heard reports that Lingmu City has recovered well. How's the situation now? The situation is very good. Lingmu City has surpassed its pre-war prosperity, and there are still independent cultivators coming here all the time. The city is almost overwhelmed. All kinds of shops have been reopened, but no large businesses have moved in yet. It doesn't matter. The independent cultivators are poor and their cultivation is low. Large businesses don't play a big role. It's enough to meet the needs of independent cultivators. What about the management of Lingmu City? How's it going? It has also recovered, and we need to thank the disciples of Xianyang City for their help. You have made great contributions too. Remember, you must train more disciples. You can't just rely on the people of Xianyang City. Okay. Understood. I will arrange training for people after the daily duty. That's good. Let's go into the city to take a look. Lin Xiao nodded. Xianyang City played a very good leading role in Nanzhao. Its administration was efficient and clean. Lingmu City's management was transformed from the military, so it was inevitable that it could not keep up. Therefore, Lin Xiao specially transferred hundreds of people from Xianyang City to train Lingmu City's management personnel and improve their level. Hello, Alliance Leader Lin. Thank you. Alliance Leader Lin. Alliance Leader Lin is merciful. Sinexiu Mugen has met Alliance Leader Lin. Lin Xiao and others had high cultivation and extraordinary momentum. Soon, some Sinexiu noticed them, and some recognized Lin Xiao. Suddenly, waves of cheers came, and Lin Xiao also bowed to the four directions in response. Now that Sinexiu has reached the best era in history, most of these merits are Lin Xiao's, and Bu Yanxiang also publicized it, and pushed all the credit to Lin Xiao, which made Lin Xiao's reputation infinitely high, and he was cheered wherever he went. Lin Xiao and others walked most of Lingmu City, and Lin Xiao was very satisfied. If you don't look elsewhere, Lingmu City is indeed as prosperous as before the war. Friend son, I see there are still many fortresses in the city, which have hindered the city's prosperity. Should we demolish them? Alliance Master Lin, this, before, that, you can also say something. Alliance Master Lin, I'm in favor of demolition. Judging from the current situation, the Immortal Alliance is doomed. Lingmu City is our rear base. We don't have to worry about safety issues. We should focus on developing the economy. That's right. According to Alliance Master Lin, we don't need to occupy it for a long time. Let's make some money first. Then it's up to you all. I will arrange for people to demolish it tomorrow. Friend son, what is the current income situation of Lingmu City? How much can be expected this year? It should be no less than 50 million Zuan crystals. According to the Alliance, all commercial taxes in the city will be exempted within 3 years, leaving only some city entry fees and rental income, and the rental of houses is also very cheap, 30% of the pre-war period. If 3 years later, the income of Lingmu City will not be less than 200 million Zuan crystals. Very good, but you have to find someone to do the data for these exempted things, and then someone will help us pay for it. Yes, Alliance Leader Lin. Nothing else. You are busy. We have to leave. Alliance Leader Lin. I have prepared a banquet. Please come to me. Well, lead the way. Lin Xiao saw that he was very nervous, and it was not good to not give him face, so he took people there. After eating and drinking, Lin Xiao led people to leave. Then Lin Xiao led people to inspect several other small cities and some market towns. Now that the Shenmu sect's territory has all recovered, not only has Lingmu City returned to normal, but even the large and small market towns have reopened. Of course, all these things are controlled by the Nanzhao camp. Although they have been exempted from taxes for 3 years, the income is still very considerable. Although the independent cultivators are poor, they are numerous after all. Now there are no less than 6 million independent cultivators in the original Shenmu sect's territory. The wealth brought by these people is still extremely large. Some independent cultivators with some strength have also taken the opportunity to open shops and circulate supplies. Everyone, you are from various countries and sects in Nanzhao. I want to test you. We have inspected all the territories we occupied in the past few days. Have you found any business opportunities? I know. Ancestor Ma, please speak. When the war starts, prices soar. Especially the exchange of materials is inconvenient. Except for the spiritual rice that we support, all things are more expensive than in Nanzhao. If we sell things from Nanzhao, it will definitely be profitable. Ancestor Ma is right. Alliance leader Lin, we have thought about selling materials from Nanzhao a long time ago. Now the transactions in various places are all driven by the things on our Nanzhao cultivators. This approach is not profitable. No matter how much things we have, it is not much, but we have them at home. This idea is correct, but Nanzhao has more than 100 countries and tens of thousands of sects. The big countries and sects naturally have the ability to transport hundreds of thousands of miles to trade here, but the small countries and sects don't have this ability. We big countries eat meat, and we can't forget the small countries. We have to give them a sip of soup. Yes, Alliance leader Lin is right. Please give the order directly. We trust Alliance leader Lin. Alliance leader Lin, give the order. We all believe in you. Okay, I'll say it directly. I have decided to set up a temporary business. The capital and manpower will all be provided by the South Continent Alliance. A receiving station will be set up in Tiansheng City, and a shipping terminal will be established in Lingmu City. All countries and sects can bring their own goods to Tiansheng City. The business will purchase them at a unified price, and then organize people to transport them to Lingmu City. The Lingmu City terminal will then distribute them to various small cities and various markets for sale. Anyway, no matter where they are controlled by our alliance and we have the final say on the territory. All profits of the business belong to the South Continent Alliance and are shared by everyone to support the war and the consumption of the army. Any surplus in the future will be used as trophies and used for awards and pensions. Any surplus will be distributed according to the contribution of each country and each family. How about it? Okay, I agree, Alliance leader Lin. What a great idea, everyone agreed. The army of Nanzhao was originally recruited according to the strength of each country. The stronger the country, the more troops it sent, and the more benefits it would get in the future. Of course, this would cause Kikin to lose some benefits, but the loss was limited, and they would not undermine Lin Xiao. In this case, I will order that 100 million Zuan crystals be taken out from our spoils of war as startup capital. As for the troops, according to the previous rules, each country and sect will recommend them, and then the alliance will send people to investigate. Those who are considered reliable can be taken into the company. Lin Xiao nodded. In Lin Xiao's cognition, the war in central China would not last long, and it was estimated that it would be within 20 years. The Five Continents Alliance had already established its advantage, and it was time to reap the benefits. Of course, benefits must be gained, and reputation must also be brushed. After a series of operations, Lin Xiao has actually become the co-leader of Nanzhao. Except for Qin, which still has some grudges, the other countries have completely recognized Lin Xiao. Chapter 812. Tang Xuan inspects the Immortal Alliance. The economy of the Shenmu sect controlled by the Nanzhao army is booming. This kind of thing cannot be concealed. The Immortal Alliance has sent countless spies among the scattered cultivators to report to the Immortal Alliance at any time. When Lin Xiao was inspecting the territory, Tang Xuan was also inspecting the territory with the high-level members of the Immortal Alliance, but the faces of a group of people were extremely ugly because the economy was much worse. Especially some big cities, which used to be overcrowded, but now half of them are empty, which immediately shows up and can't be hidden. Zuanyang City has weakened to this extent. Ancestor Chen, didn't you take any measures? Privately, Tang Xuan said to Qin Kaixing that among the many big cities, Zuanyang City was the most weakened. It was unknown whether there were still 500,000 people out of a million people. We have taken all the measures we should take, but we can't stop them. Lin Xiao has a blood feud with our Tiansheng Sect and has been threatening to massacre the city after conquering Zhuanang City. Now the morale of the Nansha army is high, and the independent cultivators feel that we are no match for it and will lose sooner or later. Who dares to stay here? Now the population of the city is only more than 400,000, and it is still decreasing. In the end, it is estimated that only the troops of our Tiansheng Sect's vassal forces and those involved with us will be left. The independent cultivators will probably run away. Then there will not even be 400,000 people. A little over 300,000 at most. Then what about the taxes? What can we do? It's going to fall below 300 million this year, Chen Kaixing said helplessly. In the past, the annual income of Zhuanang City could exceed 1 billion, which was the largest income for the Tiansheng Sect. Now it has decreased by about 70%, and the Tiansheng Sect can't hold on any longer. How is the cultivation of spiritual grain and low-level spiritual medicine? We don't have enough manpower to grow spiritual grain, and we are still growing the low-level spiritual medicines ourselves. They've already been harvested, so we can still hold on for the time being. In another 3 or 4 months, the spiritual grain we've harvested will be exhausted again, and we'll have to buy from Deng Xiao then. I don't know how to negotiate the price this year, Tang Xuan replied. It's impossible for Deng Xiao to sell spiritual rice for 50 kilograms of mysterious crystal. Even if they were willing, high-level spiritual objects would have to be reduced in price. All in all, the Immortal Alliance is estimated to lose more than 10 billion mysterious crystals. How can they hold on if things go on like this? Ancestor Tang, Zhuanang City can still be stabilized, but the small and medium-sized markets below can no longer hold on. Some markets have less than 30 cultivators entering every day, and most of the shops are closed. Not only are they earning nothing, they are also losing money. Now even the cultivators on the front lines are full of complaints and are worried about the rear. If no measures are taken, I'm afraid something will happen, Chen Kaixing replied. Tiansheng Sect has many vassal forces, and they have advised Chen Kaixing many times. They are starving at home, and if Tiansheng Sect cannot solve the problem, they will run away. Regardless of whether they will join the Immortal Alliance or not, they can't just abandon their homes. They don't have such noble sentiments. Cancel the merger. The small cities can merge with each other, or integrate into the big city. As for the benefits, humane sects must provide guidance, and not let the small forces suffer too much. Try to be fair and just. So the people you send out must be honest, and must not make mistakes. Now is the time for the survival of our Immortal Alliance. I know. I'll send people to do it. Patriarch Tang, when do you think the turning point will come? It's almost there. There will be progress. Just hold on a little longer. According to the current situation, we will have no problem holding on for another 10 or 8 years. Don't worry too much. The 6 sects of the Immortal Alliance are one. We will not sit idly by, Tang Xuan replied. Of the 7 sects of the Immortal Alliance, Shenmue Sect no longer plays with them, and Suyu Sect and the others naturally won't count on Shenmue Sect. In the past 2 years, Shenmue Sect has closed its mountain gate, and it seems that they don't care anymore. They have also withdrawn a large number of troops. There are less than 300,000 people at the Shenmue Sect's mountain gate now. As soon as possible, we will have to use up our capital next. We can't consume too much. If we fail, we will be finished, Chen Kaixing replied. Except for Xi'an Temple, the 6 sects are generally unscathed and have sufficient foundation. But it is estimated that they will have to use up their capital starting next year. Once their main force is consumed too much, the vassal sects will not be able to control it. The reason why they are first-class sects is that in addition to the factor of the supreme, there are still many vassal forces that can provide them with benefits. Without vassals, they are just an ordinary sect, just like the Yi family of Emperor Heo in the past. If they also have a large number of vassals, how dare the 7 sects take action easily? Tang Xuan nodded, and then led the senior management to the 7-star pavilion for inspection. Among the 7 sects of the Immortal Alliance, the 7-star pavilion suffered the smallest loss. They only faced the Qingyang sect. The reason why they did not capture the Qingyang sect was that they did not want to suffer too much loss and were afraid of the foundation of the Qingyang sect. Ancestor Tang. Ancestor Yun, please thank you very much. Young Gu Guan personally came out to greet Tang Xuan and gave him enough courtesy. Afterwards, Tang Xuan entered the mountain gate of the 7-star pavilion. The 7-star pavilion suffered the least losses, so in the subsequent disputes, the losses were also the least. They didn't even need to hire a large number of independent cultivators to farm. They had enough people of their own, and the supplies were the most abundant. Ancestor Yun, how is the front line? Everything is fine. If Tiansheng Sect didn't have the foundation of the Li family, it would not be able to stop us. Now we have 1 million troops stockpiling on the front line, and most of Tiansheng Sect's strength has been involved by us. The only variable is the secret realm. If the Li family doesn't have the secret realm, they can't outlast us at all. So the Li family is still our breakthrough point, right? In fact, I'm more inclined to take action against the Yi family. It doesn't matter whether the secret of the Yi family is in Ymir's hands. If we destroy them, Deng Cao will be able to free up a large number of people and horses, and we can still satisfy the appetite of the 5 major academies. Young Gu Guan replied. He likes to bully the weak the most. Now among the 5 continents alliance, Haoyang Sect is the weakest. He has always proposed to destroy Haoyang Sect and completely pull Deng Cao into the chariot of the Immortal Alliance, instead of being independent of the Immortal Alliance and sucking their blood to grow stronger. I agree with this plan. Really? Young Gu Guang was very surprised. He proposed this plan a long time ago, and Tang Xuan had always disagreed. I don't know why he suddenly agreed. Brother Yun, to be honest, I'm very worried about our future. In terms of strength, we can no longer compete with the 5 continents alliance. We still have some cards up our sleeves, but they have more. Just look at the Wengsun sect. They have more than 28th level cultivators at a time. Do the 6 of us have that many combined? No, Xi'an Temple has been half depleted. We don't know if we can make up for the loss of high level cultivators in 1,000 years. Patriarch Tang is too worried. It's not that I'm worried, but the reality. I've walked all the way from Shiansu City, and all I've seen are dilapidated scenes. Our families combined have only tens of millions of independent cultivators, and more than half of them have run away. We never paid attention to independent cultivators before, and we didn't know that so much wealth was contributed by independent cultivators. Alas. Ancestor Tang, I think you've fallen into Lin Xiao's trap. Brother Yun, what do you mean? I admit that Lin Xiao is a man of great talent. We also admit that we have never taken the means of war of attrition, war of public opinion, and economic warfare seriously before, but don't forget that all these conspiracies and tricks are based on strength. The Immortal Alliance is certainly no match for them, but how much will it cost them to completely defeat us? That's why they would resort to these tricks. Lin Xiao's conspiracy is not to fight us head on, but to engage in conspiracies and tricks behind the scenes. They are stronger than us in this aspect. As long as we play with him, we will definitely lose. Ancestor Tang, the reason why we were defeated in the war of attrition and war of public opinion is because we use the means we are least good at to compare with the means he is best at. Can we win? This, but Brother Yun, if we don't fight, we will lose even more miserably. That being said, we also have to play to our strengths. Our advantage is that our territories are connected, and our strength can be combined into a fist. This is our advantage. If we follow our plan, Tiansheng Sect and Haoyang Sect will be our targets, not the 3 Kunlun sects. But if we attack them, the 3 Kunlun sects will not sit idly by. So we have to be fast, so fast that they can't react, and kill them directly like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. Does Ancestor Yun have a plan? Yes, I asked Ancestor Tang to come here to discuss this plan. Ancestor Yun, please speak. I hope Ancestor Tang will support our 7-star pavilion to take down the Li family secret realm and the Haoyang Sect in one fell swoop. Young Gu Guan replied that Li Changqiu had been exploring the East China Sea for a long time, and the Li family had also responded. After discussion among the top leaders of the 7-star pavilion, they all agreed that the 7-star pavilion was unlikely to monopolize the benefits. In this case, they would follow the previous plan and divide the profits equally among the 7 families. Of course, the Shenmu sect would have to reconsider. They could win over Muan Qiu and give him the secret of ascension, but the Shenmue sect would not be able to think about the specific benefits because they were no longer qualified. The plan was led by the 7-star pavilion, and the 7-star pavilion could still get the biggest benefit, which was not a loss for them. How to take it down? Find an opportunity. The million-strong army on the front line of the 7-star pavilion will attack the Qingyang sect and tie down their main force. Then we can draw out another million troops to attack the East China Sea and Dongzhou. 600,000 people are definitely enough to take the Li family secret realm. The remaining 400,000 troops will cooperate with the 5 major academies and go all the way south to deal with the Haoyang sect. We don't want any of the floating wealth on Lingshan, the territory of the Haoyang sect. We only want the secrets of Emperor Hao and some high-level resources. The entire battle will be completed within a month or even half a month, catching them off guard. However, the prerequisite is that Patriarch Tang must block the main forces of Kunlun and Penglai and tie them down. At least, he must solve the worries for Dongzhou. Wanghai City cannot add any more manpower. We can do this, but has Patriarch Yun thought about the consequences? I'm afraid Kunlun won't let us digest these results. Tang Shuwen replied that young Gu Guang was thinking too simply. The 3 Kunlun sects wanted to monopolize the secret of ascension, so how could they easily digest the results of the battle? Even if the Li and Yi families were destroyed, they would need time to digest it, which they would never allow. By then, Kunlun might destroy them regardless of the consequences, so Tang Shuwen was full of doubts about this strategy. Chapter 813. Regardless of everything, the strategy of the 7-star pavilion is full of adventure and gambling, which is not very agreeable to Tang Shuwen, who has always been steady. There is no problem in attacking the Li family secret realm and the Haoyang sect at the same time, but it is not enough to just fight. This is the so-called making money when you have a chance and spending money when you don't. Tang Shuwen does not agree with this. Ancestor Tang, you have said that we can't win. We will die anyway, so why not give it a try? Ancestor Yun, you and I are both high-ranking members of the sect. We can't gamble with the lives of hundreds of thousands of disciples. Why can't we gamble? If we win, we have a future. If we lose, we will die at most. If we don't gamble, won't we lose? Can the 3 Kunlun sects spare the low-level disciples, and can they spare us? Young Gu Guang's face flushed, and he was very excited. He seemed a little vicious. He was gambling on the fate of the country. If he won, he would have everything, and even those of them in the Dongzhou period would have the hope of becoming immortals. It doesn't matter if they lose the bet, they will all die anyway. The 3 Kunlun sects will definitely not massacre all of their tens of millions of people. The low-level disciples will be fine, but it's hard to say about the high-level cultivators. They basically cannot escape the word death. Kunlun will not leave such a hidden danger. The best treatment is to be imprisoned in the mountain gate of the 3 Kunlun sects until death, but that would be more painful than death. Not right, not right. Even if I agree, Chiangsuan sect, Yuxin sect, and Guangxing sect will not agree. This is really not possible. Ancestor Tang, this requires you to take action. In fact, we still have a chance. What chance? Demon Clan, do you want to use the hands of the Demon Clan to rescue us? That's right. The Demon Clan has been ready to move for more than a day or two. The 5 Continents Alliance did not directly attack us after the failure of Shenmue Sect and Xi'an Temple, because they took the Demon Clan into consideration. And why the Demon Clan has not moved yet is because our human race's losses are not big enough, and not enough people have died. Once the 5 Continents Alliance attacks with all their strength, we will also fight to the death. The number of fallen monks will definitely exceed 10 million or 20 million. The Demon Clan should not wait until we are destroyed before taking action. When the beast tide comes, we will take the opportunity to declare a ceasefire and, in the name of righteousness, demand that the human race unite against the outside world. It doesn't matter, even if it means ceding land and paying compensation. We can give as low a posture as possible, but the secrets of the Li family and the Yi family cannot be given. By then, Kunlun might agree. When the Beast Tide War is over, it's still unclear whether we will give them what we promised. Will they still have the strength to ask us for it again? Too crazy. This is too crazy. There are too many variables. What if the demon clan refuses to send troops? Do they have to make us fight to the end before they take action? Then we will cooperate with the demon clan. Cooperation. Are you betraying the human race? No, I will never agree to this. Don't worry, Patriarch Tang, who said they really betrayed us. They are just pretending to cooperate. Once the demon clan sends troops, they can't stop. We can just regret it then. Patriarch Yun, this won't work. Tang Xuan shook his head vigorously. He found that he was still too kind and had too many bottom lines. Young Gu Guang was really a madman, a complete gambler. If this matter was exposed, the 7 sects of the Immortal Alliance would be infamous for thousands of years. The Immortal Alliance would collapse immediately. The other forces that followed them would never agree, and even the disciples of the 7 sects of the Immortal Alliance would not agree. No matter what the reason for the war within the human race, the demon race is a bottom line in the hearts of the human race. For millions of years, the idea that humans and demons are irreconcilable has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people and engraved in their bones. Even if Tang Xuan dies, he does not want to be infamous for thousands of years. Ancestor Tang, you are less than 5,000 years old this year, right? Why are you saying this? You still have at least 5,000 years to live. You won't want to die. You have very good aptitude and the possibility of advancing to the supreme. Don't you have any idea of becoming an immortal? Ancestor Yun, your words are useless to me. Tang does not want to die, but there are tens of thousands of Tang clansmen behind Tang. If I really agree to do this, the Tang family will be doomed. I can't agree to it. Okay, there is no need to dwell on this issue. There should be no problem with the plan to raid the 2 sects. Let's just take a gamble that the demon clan will not wait until we are over the war before taking action. Young Gu Guang suddenly changed his tone. If he doesn't make a decision, he will suffer the consequences. Let's not talk about anything else for now. Let's destroy Qingyang Sect and Haoyang Sect first. Once he really gets the things, he can make a profit later. If he really needs to unite with the demon clan, it will be the same for the 7-star pavilion to do it. The Immortal Alliance is one. If the 7-star pavilion does it, can the Suyu sect stay out of it? I need to think about this again. Okay, we still have a long time to think about it. I still need a long time to plan this matter. Just reply to me within half a year. Young Gu Guan replied. If the Immortal Alliance is willing to support it, then it would be good, and he will be able to do it more smoothly. But if he doesn't know, then he will do it himself. With the strength of the 7-star pavilion, it is completely no problem to destroy one of them. Anyway, he must do this. Tang Xuan also realized this problem. The 7-star pavilion is a big family with a big business. The relationship with the Immortal Alliance is not a superior subordinate relationship, but an equal cooperation. Even if Tang Xuan refuses, they will do it, including the matter of the demon clan just mentioned. This makes Tang Xuan worried. He is really afraid of being infamous for thousands of years. No one wants to be scolded forever, and no one wants their descendants to be scolded. Tang Xuan wants to stop it, but after thinking about it, he doesn't know how to stop it. Persuasion is impossible. If it is forcibly stopped, then the Immortal Alliance will be finished first. The Immortal Alliance without the support of the 7-star pavilion will be immediately broken. Tang Xuan was in no mood for the rest of the day, but he still went to inspect the various places in the 7-star pavilion. The escape of the scattered cultivators in the 7-star pavilion was also very serious, but it had little impact on the 7-star pavilion. The 7-star pavilion and its vassals could mobilize an army of 2 million, but only 1 million were needed to confront the Qingyang Sect and even maintain their advantage. The remaining 1 million people could play a huge role, whether they were stationed in Lin Xiao City or used to farm. So although their financial resources were reduced a lot, the impact was really not great. After a quick inspection, Tang Xuan left the 7-star pavilion and returned to the Suyu sect. As soon as he returned to the sect, he immediately reported to Yu Pingcheng. He could not decide on such matters, and he had to put the blame on Yu Pingcheng. Li Wuan is really crazy. How could he elevate a lunatic like Young Gu Guan to a high position? Is there no one left in the 7-star pavilion? Ancestor, what should we do? It seems that the 7-star pavilion means that, whether we agree or not, we have to implement this strategy. Let him do it. Don't express your support or opposition. Next time you talk to young Gu Guang, remember to bring the recording instrument and hide it carefully. Record the conversation and use it to prove yourself when necessary. Ancestor, this. Just do it, Xuan. I know you can't bear it, but you also have to know that, if we don't do this, we will have no hope at all. Our human race has stood in the world of immortal cultivation for more than 1 million years, and it is not so easy to destroy. Even if the Beast Tide War breaks out, at most we will lose places like South Continent and West Continent, and the impact on the Immortal Alliance will not be that big. Even if we are trapped in Central Continent, it doesn't matter. As long as we get the secret of Ascension, we can regroup and drive out the monsters. Yu Pingcheng replied. In fact, he agreed with this plan in his heart. If the Immortal Alliance was defeated, he, the Supreme Ancestor, would definitely die. There was no hope of living, but Yu Pingcheng did not want to die. He still has more than 10,000 years of life left. He also hopes to ascend to the immortal world and enjoy eternal life. The Great Dao is the most important thing in his heart. As for the immortal world, it ranks behind the Suyu sect. Even if it is destroyed, it doesn't matter. The human race has been able to expand such a large territory for hundreds of thousands of years. It will be the same at that time. As long as he wins, the immortal world may be glorious again in his hands. Maybe he can also have a celebrity love story like the King Emperor and the Hao Emperor. Ancestor, hey, I don't know what to say, just do it, Xuan. Don't blame yourself too much, blame the 3 Kunlun sects. If you want to blame someone, ascension is the right of all of us cultivators. Why do they have monopoly? The Immortal Alliance is the first to resist them. Even if we fail, there will be new first-class sects to resist them tens of thousands of years later. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. This is what Lin Xiao said. Don't you agree with it? Yes, I understand well. If you have nothing to do, go and rest. The future of Suyu sect belongs to you young people. After this matter is done, your chance to break through to the Supreme will also come. Yes, Ancestor Tang Xuan nodded. As for the big pie that Yu Pingcheng painted, he didn't appreciate it. Winning is easy, but if he loses, it's not a small matter. Not only will his life be in danger, the Tang family will also perish. And maybe it will be infamous for thousands of years. Tang Xuan returned to the main hall, not daring to tell others about this matter, carefully buried in his heart, and then he started his busy work again. Lin Xiao set up a preaching platform in the army of Nansao to preach to low-level disciples. The Immortal Alliance and the 5 Continents Alliance have not followed up on this matter. They are all very cautious. The interests of the sects are largely to squeeze small forces and independent cultivators. The skills in martial arts and cultivation experience are their advantages. Now Lin Xiao is breaking this advantage. If they also follow up, then the sect's advantage over independent cultivators and small forces will be greatly reduced, or even to the point where there is no advantage. This is digging the foundation of the major sects. If it was before, Tang Xuan would never agree to it, but after returning from the 7-star pavilion, he immediately agreed and signed an order to send it to various sects, on the grounds that they were competing on the same stage with the 5 Continents Alliance, and could not let them take away more independent cultivators. And Tang Xuan's real intention was to preserve more strength and vitality for the world of immortal cultivation. He could foresee that in the future, the major sects in the world of immortal cultivation would inevitably suffer heavy losses due to the war. So in order to resist the demon clan, they would have to rely on the strength of the independent cultivators. With the current strength of the independent cultivators, they were completely useless. Not only were they a group of scattered sand, their cultivation was too low. So from now on, if they could improve the strength of the independent cultivators by a little bit, they would do so. Chapter 814, Leader of Southern Province. In the South Continent camp in Zhangzhou, Lin Xiao was giving a lecture in the tent. In front of Lin Xiao were hundreds of cultivators above the Lingguang stage from the South Continent army, and each of them was concentrating. Dang dang dang, okay, time is up. Let's stop here today. A timer bell rang in the camp, and Lin Xiao paused after hearing it. The monthly preaching ended today, but the cultivators in the audience were still not satisfied and looked at Lin Xiao eagerly. Alliance Master Lin Xiao was about to leave, and a cultivator sitting in the corner summoned up the courage to call out. Lin Xiao stopped, turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" Alliance Master Lin, I'm Doomingly from Song State, with the 7th level of spiritual light cultivation. I still have some questions that I haven't figured out clearly, and I would like to ask Alliance Master Lin to help me solve them. Alliance Master Lin, I'm from Tiansheng Sect of Key State. Alliance Master Lin. Doomingly took the lead, and immediately many cultivators responded, standing up and introducing themselves, and they all said that they had some problems in cultivation that they had not figured out clearly, and wanted Lin Xiao to solve them again. In addition to Lin Xiao, there are 3 8th level cultivators in the Nansha army. They take turns to come once a month. This is Lin Xiao's second lecture. Undoubtedly, Lin Xiao is the most popular one, for 2 reasons. The first point is that Lin Xiao knows everything and says everything. Whether it is Kunlun supporting monks or Ma Langfei, they are a little resistant to preaching, because when they talk, they often involve some of their own secrets. Without the permission of the sect, if they leak secrets at will, it is a big crime. Therefore, the 3 of them often preach to a certain extent, and sometimes they even deliberately create some confusing places to keep their secrets, which also makes their preaching effect limited. But Lin Xiao does not have this rule here. Everything in the Tiansheng Sect is his own. What is a secret, and what is not a secret is up to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao does not have any thoughts on keeping secrets about cultivation. As long as it is not the most core secret of his family, he can say it. The second point is the way of teaching. Although Ma Langfei and the other 2 have accepted disciples and know how to teach disciples, they have very few disciples, usually within 3 or 5, and at most 10 or 8. The time of accepting disciples is also different, so they prefer the elite 1-to-1 teaching method. In the Nansha camp, there were dozens of people listening to the lectures, and hundreds of people at most. Everyone had different backgrounds, different cultivations, and different cultivation methods. This made it very difficult for them to preach. In addition, they did not put much thought into it, so the effect was naturally lower. As for Lin Xiao, he had been a training teacher in his previous life, and he knew that there was something called lesson preparation. Before giving a lecture, Lin Xiao often needed to spend several days preparing for the lesson. What Lin Xiao said was all quite representative. In addition, Lin Xiao was gentle, humorous, and tried to express himself with precise and concise words and sentences, so Lin Xiao's preaching was very effective, and everyone was very satisfied with Lin Xiao's preaching. I understand what you mean, but I have a lot of things to do, so forget about it today. You can write down your doubts and give them to Bu Yunshan. I will definitely read them carefully. When I'm free, I will talk to you one by one. How about that? Thank you, Alliance Leader Lin. Thank you, Alliance Leader Lin. Everyone stood up and bowed to express their gratitude. After Lin Xiao left, everyone took out blank jade slips, wrote down their doubts about cultivation, and gave them to Bu Yunshan. On the second day, the cultivators who were on duty yesterday became the cultivators who attended the class today. After Lin Xiao finished preaching, he still asked them to do so. Lin Xiao received hundreds of jade slips. Lin Xiao did not perfunctorily treat them. He studied these jade slips seriously. If it was a relatively simple question, Lin Xiao would write down his explanation and let Bu Yunshan give it to that person. If it was a more difficult question, he would personally call them over, explain it in person, or even demonstrate it. Lin Xiao would never keep it for himself, and treated them as his own disciples. In addition to guiding them in their cultivation, Lin Xiao would also encourage them, find out some of their shining points, and praise and encourage them. Don't underestimate this kind of encouragement. For them, it is very fortunate to be encouraged by an 8th level cultivator, which makes many people full of confidence in the future. Alliance Master Lin, am I too stupid? I asked you to explain a question several times before I understood it. Doomingly said with a red face in Lin Xiao's tent. He is the ancestor of a major sect in Song State, and the only spiritual light cultivator in their sect. In their sect, he is a high-ranking ancestor, but in front of Lin Xiao, he is as nervous as a primary school student. No, Mingwei, you are not only not stupid, but also smart. In this world, there are indeed many geniuses who can understand after listening once, and can draw inferences from one example, after listening to both sides. But how many such geniuses are there? We are not geniuses, but we have gone much further than ordinary geniuses. The reason why you don't understand some problems is not because of yourself, but because the foundation of your sect is too poor. But it doesn't matter. Now the opportunity has come. Our Nan Zhao army is invincible, and there will be a lot of spoils in the future. You should pay more attention to the list of spoils released by the logistics camp, to choose some that suit you. In my opinion, your qualifications are definitely not just the golden body stage. Even the 8th realm and the supreme realm have a good chance. You have to work hard. Yes, Alliance leader Lin Mingwei knows. Mingwei will not disturb Alliance leader Lin. Go down and have a good rest, and call the next person by the way. Lin Xiao nodded, smiled, and watched him leave, and then the next cultivator came in. Lin Xiao still explained to him patiently. Lin Xiao can preach and answer questions for at least 3 or 5 people every day, but the number of jade slips on his desk has increased instead of decreased. Those cultivators whose questions have been answered often have new questions and continue to look for Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao did not refuse. Of course, these jade slips must be put at the end, and there must be a first come first served. Lin Xiao does this for his own benefit. On the one hand, it increases his knowledge and experience. Seeing so many people's problems in cultivation is also very helpful to Lin Xiao. He can continue to improve his own original practice method, and even Bu Yanxiang and others can benefit from it. The second point is naturally related to the system upgrade. The next upgrade system requires Lin Xiao to become the co-lord of Nanzhao, and the necessary condition for becoming the co-lord of Nanzhao is to make the major forces in Nanzhao sincerely convinced and respect Lin Xiao. Therefore, Lin Xiao had been giving benefits to all the sects in Nanzhao before, and the benefits were shared equally. Now it was considered strengthened. Some Qin monks were still unconvinced before, thinking that if Lin Xiao had not taken advantage of the Xianyang city incident, he would not have become the leader of the Nanzhao alliance. Some people even worried that Lin Xiao would take the opportunity to suppress the Qin monks, so they deliberately made things difficult for Lin Xiao, such as asking some difficult questions. But Lin Xiao also answered seriously. If he encountered a question that he did not understand, he would even search for the answer in the system, or ask others for advice. It was this broad mind that completely conquered the Qin monks, and now everyone is convinced by Lin Xiao. Everyone is convinced by me, so why haven't I become the co-lord of Nanzhao yet? A year later, Lin Xiao checked the system, and found that he had not become the co-lord of Nanzhao yet. This puzzled Lin Xiao. He asked the system, but the system did not give him an answer. Lin Xiao had to figure it out on his own. After half a month of thinking, Lin Xiao suddenly realized that the co-lord of Nanzhao required by the system meant that Lin Xiao should become the human king, or emperor of Nanzhao. In Lin Xiao's understanding, the emperor of human beings had a bit of the flavor of his saint in his previous life. What was the requirement for a saint in the previous life? The 3 immortals. The 3 immortals were to establish merit, establish virtue, and establish words. In the thousands of years of inheritance in the previous life, there were 2.5 saints. Lin Xiao naturally did not dare to call himself a saint. Lin Xiao was also selfish, and had blood on his hands, but that did not prevent Lin Xiao from taking the 3 immortals as his goal. In terms of meritorious service, Lin Xiao has already done it. Lin Xiao led the army of Nanzhao to capture cities and strongholds, marched southward from the northern part of Zhangzhou, swept away powerful enemies, and achieved great military exploits with minimal losses, benefiting the hundreds of countries in Nanzhao. For Nanzhao, this is the supreme merit. As for moral integrity, Lin Xiao is not bad either. Lin Xiao has extremely high requirements for his own accomplishments. In terms of private morality, Lin Xiao is cautious about himself. He has never committed adultery, plunder, or robbed others, and has never used excuses to harm others. In terms of public morality, Lin Xiao led the army all the way south, and never carried out massacres or killed prisoners. On the contrary, Lin Xiao created the best era in history for the vast number of casual cultivators. So if this is not considered moral integrity, Lin Xiao doesn't know what to count. As for establishing words, Lin Xiao feels that he doesn't seem to have published anything that is truly insightful and not good enough to be passed down through the ages, so Lin Xiao feels that he should be good at establishing words. Since he had a goal, Lin Xiao never hesitated. It was not difficult for him to make a statement. Looking at the jade slips on the desk, Lin Xiao immediately had an idea. Then Lin Xiao summoned a group of Lingguan monks who gave lectures to low-level monks, and gave them an order in his personal name, which was to collect and organize the content of the lectures for low-level monks, and compile them into a book. Whoever did a good job would be rewarded by Lin Xiao. After the meeting, Lin Xiao chose to retreat. The content of low-level monks could be sorted out by others, but for high-level monks, he would do it himself. Lin Xiao's goal was to write a book about the practice of high-level monks, combining his own Taoism and his own experience, to solve the problems of high-level monks, especially those monks who had no background or backing. After 3 years of hard work, Lin Xiao completed the book he named The Guide to Cultivation for High-Level Cultivators. The book has more than 1 million words, and lists the representative problems in the 4 levels from the Lingguan period to the Dongsuan period. In total, it involves thousands of difficult points and key points. It is very detailed and exhaustive. Then Lin Xiao printed 3,000 copies of the book, and sent them to various places. Even 100 copies were sent to the Immortal Alliance. The book swept the entire cultivation world at a very fast speed. From the Kame cultivators to the Supreme cultivators, everyone was shocked, and the entire cultivation world was in an uproar. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the conditions for the co-lord of Nansao. Please work harder, the system upgrade is just around the corner. Chapter 815, The Birth of the Human Emperor. In Zhongsao, at the gate of Kunlun Mountain, Kunlun Supreme summoned Lu Liyuan, who was in charge of the sect's affairs. As soon as Lu Liyuan entered the gate, he saw that Kunlun's 2 public supremes had arrived. In front of them was a book, which was Lin Xiao's Guide to Cultivation for Advanced Monks. Liyuan, have you read this book? I have. What do you think? Just one person's opinion. Just one person's opinion? Yes, ancestor. Although Lin Xiao has listed thousands of difficult points in cultivation from the Lingguan period to the Dongsuan period, you must know that there are millions of techniques and martial arts in the world of immortal cultivation, and the cultivators of each sect have their own techniques, and everyone's talents and understandings are very different, so the problems encountered in cultivation are even more varied. Lin Xiao's book only lists a small part of them. It is useful for low-level cultivators and independent practitioners, but for our major sect, it is dispensable. We have our own unique inheritance, Lu Liyuan replied. This was his sincere words. No matter how rich Lin Xiao's experience is, it is impossible for him to read all the techniques and martial arts, and understand everyone's difficulties in cultivation. He only wrote what he knew, but compared with the entire world of immortal cultivation, what Lin Xiao knows is still not worth mentioning. Moreover, this book is not very useful for a large sect like Kunlun. Kunlun has a stable inheritance and its own senior teachers. If a disciple does not understand something, he can just ask the master. If that doesn't work, there is also the sect's Sutra Pavilion. Why does he need to read Lin Xiao's book? It is dispensable. Liyuan, what you said is correct, but you disappoint me so much. Please let me know, ancestor. Liyuan is willing to correct what I have not done. Liyuan, do you remember I told you that the secret of ascension is controlled by the 3 sects of Kunlun? Ancestor, are you referring to the human emperor? Yes, ancestor. You don't think Lin Xiao is a human emperor, do you? Lu Liyuan was extremely shocked. In his opinion, this was simply nonsense. How could it be so easy to be the human emperor? How old is Lin Xiao, and what is his cultivation level? Why can't we think so? What is the human emperor? The emperor of the human race, as long as he has made unparalleled contributions to the human race, and is worshipped by thousands of cultivators, he is the human emperor. We have already sensed that the luck of the human race has gathered to the south, and the location is in the area of Shenmu Sect. Who else is there besides Lin Xiao? Could it be Muan Qiu? What? How could this happen? Lu Liyuan was stunned by shock. He could never have thought that just a book could make Lin Xiao the human emperor. I can't explain it to you clearly. This time, I'm afraid our three sects are in trouble. It's a pity. Hateful. Extremely hateful. Kunlun Supreme's face became a little ferocious. Today's world of immortal cultivation is unpredictable, and it is a world of great contention. This is also their opportunity to gather the luck of the human race, break through the constraints of the heavenly way, and ascend to the immortal world. Kunlun had always been the leader of the Five Continents Alliance. They even gave up the opportunity to quickly resolve the Immortal Alliance, and made great contributions to preserving the vitality of the human race. Their luck had always been concentrated on them. But now their luck had changed, and the luck of the human race was concentrated on Lin Xiao. This meant that everything the three Kunlun sects had done in the past few years was to help Lin Xiao. How could they give up? Ancestor, Lei Yuan dares to ask, if Lin Xiao really becomes the human emperor, what should we in Kunlun do? What should the three sects of Kunlun, Penglai and Wengsun do? I don't know. Don't know? I really don't know. According to historical records, the destiny of the human race is unstable. Even if Lin Xiao now has a trend of becoming the human emperor, he can still be fought for. But once the fight begins, it will enter a life and death situation. As the saying goes, there can be no two suns in the sky, and no two masters for the people. There can only be one human emperor, and it is absolutely impossible for two to coexist. The two of us are the supreme ancestors of Kunlun. If we fail, Kunlun will be worried about being wiped out, so we can't make up our minds. What if the two supremes give up the fight for the position of human emperor? If we give up, the destiny of the human race will gather in one person, and Lin Xiao may be the only one to ascend in the past 100,000 years, and we will have no hope in this life. As for Kunlun, it depends on the Taoist tradition left by Lin Xiao. If he tries his best to develop his power before ascending, he will become one of the human giants on par with Kunlun, Penglai, and Wengsun, and have the hope of competing for the next throne of the human emperor. I see. Then what are the attitudes of Penglai and Wengsun? Like us, Lin Xiao now has the advantage, and we are not alone. We have family, disciples, and sects. We prosper together and suffer together. It is difficult for us to make up our minds. So, the ancestor wants to ask about Lei Yuan's attitude? Yes, we are better than you in cultivation, but in the overall situation, you may not lose to us. Ancestor, Lei Yuan's mind is blank because of the news. Can you let me think about it for a while? But, the road to becoming the human emperor is not smooth sailing. You have plenty of time to think about it. In addition, I will tell you another secret. The human emperor is not invincible. The human race has its own luck, and the demon race has its own luck. In the past, there were 6 races coexisting in the world of immortal cultivation, but now, except for the human race and the demon race, the other 4 races are struggling to survive. Even if they have their own emperors, they are not enough to compete with the human race and the demon race. Kunlun Supreme said another secret. He said this to remind Liu Liuan that, even if Lin Xiao became the human emperor, Kunlun would not really lose, because there are still the demon race. If Lin Xiao died in the battle with the demon race, they still have a chance. This explains some of their thoughts in their hearts. In fact, they are not willing to admit defeat. Ascension is something that old cultivators have dreamed of for a long time, and they are some of the people closest to ascension. It can be said that as long as Lin Xiao does not come to ruin the scene, one of them will definitely ascend. Ancestor, I want to ask, why are you so sure that, if there is no Lin Xiao, one of you will ascend? This matter is related to the supreme secrets of the 3 Kunlun sects. Over the past hundreds of thousands of years, there have been 7 ascended monks in the world of immortal cultivation, all from the 3 Kunlun sects. Because we have an agreement, according to the rotation, the strength of our 3 sects is almost the same. If we don't rank them in order, the world of immortal cultivation would have been in chaos long ago, and there would be no chance for the Immortal Alliance to be presumptuous. And if a war breaks out among us, with the size of our 3 sects, it will definitely be enough to seriously damage the vitality of the human race, and we will lose the protection of heaven at the same time. So instead of fighting to the death, it is better for everyone to take turns. Whoever's turn it is, the other 2 must help. In order, Penglai ranks first, Kunlun second, and Wengsun third. This time it's our turn. So this is the secret of the three sects controlling the ascension. It's ridiculous that those Immortal Alliance monks don't even understand these, but they are resisting us. It's really pitiful. This matter is only passed down by word of mouth among our supreme monks, and no words have ever been left. Even if our Kunlun is destroyed, the Immortal Alliance will not be able to obtain any secrets. So you need to swear an oath with blood, to keep this matter secret. Understood, I will. Okay, after you go down, you have to think about this matter seriously. With our current ability, can we kill Lin Xiao once and for all? If we can do it. If not, we have to consider fully supporting Lin Xiao, preserving the incense for Kunlun, and leaving hope for the next human emperor competition. I understand, I'm leaving first. Lu Liyuan nodded, and after making the most vicious blood oath, Lu Liyuan left with a heavy heart. It was hard for him to accept why things turned out like this. Lu Liyuan has always admired Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's personal character and cultivation methods are first class. It is also pleasant to cooperate with Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao is not a pig teammate. On the contrary, Lin Xiao is the god teammate that everyone dreams of. So Lu Liyuan and Lin Xiao's personal relationship is actually very good, but now, he needs to make a choice, whether to compete with Lin Xiao for the position of human emperor or to assist him. If he chooses to turn against him, then the three Kunlun sects will strangle Lin Xiao with all their strength, which makes it very difficult for him to choose. In the Nanzhao camp, after Lin Xiao announced the high-level cultivation guide, he had successfully become the co-leader of Nanzhao, which made Lin Xiao very excited. However, Lin Xiao did not stop there. Lin Xiao soon came up with the low-level cultivation guide. This book has much more content than the high-level cultivation guide. It has more than 5 million words and covers more and wider content, even including some content about alchemy, talismans, and arrays. Lu Liyuan said that Lin Xiao's high-level cultivation guide is a one-sided opinion, and is the tip of the iceberg of the cultivation world. This is correct. Therefore, Lin Xiao found more people to produce the book low-level cultivation guide, and the content is naturally more, which can be regarded as the second tip of the iceberg. These two books are definitely the gospel of all cultivators without background. Many casual cultivators encounter difficulties in cultivation. They suffer from no one to teach them, and can only explore on their own, wasting a lot of time. These two books can help them avoid many detours. Thank you, Alliance Leader Lin. Outside the Nanzhao camp, several monks held a book in their hands, bowed in the direction of the camp, and shouted loudly, then turned and left. The guarding monks turned a blind eye to these people, because this happened countless times in the past month. After Lin Xiao's two books were published, countless copies were printed. It can be said that almost everyone has a copy. Countless monks benefited from them, and even gained some insights, and broke through their cultivation. So when a grateful monk came to thank him, it immediately set off a trend. People came to thank him one after another, and the most reached more than 300 people in one day. Lin Xiao did not have time to meet these people. Lin Xiao did not need to use this method to brush his reputation. Lin Xiao also had his own things to do, that is, to upgrade the system. Lin Xiao was eager to upgrade the system. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 816, The Penultimate Upgrade. The reason why Lin Xiao was eager to upgrade the system was related to the current war situation. It had been more than 8 years since the war broke out between the two sides, and it was about to be the 9th year, and the Immortal Alliance had already run out of resources. Over the past 8 years, the Immortal Alliance had hoarded more than 10 million troops on the border, and the annual military expenditure consumed was immeasurable. Lin Xiao also used the arms race to continuously weaken the Immortal Alliance's war potential, causing the Immortal Alliance's financial resources to decrease year by year. A few years ago, the Immortal Alliance had already used up its capital, and the Immortal Alliance's strength was increasingly weakening. Over the past 8 years, since the defeat of Shenmue Sect and Xi'an Temple, there had been almost no major wars between the two sides, but small-scale battles had almost never stopped. The cavalry and scouts of both sides often fought, and the intelligence personnel of both sides were shining. All of this required a lot of resources. Lin Xiao has learned from the frontline monks that the number of elite troops on the Xian Meng side is decreasing because too many have died. In 8 years, the training has not kept up with the consumption. The people sent by the other side are getting weaker and weaker, and the equipment is getting worse and worse. The Xian Meng has been unable to continue. On the whole, the consumption of materials is even more terrible. In recent years, the Xian Meng has grown and imported spiritual rice on a large scale. Although the supply of spiritual rice is guaranteed, fighting is not just about spiritual rice. Danfuki arrays are indispensable. Danfuki arrays of all levels are beginning to be in short supply. The biggest gap is Zuanjing. There are not many Zuanjing mines in Zhangzhou. Over the past million years, the easy to mine ones have long been mined. Most of the previous consumption relied on the savings of various sects for many years, but now the savings have basically been used up, and the inventory has entered an extremely dangerous level. Therefore, the entire Xian Meng force is filled with an atmosphere of despair, but the Xian Meng has not shown an atmosphere of surrender. Tang Xuan is creating a kind of sad army, attempting to counterattack in one fell swoop. Now he is still accumulating this kind of sad army. Lin Xiao must take precautions in advance. Lin Xiao's biggest reliance is his system. Now the conditions for upgrading the system have been completed by half, with only one blank in the system. Lin Xiao has also completed most of it. The requirement of 5 million points was almost 1/3 of the requirements when he captured the super battleship. Later, Lin Xiao led the army of Nansao to sweep the powerful enemies and won countless spoils. Lin Xiao often went in and out of the warehouse to inspect. In fact, it was just to let the system scan and record the blanks. He also got more than 2 million points one after another. Now Lin Xiao only needs less than 800,000 to upgrade. Zhangzhou, Xiangangmen Mountain Gate, Lin Xiao came to Yi Jiuji's cave again. When Yi Jiuji saw Lin Xiao coming, a haze appeared on his face. Back then, Lin Xiao led his men to raid Wanzhaomen and seize the super battleship. The people of Xiangangmen were confused by Lin Xiao. They did not attack Lin Xiao and others just for self-protection. Afterwards, the Immortal Alliance was furious and believed that Xiangangmen was suspected of betraying and surrendering to the Five Continents Alliance. They wanted Xiangangmen to severely punish those who went to Wanzhaomen and investigate the news. But Lin Xiao didn't know what means he used, but he actually persuaded the 8th level ancestor of Xiangangmen to personally protect him. However, Xiangangmen was also suspected and suppressed by the Immortal Alliance. The Immortal Alliance mobilized a large number of monks from Xiangangmen to participate in the war on the grounds of insufficient manpower, and split up the Xiangangmen's men and horses, and divided them into various places. There was no unified leadership, and the high-level monks of Xiangangmen did not get the command. This made Xiangangmen the cannon fodder of the Immortal Alliance. Those monks with skills were fine. After all, the Immortal Alliance would also value talents and let them stay in the rear, refining war artifacts such as Danfu arrays and puppets day and night. They were a little bit tired, but they were not in danger of life. However, those monks who fought suffered heavy losses, which had hurt the vitality of Xiangangmen. Over the years, almost every family in Xiangangmen hung white flags, and countless people died. It was precisely because of this that Yi Jiuji regretted not decisively killing Lin Xiao at the time, and then helping him. In this way, perhaps Xiangangmen would not have this crisis. Uncle Master, stop. I'm not your Uncle Master. You are no longer a disciple of Xiangangmen. Uncle Master, why bother? Everyone in Xiangangmen still thinks I'm a disciple of Xiangangmen, and this identity cannot be changed. What do you want from me? I want to make a deal with Uncle Master. You can go find the ancestor. Can't you see him anytime? It's just some small things. Why bother the ancestor? Lin Xiao replied. He has been in Xiangangmen for all these years, and he can see the ancestor of Xiangangmen anytime. The ancestor of Xiangangmen is different from pure technical personnel like Yi Jiuji. He has a very high emotional intelligence. Back then, He kept Lin Xiao because he considered leaving a way out for himself. But this time, Lin Xiao didn't want to find him. What's the matter? Alliance leader Lin of Nansao wants to make a deal with my uncle. Is there anything else worth trading in the sect now? Are you eyeing the Tiansheng Sect's inheritance? Yi Jiuji suddenly became nervous. The Tiansheng Sect was badly beaten up by the Immortal Alliance. The high-level monks of the sect had to take turns to fight. Less than 1/5 of the troops were guarding the mountain gate, and 80% of the financial resources had been requisitioned. There was nothing left. Uncle Master, don't panic. Alliance leader Lin is an upright man, not the kind of person who would take advantage of others' misfortune. Alliance leader Lin knows that Tiansheng Sect is having a hard time, so he wants to help Tiansheng Sect recover some of its vitality. Here are 5 Chaoyuan pills. Uncle Master, do you know Chaoyuan pills? Even for a cultivator in the golden body stage, taking one can reduce 30 years of hard training time. If it's a cultivator in the Shengsu stage, it should be able to reduce 50 years of hard training time. What do you want? Yi Jiuji looked at Lin Xiao angrily. This kind of treasure is extremely rare at normal times, let alone at this time. Lin Xiao also completely hit the soft spot of Tiansheng Sect. Because Tiansheng Sect was bullied by the Immortal Alliance, the high-level cultivators have not had any time to practice in the past 8 years, and their cultivation has not improved at all. They have wasted time and are in urgent need of this kind of treasure. Alliance Master Lin said that this time we are helping the Tiansheng Sect, so we don't need the inheritance of the Tiansheng Sect, nor do we need any powerful magic tools. We only need those things that are gathering dust in the warehouse of the Tiansheng Sect. Alliance Master Lin said that the cultivators of the Tiansheng Sect have fantastic ideas and superb craftsmanship. They are a rare group of pure people in the world of immortal cultivation. He doesn't want these crystals of wisdom to be covered in dust, so he is helping them hereby. Are you sure? Yi Jiuji was completely stunned. 5 Chaoyuan pills were worth tens of millions of black crystals before the war. Now, they may be worth 100 million. After all, high-level resources are consumed too much. And the things that Lin Xiao mentioned were the magic tools that the cultivators of the Tiansheng Sect had created on their own whims. These magic tools have different functions and are not suitable for conventional use, so they are not used at all. They have been gathering dust in the warehouse. In recent years, the Tiansheng Sect has been unable to hold on, and they are ready to be smelted to extract some materials to refine magic tools. All these things added together would only be worth about 20 to 30 million Zuan crystals at most, which could not be compared with Chaoyuan at all. So Yi Jiuji couldn't figure out what Lin Xiao was trying to do, but he would be a fool not to take advantage of the opportunity, so Yi Jiuji immediately agreed. Just when Lin Xiao was moving things from the warehouse of Tianshengmen, Lu Chuan visited Hanbo of Kejianmen. After Arking died in the battle, Lin Xiao originally wanted to transfer Tishi to assist, but Tishi was busy helping Huangshang investigate the matter of the magic way, and could not leave, so Lin Xiao had to transfer Lu Chuan, who was at the 12th level of the spiritual light period. Lu Chuan has met Elder Han, and my head of the family says hello to Elder Han. Why did Lin Xiao ask you to come to me? Hanbo replied. Kejianmen was the frontline sect of the 5 Continents Alliance. Hanbo had been fighting outside in the past few years and only retired from the front line 2 years ago to take a rest. At this time, Hanbo's status in Kejianmen was also very high. When he was still in the Shengsu period, he inherited the Li Feng sword. Later, he went to Dongzhou to help in the battle. He shined on the battlefield and won a lot of military exploits. In exchange for enough resources, he broke through the Jinshan period 100 years later and became an elder of Kejianmen. In Kejianmen, his status has surpassed that of his father Han Jian. However, Hanbo and Lin Xiao's contact was still getting less and less. First, they were too busy fighting and had no time. Second, it was because of Lan Lingyu. Before the war, Lin Xiao used his privilege to transfer Lan Lingyu to the rear to avoid danger. Their relationship was made public. Although Hanbo and Lan Lingyu did not have a private relationship, others did not know about it. So over the years, people have been talking about it, saying that Hanbo's love was taken away by someone else. There was no clear explanation, which made Hanbo humiliated and made him very unhappy. Alliance leader Lin has been obsessed with swordsmanship in recent years, but he does not have a large number of swordsmanship techniques to increase his experience, so he wants to exchange some swordsmanship techniques with the Seven Swords Sect. Lin Xiao is already at the 8th level at a young age, and his martial arts are of a very high grade. Why does he need the swordsmanship of the Seven Swords Sect? You are lying to me. I dare not. My sect leader really said so. My sect leader said that he has practiced a swordsmanship skill, but now he has reached a bottleneck, so he needs some swordsmanship techniques that have not been perfected and have unique ideas to read, which can help him improve some ideas. Another newly created swordsmanship. Lin Xiao has taken hundreds of them from me. What does he want so many for? What exactly is his conspiracy? Hanbo shouted angrily. He was also confused. What on earth did Lin Xiao need so many new sword techniques for? These techniques were newly created, not perfect, and of very low value. Even the low-level disciples of the Seven Sword Sect were unwilling to practice them. They were usually given to some unconnected casual practitioners. However, Lin Xiao took away a lot of them. Thinking of some of Lin Xiao's methods, Hanbo was naturally very worried that Lin Xiao was planning to plot against the Seven Sword Sect. Elder Han has misunderstood. My sect leader really just needs some techniques to find inspiration. Elder Han might as well take a look at my sect leader's sincerity first. Lu Chuan quickly took out a jade slip from his storage bag and handed it to Hanbo. Hanbo's face changed drastically after a look with his spiritual sense, because the jade slip recorded a sword technique called Flowing Shadow Splitting Sword. The key point was that the grade of this sword technique reached the upper heaven grade. After Hanbo became an elder of the Seven Sword Sect, he knew that the entire Seven Sword Sect only had 3 heaven level sword techniques, one of which was incomplete, and the other 2 were only of the lower heaven level. It can be said that this martial arts book was enough to exchange for all the martial arts of the Seven Sword Sect. If the sect's ancestors knew about it, they would definitely agree without blinking an eye. This news has made Hanbo confused. He didn't dare to believe that Lin Xiao would do such a disadvantageous business. He didn't dare to agree to Lu Chuan immediately, but chose to report to the ancestors. Chapter 817. Transmission of Power. Ding dong. Host, please note that the system upgrade is complete. Please check it. Open system page in the Nansao camp. Lin Xiao smiled. He took out something that neither the Tiansheng Sect nor the Kajian Sect could refuse, and got what he wanted very smoothly. After the system estimation, Lin Xiao also completed the second condition of the system upgrade, and successfully upgraded the system. The last system upgrade was when the 2 alliances were confronting each other. Although more than 100 years have passed, Lin Xiao still feels that this time it was the easiest to complete, as if there was not much difficulty. Ding dong, the system page has been opened. Host level, Dongsuan period, 3rd grade, sect name, Tiansheng Sect, 3rd grade, number of disciples, 460,000, including branches, host rights, points mall, summoning system real person mode, find disciples location, transmission sect rights, each. Institution system bonus, set up branches, 8, disciple loyalty, 60.5 side quests, disintegrate the thorn god, unlimited time, record system blanks, unlimited time, branch plan, unlimited time, points balance, 13.65 million. After the system page was opened, Lin Xiao suddenly found that there was a new change this time, which surprised Lin Xiao a little. He hurried to check, and soon found the wonderful use of it. The first new function is very clear, which is used to lock the location of the disciples. For example, if Lin Xiao wants to find a disciple, he only needs to search in the system to know, and then compare the map to easily find him. This is enough for Lin Xiao to quickly gather people. Of course, the effect is not very obvious. However, the second function is extremely overbearing. The system can use points to replace Lin Xiao's cultivation. This is a function that has existed since the beginning. Now, the system supports using points to improve the cultivation of disciples under the sect. This function is very important. Lin Xiao controls the army of Nansao, but whether it is Wugo or Tiansheng Sect, high-level cultivators are extremely scarce. In the entire Tiansheng Sect, only Li Muxu and Yinanyu are golden body cultivators, and Li Muxu is far away in Qingyang Sect. Therefore, Lin Xiao can only use a few people. He can only rely on the rest of the high-level cultivators, especially those who can lead an army. They are basically the people of Qin, because only they have golden body cultivators. This is not to say that they are unreliable, but Lin Xiao is still willing to trust his own people. No matter how loyal others are, Lin Xiao has to consider one or two. With this function, Lin Xiao can cultivate a large number of high-level cultivators in a very short time, although it takes twice as many points to pass on the skills as Lin Xiao himself to improve his cultivation. Lin Xiao doesn't care at all. After years of accumulation, Lin Xiao now has more than 10 million points, which is enough. Lin Xiao resisted the urge to experiment and continued to search for new changes in the system. Of course, there was no new idea in this upgrade. The real-life mode of the system was only upgraded to the peak of the 8th realm. However, the consumption of the wartime state became 500,000 points per minute, which was 5 times higher than before. With Lin Xiao's current points balance, he couldn't last half an hour. The fight between the Dongsu and period monks could not be resolved in 3 or 5 days. Lin Xiao estimated that he would have to use the self-destruction method, which was expensive. The reorganization after the self-destruction also required a price of 100,000 points. Lin Xiao checked the points mall again. The 8th level spiritual object area had been opened. The things were very good, but the price was very expensive, starting at 1,000,000 points. Lin Xiao suddenly felt that his points were still a little less, and he couldn't afford it. Of course, although expensive, the 8th level spiritual objects were still extremely precious. These things were extremely rare even for the Kunlun 3 sects, which had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. If they were used a little, they would be less. If they competed with each other in terms of foundation, Kunlun couldn't compete with Lin Xiao now. Lin Xiao looked at the new requirements for the system upgrade again. As expected, the system gave 3 requirements for the next upgrade. The first one was to become the emperor of the human race, that is, the emperor of the human race. The second one was to continue to record the system blanks and reach the standard of 10 million points. As for the third one, it was a little special. The system required Lin Xiao to create a magic weapon of luck to condense the luck of the human race, and the system would quantify this magic weapon and need to meet the system requirements. The 3 requirements, the first 2 requirements were easy to understand, but the third one was really hard for Lin Xiao to understand. What was going on? It seemed that there was no such thing as a magic weapon of luck in the world of immortal cultivation. He had never heard of it. What was it used for to condense the luck of the human race? Would it harm the human race? These were all questions. Lin Xiao consulted the system, but the system, as usual, did not answer at all. The reason being that the system level was not enough. This sentence also made Lin Xiao very confused. He was now in the 8th realm of the Dongsuan period, but the system showed the 3rd grade. The next level was the Supreme, which was only the 2nd grade. So what about the 1st grade? Did it mean ascension? The more questions he had in his mind, the more silent Lin Xiao became. He was unwilling to ask the system more questions. Anyway, he couldn't get any answers. Lin Xiao had to get rid of these worries. This time, the system upgrade did not bring significant benefits to Lin Xiao, so outsiders could not see it at all. 7 days later, Jia Mengren received Lin Xiao's order and came to the Nansao camp secretly. Jia Mengren had been sitting on the back road of the Nansao army, guarding the big and small pension and Liuhua mountain. Moreover, it was not peaceful there. The remnants of Beibao sect and Wu Liangmen had been recovering their strength and hated Nansao, harassing it repeatedly. Wu Liangmen was further east of SYNOPSIS sect, where a large number of cultivators from the Immortal Alliance gathered, enough to support the activities of Beibao sect and Wu Liangmen, which brought great trouble to Jia Mengren. Of course, Jia Mengren was not a pushover. After the reinforcement of the troops in Xianyang City, he had more than 500,000 troops under his command. He had been fighting against Beibao sect and Wu Liangmen, and often sent troops to fight them. He had achieved fruitful results in recent years. Master Mengren, how are things in Big and Small Pension? Everything is fine. The mountain gates of Beibao Sect and Wuliangmen have been destroyed, and only a few cultivators are left. In the past few years, Suayu Sect and others could still provide strong support, but in recent years, they have been unable to provide resources for support, and they have gradually died down. The retreat is stable. I have built a large number of war fortresses, and stockpiled a huge amount of resources. Without 1,000,000 elite troops, it is impossible to break through the big and small pension line. Nanzhao's retreat is stable. In addition, we have built a teleportation array on Big and Small Pension, and the dock camp has been reinforced. If the Nanzhao army wants to evacuate, 2 million troops can leave quickly and return to the Qin state in Nanzhao. You have done a good job, so this time I asked you to come here. I want to reward you something privately. Thank you, Master. I wonder what you want to reward your disciple with. Jia Mengren was overjoyed. Lin Xiao has always been generous, let alone his disciples. He is absolutely extraordinary. Mengran, what is your current level of cultivation? The 4th level of the Shengsu period. Ever since I took the 9 orifice divine silkworm pill, I have been tempering my Zuan Qi and laying a solid foundation. It has been almost 20 years. Master, are you going to reward me with the 9-turn golden ridge pill? I'm ready. You're wishful thinking. But the benefit I have to give you is better than the 9-turn golden ridge pill. I decided to use the Guanding Daffa to pass on my skills to you. Guanding Daffa, what kind of magical power is this? How come I haven't heard of it? Of course you haven't heard of it, but you should have heard of it. The evil way has a magical power that can deprive others of their cultivation. It's similar to this, but in reverse. I'm giving my cultivation to you. This, absolutely not possible. Master, this is absolutely not possible. Master, you are the pillar of the sect, and the pillar of the Nanzhao army. I don't want. Jia Mengren was dumbfounded when he heard it. How could this be possible? They are still in the midst of a war. Master has given him his cultivation. What should Master do? Master's current identity is so important. If something happens to Master, he would rather die than refuse. Shut up. I'm not reckless. I have my own ideas. Whether you want it or not, I'll give it to someone else. I think Tishi and the others will be very happy. Master, what happened? Did you do something wrong in your practice? No, I'm too lazy to talk to you so much. Get ready, we'll start right away. Master, if you don't explain clearly, how can I calm down and enter a state of meditation? I've told you, this is a new magical power I've cultivated. Find someone to test it out. I'm not giving you all my skills. A little is enough. I can make up for it in 3 to 5 days. Do you think I'm stupid or can't get over it? Okay. Jia Mengren had no choice but to agree, but it still took him half an hour to enter a state of meditation. In the past, he could enter a state of meditation in an instant. He was really nervous. Lin Xiao placed his hands on Jia Mengren's back and then began to use the system's power transmission function. At the Shengsu stage, Lin Xiao's cultivation level was 50,000 points, to increase by 1 level, but Lin Xiao had never used it before. To transmit to his disciples, the price was double, that is, 100,000 points. Lin Xiao decided to use 800,000 points to increase Jia Mengren's cultivation level to the 12th level of the Shengsu stage. As the system started, a stream of extremely pure energy was introduced from Lin Xiao's hands into Jia Mengren's body. Jia Mengren immediately practiced the skills, absorbed this mysterious energy, and then began to nourish his soul. Shengsu 5th level, 6th level, 7th level, 8th level. Even though Lin Xiao deliberately slowed down, it only took 3 days for Jia Mengren to reach the 12th level of the Shengsu stage. This made Jia Mengren dumbfounded. When did cultivation become so easy? How many Shengsu stage cultivators could not break through to the 12th level, even if their lifespans were exhausted? But he did it now, and it only took 3 days from the 4th level to the 12th level. He was not dreaming. What? Are you stupid? Master, I'm not dreaming, am I? No, pinch yourself if you don't believe me. Woo woo. Master, don't be moved, you can go. Remember, your cultivation is not the result of your hard work. Your current strength is not even comparable to that of a cultivator at the 8th level of the Shengsu period. Go back and continue to refine your Zuan Qi and consolidate your foundation. You are not allowed to even think of breaking through the Jinshan period within 100 years, lest you leave any future troubles. Do you understand? Yes, disciple dare not. Jia Menggren nodded quickly. This external cultivation was indeed too superficial. Without 100 years of consolidation, it would be impossible to break through. But he still made a lot of money. If he relied on his own practice, he could only improve his cultivation by 2 levels at most in 100 years. Chapter 818, Preparation for Action. Dongzhao, Haoyang Sect, Yi Meia, Yu Huanhuan and Li Zuanji left the gate of Haoyang Sect and headed for the wilderness of Dongzhao. Since the stalemate in the war between the immortals in Dongzhao, there has been no major events in Dongzhao, and even small-scale battles are rare. The 5 major academies are determined to drag down the Haoyang Sect and their allies. In fact, the strategy of the 5 major academies is also extremely successful. Now it has been 10 years since the outbreak of the war. The treasury of Haoyang Sect has become more and more empty. Since 3 years ago, Yi Meia has relied on the opportunity to explore the wilderness and hunt monsters to subsidize the sect. She is a dignified sect master, which shows that Haoyang Sect is now in poverty. Yu Huanhuan also changed from admiring Yi Meia to sympathizing with her. The two are both women. One is still a little phoenix in Penglai, and all her needs are met by someone, while Yi Meia has to bear such a heavy burden. Even a man would be crushed, but Yi Meia never admits defeat. Yu Huanhuan knew that if she gave her money to Yi Meia would never accept it because of her character, so she kept pestering Yi Meia, wanting to go out with her to the wilderness and help Yi Meia hunt monsters, but she only took a small part of the spoils and helped Yi Meia in a tactful way. The 3 of them were very fast and soon flew over the territory of the human race and went deep into the wilderness. The 3rd and 4th level monsters had no temptation for Yi Meia. In the past few years, Yi Meia had killed monster kings above the 5th level, and killing one was worth more than millions of Zuan crystals. We can't go any further. There are many monster kings gathered in front. Fellow Daoist Yi, stop. While flying, Li Zuanji suddenly said. He had a high level of cultivation, a strong spiritual sense, and found that there were many high-level monster kings gathered in front. Li Zuanji knew very well that it was because Yi Meia had killed too many high-level monster kings in the past few years that the monster clan had taken precautions. As soon as they appeared, the monster clan got the news and tried to kill Yi Meia and avenge the monster clan. How many human demon kings are there? 1 8th level demon king, 3 7th level demon kings, and 15 6th level demon kings. So many. That's it, fellow Daoist Yi. Nowadays, low-level demon beasts are the eyes and ears of high-level demon kings. Listening to the roars of beasts all over the mountain, they should be transmitting messages. By then, a large number of demon beasts will gather. It's too dangerous. Let's go. We can't go. Why? Penglai asked us to gather intelligence on the demon clan. With so many high-level demon kings gathering, something unusual must be happening. According to the distribution of demon king strength, a 6th level demon king can command an army of tens of millions of demon beasts. 15 6th level demon kings already have an army of 200 or 300 million demon beasts. What if they are preparing to invade the human race? Fellow Daoist Yi, the probability of this is extremely small. It is very possible. Senior Li, you should know what the current situation in Central Continent is like. If the demons in East Continent take action, it will definitely not be a matter of one continent. We must go and investigate. How about this, Senior Li? Hold back the 8th Order Demon King, and slowly hold back the 3 7th Order Demon Kings. I will deal with the 15 6th Order Demon Kings, find a way to kill one, seal its soul, and investigate the news. Fellow Daoist Yi, you. Li Zuanji was helpless. This excuse was too exaggerated. It was obvious that Yi Meia wanted to use them to hold back the Demon King, so that she could hunt down the 6th Order Demon King. Why did she have to say it so arrogantly? Did they think he was a fool? Big brother, just listen to Sister Meia. The gathering of the demons is really not a good thing. It's better to be careful, Yu Huanhuan said. Li Zuanji felt a headache. He was convinced by his junior sister Yu Huanhun. She always protected Yimi, and her methods were so obvious. Huanhun, I'll go first. Yimi got angry and immediately used her body skills to leave. Yu Huanhun immediately followed. Li Zuanji also sighed and made the best of a bad situation. Who made her soft-hearted? Yimi was full of momentum. The high-level Demon Kings also raised their momentum. The 8th level Demon King, who was in the lead, appeared in human form. When he saw Yimi, he shouted, "Yimi, you still dare to come? You are looking for death." Thunderous roar. A sound wave came out of the Demon King's mouth, like a cannonball, rushing straight towards Yimi, but Li Zuanji appeared in front of Yimi first. He took out a magic weapon with a mirror, and a golden light shot out, dispersing the sound wave. "Your opponent is me, Penglai Li Zuanji. Do you know me? I will kill you. Come and fight in the void. You don't want to destroy the wilderness, do you?" Li Zuanji chuckled, tore the space, and entered the void. The 8th level Demon King followed. Indeed, they didn't want to destroy the wilderness. This is their territory. "Hey, you demons don't have the guts to fight a girl like me. I'll wait for you in the void." Yu Huanhun was fully dressed. This time she didn't wear Yimi's armor, but got a set from Penglai. She had all the armor and boots. She was holding a red pistol in her hand, and the phoenix had already flown up beside her. The 3 7th level Demon Kings looked at each other and knew that the two of them were definitely not her opponents. They had to fight together, otherwise it would be very dangerous. They immediately followed into the void. The remaining 15 Demon Kings were also human. They gathered together and looked at Yimi coldly. The 6th level Demon Kings were equivalent to the cultivators of the Divine Void stage and could also tear through space, but they generally would not go in. The void was still too dangerous for them. "You demons, what do you want to do when you gather together? Tell me and I will spare your lives today. What do you care about what the demons want to do? If you don't tell me, you're looking for death. Kill her." 15 6th level Demon Kings rushed forward. Among them, there were Demon Kings who had reached the peak of the 6th level upper grade. It was not impossible to fight against a golden body cultivator together. Or it could be said that ordinary golden body cultivators were not their opponents at all. Yimi sneered and rushed into the Demon Kings. Relying on the thick battle armor on her body, she was not afraid of the attacks of these Demon Kings at all. She had almost finished tempering her bone marrow, and the attack power of the 6th level Demon Kings was much weaker for her. After the action, Yimi had recognized the identities of these Demon Kings. Among them, 3 were Demon Kings of the Kinyu tribe. The Kinyu tribe was one of the overlords of the East Continent wilderness, but there were only hundreds of thousands of tribesmen, and there were not many high-level Demon Kings. Each one was extremely precious. "It's you." Yimi chose a 6th rank upper grade peak Kinyu Demon King. She didn't want to cause any more trouble and directly detonated a strand of her soul. Boom. Under the impact of the soul, the Kinyu Demon King suddenly became dazed, as if he was bewitched. His soul had been severely damaged. "How dare you? Stop, don't." Yimi didn't care and took the attack from the other 14 Demon Kings. She also rushed to the Kinyu Demon King and cut him down with a knife. Puff! The knife got stuck on the neck of the Kinyu Demon King. The demons were still very strong. Yimi's full strength attack didn't even cut off its head. True words. Soul scatter. Yimi's eyes burst into a green divine light and rushed directly into the soul of the Kinyu Demon King, then detonated, completely annihilating her soul. Then Yimi's consciousness rolled up and rolled its body into the storage bag. Puff! The remaining 14 Demon Kings attacked with all their strength. Yimi vomited blood and exploded 2 souls in a row. She also paid a huge price. Without decades of hard training, this soul could not be restored. Sister Mia, Xiaofeng, go and help. Yu Huanhun saw that Yimi was injured and immediately asked Xiaofeng Huang to help and save Yimi. Huanhun, retreat, stop fighting. Yimi fought and retreated, and Yu Huanhun did the same. The two and the beast quickly left the battlefield, but the Demon King would never let them leave, and he held on tightly. The crowd fought all the way from the depths of the wilderness to the wilderness buffer zone. The movement was heard tens of thousands of miles away. There was no need for Yimi to send a message. The high-level monks of Tiansheng Sect were already waiting, and the low-level disciples below were also gathering to form a formation. The appearance of Zhang Baoan Kinyu and other high-level monks made the Demon King extremely frightened. They were already insufficient in strength, so a Demon King roared and began to summon the demon army to help. The intelligent demons in the wilderness heard the Demon King's call and began to look for the 5th level Demon King to mobilize. Groups of demons began to move from the wilderness to the direction of the human race. The army of monsters has appeared. Be on guard, the army of monsters has appeared. Hurry, mortals, enter the city. Monks prepare to join the battle. A Shengsu period monk broke away from the battlefield and flew north all the way, roaring loudly along the way. Countless bells began to ring and countless mortals fled to the city in fear. The clans and families on the edge of the wilderness front have their own defense methods to prevent the beast tide war. As soon as they heard the warning from the high-level monks, teams of monks immediately appeared. Some of them went to collect mortals and materials, and most of them went to the wilderness front. The monks here usually receive offerings from mortals, whether it is materials or women. They do their best to satisfy them, but when necessary, they also have to fight for mortals. Once the beast tide appears, they must stand on the front line to buy time for mortals. This is the consensus of all the immortal cultivators here. More and more immortal cultivators on the front line gathered in the several Lingshan village at the front. There were also monks riding spirit beasts or flying boats to enter the buffer zone to investigate. There are many monster armies, more than 1 million. There are old ancestors fighting in the sky. Start evacuating mortals immediately. We can't stop them. Quick, notify Tiansheng Sect that the monsters are invading. Prepare for mortal migration. Quick, don't worry about the pots and pans. Go quickly. The news from the frontline monks made the monks here despair. More than 1 million monster armies were not something they could resist. It was necessary for the overlord of the southern part of Dongzhou, Tiansheng Sect, to take action to repel them. In the mortal villages and towns, men carried food, women carried valuables, and the elderly carried children. They walked out of their homes with miserable faces, forming a wave of refugees, and fled to the north. The wealthy clans often had horses and carriages and other tools, and they were faster. According to the previous rules, only these clans had the hope of reaching a larger sacred mountain or city before the frontline monks collapsed. Those mortals who walked were basically difficult to escape. Although the mortals at the front line of the wilderness are quite powerful and strong, they are old and weak. Generally speaking, mortals can only walk 30 to 50 miles a day, which is too slow. The horses at the front line of the wilderness all have the blood of monsters, so they can easily travel hundreds of miles a day, which can bring them hope. Chapter 820, Battle for the Secret Realm. In the East China Sea, near the Li family secret realm, the 7-star pavilion secretly assembled 100,000 troops. The 7-star pavilion has been attacking the East China Sea over the years, fighting with the East China Sea monsters, hunting monsters, and obtaining various materials. Therefore, the 7-star pavilion is the one with the best economic situation among the 7 sects of the Immortal Alliance. The 7-star pavilion has more than 100,000 troops active in the East China Sea. It is not the first time that the troops have assembled. Sometimes they will fight together to encircle and suppress large groups of monsters. Ancestor Li, the troops have been assembled. This place is just outside the Li family secret sea area. If we break in here at full speed, it will only take 2 hours. Then don't hesitate. Order the attack. The treasure ship keeps full speed and advances. When we reach the outside of the Li family island, the high-level cultivators will go first to control the island. Our 100,000 people will rush in first. There will be another 500,000 troops behind to intercept the Li family reinforcement. The front line will also launch an attack to contain the main force of the Li family. Yes, Ancestor Li. With Li Changqiu's order, dozens of treasure ships raised their sails and activated the formation. Under the dual power, they rushed towards the Li family island like sharp arrows. After an hour and a half, the fleet was only 20 miles away from the Li family island. Li Changqiu and a group of high-level cultivators flew off the treasure ship and rushed directly to the island. The Li family island was only a few hundred miles in size, and there were less than 1,000 cultivators on it. The highest cultivation level was only Dao Gang stage, and they were no match for Li Changqiu and his men. They quickly defeated them, and most of the cultivators were killed. The entrance and exit of the Li family secret realm was also under their control. Soon after, 100,000 troops landed and assembled at the entrance and exit of the secret realm. Li Xiao and other high-level cultivators launched a full-strength attack, breaking the entrance and exit and opening a huge hole. Kill. Charge. At this time, the entrance and exit of the secret realm was already a mile in size, enough for thousands of people to enter and exit at the same time. The battle formation maintained a tight formation and rushed in. According to Li Guoguang's intelligence, there were actually not many people in the Li family secret realm. After all, the Li family cultivators were originally less than 200,000, and 90% of the troops had been incorporated into the Tiansheng Sect. The Li family secret realm was just one of their logistics bases, with at most 10,000 or 20,000 people, and they also had to undertake tasks such as farming. 100 people guarding the entrance of the secret realm was considered a lot. According to their plan, once the battle formation entered the secret realm, they would rush to the core area of the secret realm, and then seize the important institutions of the Li family, such as some treasuries, important sacred mountains, etc., and wipe out all the remaining enemies. Boom, boom, boom. However, as soon as the battle formation entered, it was bombarded by dozens of black crystal cannons. At the same time, the attacks of high-level monks and the other battle formations also came immediately. The first battle formation that entered collapsed immediately, and only a few of the 10,000 people were left. There is an ambush. What's going on? Why is this happening? Li Guoguang, what's going on? The monk in front cried and roared, and Li Xiao grabbed Li Guoguang. He was extremely shocked. Why did he encounter an ambush here? How could this be possible? I don't know. All troops charge, kill. Li Guoguang screamed in fear, but on both sides outside the secret realm, the hidden formations were opened, and 5,000 cavalry appeared on both sides. Those cavalry were less than 1 kilometer away from the follow-up battle formation of the 7-star pavilion, and they immediately galloped on horseback, and the battle formation did not even have time to react. After charging for several hundred meters, the cavalry's speed was increased to the extreme. The dragon horse, weighing nearly 2,000 kilograms, coupled with the impact brought by the high speed, knocked countless monks away. The two teams of cavalry cut into the army of the 7-star pavilion like a sharp blade, and the battle formation collapsed directly. Tens of thousands of cavalry broke through the formation, and then under the command of the commander, they turned around and continued to charge, breaking the battle formations of the 7-star pavilion one after another. The battle formation of 100,000 horses completely lost its organization. When the cavalry was tired, they stopped charging and dismounted to fight on foot. At this time, in the secret realm, the 50,000 horses of the Tiansheng Sect formed 10 battle formations, each with only 5,000 people. They had killed all the 10,000 people who entered the secret realm, drove the people behind them out of the secret realm, and attacked outward. The battle formation of the Tiansheng Sect kept a certain distance from the people of the 7-star pavilion. Every time they struck with the weapons transformed by the mysterious energy, hundreds of enemies were harvested. Even the monks in the spiritual light period found it difficult to confront them head-on. High-level monks, follow me to fight, break the enemy's battle formation, and prepare for a fierce battle. Li Xiao's eyes seemed to be spitting fire. He didn't know what went wrong, but he didn't dare to give up these 100,000 troops. These 100,000 people were the elite of the 7-star pavilion. They were all composed of the 7-star pavilion's main sect and the most loyal vassal forces. If they were left here, the sect would take his life. Let's do it. Li Xiao stood in the sky and saw Li Xiao and others taking action. With a wave of his hand, the high-level monks of the Tiansheng Sect also moved, including Li Dinghe and Li Xiaoxun, the 8th-level monks. The reason why Li Xiao set up an ambush here was due to the credit of Yu Zhao. The 7-star pavilion had been preparing for this plan for several years. It was originally kept strictly confidential and few people knew about it. But since 1 million troops were to be mobilized, the resources used by the army were extremely huge, and it was impossible to hide it from Chen Hongyan, a senior official of the 7-star pavilion. So Yanzhang naturally got the news, and then passed it to Li Xiao. Yunzang didn't know that the 7-star pavilion was dealing with both the Li and Yi families at the same time, so when Li Muxu learned that 1,000,000 troops were coming to attack, she was extremely shocked and decided to ambush them, using the Li family secret realm as a trap, and even if the secret realm collapsed, she would kill a large number of enemy troops. Li Muxu took Li Yuan's into Wengsunmen in secret, borrowed a large number of high-level monks and 50,000 elite troops from Wengsunmen, and exchanged them to the front line of Tiansheng Sect, while Li Muxu took 50,000 people and most of the high-level monks of Tiansheng Sect back to the Li family secret realm to set up an ambush. Originally, Li Muxu wanted to ambush the opponent's 1,000,000-strong army and kill 200,000 or 300,000 of them at the cost of 50,000 people, but she didn't expect that the enemy only had 100,000 troops on land, which surprised Li Muxu, but it was an accident, and Li Muxu didn't mind eating these 100,000 people. The Tiansheng Sect was represented by 2 8th level cultivators, leading He and Li Xiao. There was no way Li Changqiu and his men would take action. Li Changqiu only brought about 20 cultivators above the Shengsu stage, which was a much smaller number. Upon seeing Li Xiao appear, Li Changqiu directly crushed a teleportation talisman and disappeared without a trace. As soon as Li Changqiu left, the other high-level cultivators also fled the battlefield. The high-level cultivators of the Tiansheng Sect were unwilling to let them go and immediately launched a hunt. Li Changqiu is too cunning. He shouted that he would break the battle formation, but he was at the end. He probably can't catch up with him. Li Changqiu alone can't make any waves. Let's quickly resolve the battle. The enemy's 500,000 troops are coming. In the direction of Muxu, Yuanzhan Patriarch is watching 500,000 troops can't catch up. Li Xiaoxin laughed and said 500,000 troops formed a battle formation with a certain number of high-level cultivators. It is indeed possible to contain the Supreme, but that also depends on the environment. The Supreme can fight and leave at will, and 500,000 troops must form a tight battle formation, which is extremely difficult to move. So on the other hand, it is also very easy for the Supreme to contain the opponent's 500,000 troops. If the opponent's military morale is shaken, it may be broken by the Supreme. Li Muxu personally went down and took a large number of high-level cultivators to strangle the low-level cultivators of the 7-star pavilion. The cultivators of the 7-star pavilion above the Shengsu period have all fled. Those cultivators in the Lingguang and Daogang periods also immediately collapsed and fled. They can fly, and there is still a little hope to escape, but for cultivators below Daogang, the vast ocean is their desperate situation. Some people wanted to catch up with the captain of the treasure ship and escape by boat, but the monks of Tiansheng Sect had already seized the treasure ship, and what was waiting for them was the black muzzle of the black crystal cannon. Surrender, don't kill me, I surrender, surrender. Although these 100,000 troops are the elite of the 7-star pavilion, the high-level monks were the first to abandon them. After the bravest and most loyal people died in the battle, the remaining people basically threw away their magic weapons, knelt on the ground, raised their hands and surrendered. They were completely desperate. Muxu, what should we do? Don't kill them first. Capture them, seal their cultivation, and quickly clean up the battlefield. Okay, teams of Tiansheng Sect monks appeared, collected the enemy's storage bags and magic weapons, and then monks above the Lingguang period sealed their meridians, tied them up with ropes, and gathered them aside. We won a great victory. In this battle, we killed more than 50,000 enemies, captured more than 40,000, less than 3,000 escaped, and no more than 200 people actually managed to escape. Soon, preliminary data came out. The 100,000 man army was completely wiped out. Most of the monks who pursued the enemy returned with results of the battle. Very few people actually managed to escape. Even 2 golden body stage monks were killed. However, Li Changqiu did run away, and their own losses were extremely small, with more than 1,000 people killed, and less than 2,000 injured. The proportion of battle casualties was extremely small. Have the traitors been caught? Yes, but only Li Guoguang. The other 2 should not have come. Li Guoguang was sent to Tiansheng Sect and beheaded in person. His immediate family members were also beheaded. All the cultivators within 5 mourning periods will be abolished and demoted to mortals. All the cultivators and their family will be demoted to the death squad, and they will be pardoned only if they kill more than 3 enemies. The mortals and their family cannot practice immortality within 5 generations. Muxu, isn't this too cruel? They are all Li family members. There are so many people in the Li family. If it weren't for Yu Zhao's help this time, how many of us would have died? Let's do this. Well, hey, if I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? Li Xiao sighed. Old people will be softer hearted. According to his idea, Li Guoguang should be killed, and no one else should be implicated. But Li Muxu had to kill a chicken to scare the monkey and deter the cultivators. He didn't dare to sabotage it. It was not worth it to cause the Li family to be divided because of these traitors. Master, what should we do with these treasure ships? Do you have enough storage bags to take them away? It's difficult. At least empty storage bags of level 5 or above are needed to hold them. Then dismantle the black crystal cannons, black crystals and the like. Well, leave 5 ships, and don't move them. Carry the rest into the secret realm. Uncle, the secret realm can be taken away, including the underwater spiritual veins. The Li family secret realm will become a thing of the past. Li Muxu nodded. The Li family secret realm had been exposed, and was isolated overseas, which was not conducive to defense. Li Muxu had long wanted to take it over. This was an opportunity. Chapter 819, 7-star Pavilion Raid. Just when the monks in the south of Dongzhou began to fight the demons, 30 large flying boats were flying in the sky of the East China Sea. These 30 flying boats were all super large flying boats that could carry more than 100,000 people. At this time, these flying boats not only had 400,000 elite troops, but also a large amount of supplies. All the flying boats were full of things. And the flight of these flying boats was very unique. They were close together. The protective shields of all the flying boats were withdrawn and replaced with concealment formations. Therefore, in order to prevent the high altitude strong winds, the speed of the flying boats was extremely slow. They had been flying for 10 days and had not yet crossed the East China Sea. Report to the ancestor Gongsun. Dongzhou sent an urgent report that the 5 major academies have already taken action. What? Bring the letter on the flying boat. The 8th level ancestor Gongsun Li from the 7-star pavilion was shocked when he heard it. He picked up the letter and looked at it and immediately frowned. The letter said that the Haoang sect had angered the demons and was already fighting with the demon army, so the 5 major academies had already taken action in advance and asked them when they would arrive. Ancestor Gongsun, what's going on? Why did the 5 major academies take action first? The Haoang sect has been following Penglei's orders and has been active in the wilderness over the years, gathering information about the monster clan. I don't know how they started fighting with the monster clan. Now the Haoang sect is attacked from all sides, so the 5 major academies took action in advance. How could this happen? What should we do? Should we raid the Haoang sect's mountain gate as planned? This is not appropriate. The Haoang sect must have transferred its elite troops to the southern part of Dongzhou. We may not be able to annihilate the Haoang sect in one fell swoop. It is better for us to turn to the southern part of Dongzhou and kill Yima and her group. I think this suggestion is reliable. Ancestor Gongsun, let's turn. The situation in the southern part of Dongzhou is unclear. What if we are entangled by the monster clan? The monster clan does not care about any power differences between us humans. As long as we are human, we are their archenemy. Being harassed by the monsters is one thing, but what I'm afraid of is the things we want. If the things are not with Yimi, once we kill her and her soul lamp goes out, Haoang sect will be in chaos, and the remaining troops may clear out the Haoang sect's treasury. By then, we won't know who has the things, and our trip will be in vain. Elder Gongsun, I suggest that we raid the Haoang sect's mountain gate as originally planned. Our focus is to get the things, not to kill people. Once we get the things, we can either leave or go south. This is the safest and best strategy. Okay, never mind. Let's proceed according to the original plan. The concealment formation will be revoked, the protective shield will be put up, and the flying boat will move forward at full speed. We will enter the Dongzhou area tonight, and I will break through the Haoang sect's mountain gate tomorrow morning. Gongsun Li analyzed the ideas of several high-level officials and felt that he should be more cautious. He was not going to destroy the Haoyang sect. He just wanted to take the treasures of the Haoyang sect. If he killed Ymir first, the things would be lost. If he took the Haoyang sect first, even if he couldn't find the things, they could kill Ymir. Without the support of the sect, Ymir was no match for them. Gongsun Li gave an order, and 30 flying boats withdrew the concealment formation and put up a protective shield. The speed of the flying boats suddenly increased by more than 10 times, and they flew to Dongzhou at a very fast speed. At this time, an unprecedented war had broken out on the front line between the 5 major colleges and the Haoyang sect. The 5 major colleges took advantage of the danger and immediately launched a full-scale attack after knowing that the southern part of Dongzhou had already started fighting with the demon clan. At this time, Ymir had transferred a large number of elite troops to the south, and the frontline forces were already very weak, and the battle line was shaky. Ancestor Yi Ziyang, we can't hold on any longer. Whether to retreat or fight, you give the order. It was only the 3rd day of the battle. All the outer positions of Haoyang sect were lost. Everyone huddled in the mountain gate. The one who stayed behind was Ymir's absolute confidant, a golden body stage cultivator named Yi Ziyang. He was Ymir's uncle in terms of seniority. Follow the plan. You go to Nizinghe of Wu'ao sect and tell him the plan. Then lead 300,000 troops to retreat to Wu'ao sect. I and the people from Minghuang Academy will retreat to the east and clear the road. I will tell the sect master immediately. Yi Ziyang looked at the battlefield of the fierce battle, and his heart was beating. Because of the transfer of high-level cultivators, their high-level cultivators were far lower than those of the 5 major academies, and they dared not fight alone, so they could only integrate into the battle formation. Without high-level cultivators to hold them back, the opponent's high-level cultivators, warships, and black crystal cannons could cooperate with the battle formation to bombard their battle formation at will. Every blow caused hundreds of casualties, and there were corpses of people who were shaken to death everywhere. Yi Ziyang sent the message to Ymir, which meant that Ymir was going to implement her plan to divert the trouble to the east. They would quickly evacuate the front line of the wilderness and evacuate to the east and west, leaving the avenues empty for the demons to march straight in. If this plan cooperated with the 5 major academies, it would be a perfect pocket formation, but if they did not cooperate, the 5 major academies would have to bear the anger and military force of the demons. A day's attack exhausted the Zuan-Ki of most low-level cultivators. The 5 major academies stopped the attack and slowly retreated. For them, the army of the 7-star pavilion had already entered Dongzhou and would arrive tomorrow morning. When they continued to attack tomorrow morning, the army of the 7-star pavilion suddenly appeared behind the Haoyang sect, which was enough to make them panic and collapse, so they did not rush to fight at night and lose unnecessary troops. As soon as the other party stopped, the high-level leaders of the Haoyang sect found several major forces such as the Wu'ao sect and the Minghuang Academy, and told them Ymir's plan. Nizinghe and the others were shocked and angry. They were angry that Ymir had been planning such a major strategy for 6 or 7 years without telling them. She simply did not regard them as allies. What was shocking was that they did not even notice that Ymir had been planning for 6 or 7 years. Especially Nizinghe, as a senior member of Night Owl, he should have discovered it early due to his professional sensitivity, because 6 or 7 years ago Ymir began to draw on the already stretched resources to build fortifications and defense lines on the east and west sides of Wu'ao sect and Minghuang Academy. At that time, Ymir gave the reason that once Penglai was not restrained, the 5 major academies would attack with all their strength, and Haoyang sect would definitely not be able to stop it, so they prepared in advance to avoid a complete defeat. Anyway, they had nowhere else to go, and could only fight to the end. At that time, Nizinghe did not have any doubts. First, he trusted Ymir very much. After all, she was an old friend of Tiansheng Sect. Second, Ymir had a very good reason. Haoyang sect was able to settle the 5 major colleges because Penglai was holding them back in Wanghai City. But once the final decisive battle broke out in Zhongzhou, Penglai would definitely not be able to fight on 2 fronts. It must abandon Zhongzhou and focus on dealing with the Immortal Alliance. At that time, Haoyang sect would be extremely dangerous. Even if Peng Lei avenged them afterwards, it would matter. People were dead, so Ni Xinghua did not think about this at all. Now that the matter was settled, Ni Xinghua was no longer angry. He could only gather his men and horses immediately and leave quietly under the cover of night. Except for a part of the patrolling death squad, the rest of the guards on the front line were all replaced with scarecrows. There was a small magic weapon inside that could emit mysterious energy fluctuations, making the enemy mistakenly believe that the people were still there. In the second half of the night, Lin Xiao and a group of high-level monks from the 5 major colleges came to the front line, because according to the scout report, something was wrong with Haoang Sect. Dean Lin, you see, there's something wrong with the Haoang Sect's patrol team. Not only are there fewer people, only 1/3 of the usual number, but they haven't changed shifts. According to the rules, the patrol team must change a group of people every hour, but it's already been 3 hours, and it's still the same group of people as before, with no change at all. Did the scouts break in to investigate? No, the opponent's scouts are very fierce. They gave up their outer positions and shrank at the mountain gate, making it impossible to investigate at all. Now there's only 1 hour left until dawn. Let the monks assemble and attack. Ancestor, the army hasn't been adjusted yet, and the low-level disciples haven't even had breakfast. It's very dangerous to attack now. If it's a trap, I'm afraid many people will be killed. First, mobilize 100,000 vanguards, and the army behind will slowly move forward. They won't die if they don't eat a meal. If there's a trap, the vanguards will just retreat. Go quickly. Yes, Dean Lin. Lin Xiao, who was puzzled and decided to test it out. Soon, the bell rang in the camps of the 5 major academies, and teams of sleepy monks walked out of the tents and gathered in the open spaces of each camp. Battalion 1 to 10 are the vanguards today. Follow me to fight. Open the door. A high-level monk shouted loudly, and then 100,000 troops slowly walked out of the camp, lined up and rushed towards the gate of Haoang Sect. The movement was very loud, and the remaining 300 patrols immediately discovered it. They retreated into the gate. Let's go, let's go. Thank you, ancestors. The Yi family will never let down the sacrifices of the ancestors. Your wives, children and the elderly will be taken care of by the Yi family to the end. The 300 monks knelt in front of the 10 disabled monks, made a promise and quickly evacuated. They were originally a death squad, responsible for confusing the enemy. Now the enemy has seen through it, and according to the agreement, they can leave. And these 10 disabled monks were the real killer moves left by Yimi. Yimi buried a large number of spiritual talismans and detonation formations under the spirit veins of Haoang Sect, waiting for the army of the 5 major academies to attack, and then immediately detonate. Outside the mountain gate of Haoang Sect, 100,000 troops have entered the attack distance, but the enemy's black crystal cannon, exterminating crossbow, and battle formation did not attack and intercept, which made them very suspicious. Beware of fraud. The vanguard is divided into 2 parts. The 1st to 5th battalions disband the battle formation, disperse, and immediately occupy the surrounding high ground after entering the mountain gate. The 5th to 10th battalions will hold the defense formation behind and prepare the defense formation. The vanguard commander is not a fool. Haoang Sect behaved very abnormally, and they also felt that there was a fraud, so the vanguard dispersed again. 50,000 people disbanded the battle formation and then rushed into the mountain gate of Haoang Sect in small team mode. Commander, there are a lot of dummies here, but no one commander. There is no one around. Not a single person. Oh no, we've fallen into a trap. All those bastards from Haoang Sect have escaped. Quick, rush in, occupy the center of the formation, the Sutra library and other important places, and the rest of the troops follow me the next moment. The vanguard commander was furious. The Haoang Sect had actually escaped right under their noses. He immediately didn't care and led his team to rush in, and after a while, just when the 5 major academies were about to rush into the center of the formation, bursts of explosions were heard from the gate of Haoang Sect. Chapter 821. The conspiracy is thwarted. At the front line of Qingyang Sect, Yun Guguang was personally directing the battle. However, when 8th level ancestors appeared in Qingyang Sect, Yun Guguang's face became extremely gloomy. These 8th level ancestors were extremely unfamiliar and were definitely not from the Li family. When someone recognized these people as people from the questioning immortal sect, Yan Guguang spat out a mouthful of blood and then ordered the troops to withdraw. When the people from the questioning immortal sect appeared here, Yan Guguang knew that the plan had failed. Sure enough, not long after, the sect received news that 3,000 soul lamps in the sect's Hall of Heroes had gone out in a short period of time. These people were the cultivators heading to the East China Sea. Even the Li family's secret realm had problems. The army of the 7-star pavilion retreated, and the Qingyang sect only attacked for a while and retreated. They did not dare to chase too hard. They had the strength to hold the front line, but they did not have the ability to annihilate this enemy force. It was enough to take advantage. After Yan Guguang handed over the frontline affairs, he immediately returned to the gate of the 7-star pavilion. In the Hall of Heroes, the Supreme and a group of high-level officials of the 7-star pavilion had arrived. Thousands of extinguished soul lamps were cleared out and piled up like small hills. Yan Guguang, please explain why the foolproof plan turned out like this. Li Wuwen stared at Yan Guguang. He didn't care if some people from the 7-star pavilion died, but this was a plan they had planned for many years. Li Wuwen wanted to get something day and night, but it fell through, which was what he could not tolerate the most. Supreme, Guguang is to blame for this matter. It's useless for me to explain anything. But please wait for a moment, the matter is not over yet. What do you mean? No news has come from Deng Zhao yet. Second, there is a traitor in the upper echelons of our sect. Please take action and catch the traitor. Yan Guguang replied. On the way back, he had seriously thought about it. His plan was absolutely foolproof. The main force on the front line would contain the Qingyang sect's army, so that they could not be distracted. With the troops left behind in the Li family secret realm, 100,000 people were enough. Li Changqiu was also an extremely capable person. It was impossible that he could not even do this. But now the situation has become like this, then there is only one explanation. That is, there was a traitor in the 7-star pavilion, and someone leaked the news in advance, so the Qingyang sect was prepared in advance, set an ambush in the Li family secret realm, and invited reinforcement from the questioning immortal sect, making all their plans bankrupt. Traitor, are you sure you are here? Yes, this matter has been top secret from beginning to end, and only a few people know about it. Only recently, with the mobilization of troops, the transportation of supplies has been expanded a little, but it is only within the scope of high-level disciples. Low-level disciples don't know where they are going, or who they are going to fight before taking action, so the traitor's cultivation is definitely above the Shengsu period. Very good, someone come. Yes, ancestor. Open the sect's treasury and set up the heart-searching array. All high-level cultivators in the hall must seal their cultivation and not show any fluctuations in profound energy. Whoever dares not to obey is a traitor. I want to know, are their necks harder or the knife in my hand is harder? Li Wuwen said with a grin. He hated the fact that a traitor had appeared in the high level of the 7-star pavilion. No matter how the sect treated the enemy or the low-level disciples, it was definitely the best to the high-level cultivators and trained them as much as possible. They were definitely their own people, but there were still people who betrayed him, and no one could tolerate such a thing. No need, Elder Yan, Supreme Elder, I did it at this moment, Chen Hangan suddenly said loudly, and everyone's eyes were focused on him. Several cultivators around him quickly stepped back to avoid misunderstanding. Chen Hangan, it's you. Why, if I remember correctly, you were born immortal, and you have no one to rely on in the sect. Everything you have was given by the sect. At a young age, you are already the deputy head of the law enforcement hall, and you are in a high position. I want to know why you want to betray the sect. Li Wuwen was also very shocked when he saw Chen Hangan. There are many seed cultivators in the sect that he pays close attention to. Chen Hangan is one of them. This person has no background, but his qualifications and understanding are very good, and he is very hardworking, and has a very upright character. Therefore, Li Wuwen is very optimistic about him. When he grows up, he will be an important weight for him to limit the power of the sect family. It is also because of this that Chen Hangan has a high status and good treatment. As long as he practices steadily, he will definitely be able to enter the golden body stage. He also has great hope of reaching the 8th stage, and even has the hope of seeking the supreme position. Why would such a seed cultivator betray Li Wuyan? Ancestor, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? A dying person. What lies? Chen Hangan. Don't force me to send you to the school affairs desk, Gu Guang. Shut up, Chen Hangan. Tell me, I'll give you a chance. Say whatever you want to say. Let everyone see why you betrayed and what you are thinking about. Okay, Hangan wants to ask an ancestor, do you believe that there is justice in this world? Justice? Do you think our 7-star pavilion is evil? Isn't it? Why did the Immortal Alliance go to war with the 5 Continents Alliance? Is it because the 3 Kunlun sects oppressed us? No, it's not. It's you, the supreme of the 7 sects of the Immortal Alliance, who wants to ascend. So you ignore tens of millions of cultivators and insist on launching a war. In the past 10 years, how many people have died in the war? 10 million cultivators, right? When me panic broke out, the cultivators in the sect hoarded goods and reaped the wealth of independent cultivators. What did the sect do? It massacred and killed thousands of cultivators. They were so innocent. Don't tell me that the sect has punished those people. Has the real murderer been punished? Just like Ancestor Yun, the most ruthless person who hoarded goods back then was Yun Zongxin of the Yun family. He is still alive and well. If the sect had not been unfair, why would millions of independent cultivators flee? Shut up. What do you know? This is a battle for the Great Way. What do we cultivators practice for? Is it for power? No, it's for becoming immortal, for eternal life. Why should I start a war? Is it for me alone? I'm fighting for the 7-star pavilion, for you. If you don't break the monopoly of the 3 Kunlun sects on the path to ascension, do you have any hope of becoming an immortal? Our 7-star pavilion has a history of 370,000 years, with 8 supreme masters. Each of them is a brilliant person, and each of them is a man of great stature. But they can only watch their lifespans consume, and sit in the sect. The previous supreme master grabbed my hand with tears in his eyes before taking the resurrection pill and told me that I must ascend and must pass on the path of the 7-star pavilion to create a future for future generations of disciples. This is not my personal ambition, but the wish of all the people in the 7-star pavilion. Do you understand? You don't understand anything. Yes, I don't understand. In the past millions of years in the world of immortal cultivation, the number of people who have ascended does not exceed the number on both hands. The hundreds of millions of cultivators are no different from mortals. Birth, aging, sickness and death, the cycle of life and death. Not everyone wants to ascend. We just want to live a happy life, but you have deprived us of our rights, and it is you who let them die on the battlefield. Ancestor, Chen Hangan is hopeless. Please send him to the school affairs desk and interrogate him for the list of traitors. He is definitely not the only one who betrayed the sect. He must have accomplices. Yun Guguang shouted. Hearing Chen Hangan's words, he was extremely frightened. The enemy's methods have become more powerful. In the past, they trained their own people and infiltrated the enemy, but now even the cultivators they have trained with great effort can be turned against. Now in the 7-star pavilion and even in the Immortal Alliance, there are countless people like Chen Hangan who have been poisoned and turned against the sect. The entire Immortal Alliance is in danger. Chen Hangan, what else do you have to say? You have a master, a wife, and fellow disciples in the sect. If you tell me about your accomplices, I can let them go. I have no party members, only comrades, like-minded comrades. We are disgusted with this world of power struggle and chaos. We want to build a new world, a world without killing, where everyone lives happily. We will not deliberately become immortals, we will live seriously. Alchemy, talismans, weapons, formations, puppets and spirit beasts are used to improve the quality of our lives, not for killing. Crazy, crazy, what kind of madman is this? Madman, unreasonable. Puff Yun Guguang screamed, but Chen Hangan spat out a mouthful of blood. He broke all his meridians and annihilated his soul. He committed suicide. Li Wuyan was also shocked to see Chen Hangan, who died calmly and quietly. He didn't know why Chen Hangan said these words and looked at death so calmly. Chen Honggan's words were indeed crazy talk to the cultivators in the hall at this time. Would there be no fighting and killing in the world of immortal cultivation? How could it be possible? Would there be no one who wanted to become an immortal in the world of immortal cultivation? Impossible. If the elixir, talisman, weapon, and array were not used to improve their own strength, then what would they be used for? As long as there was one person who wanted to become an immortal, the killing in the world of immortal cultivation would not stop, because the resources in the world of immortal cultivation were limited and unbalanced. If they could not get them, they could only rob them. Therefore, they could not understand Chen Honggan's words at all. The people in the world of immortal cultivation had never heard of what utopia was, what was called the world of great harmony, and they did not have these ideas at all, so only a few people with idealistic ideas would trust these. Unfortunately, Chen Honggan was such a person. Grand Master, we can't let this matter go. If the traitor is not eliminated, there will be no peace in the 7-star pavilion. Also, Chen Honggan's family must be severely punished, otherwise we will not be able to explain to our disciples. Young Gu Guang struck while the iron was hot and decided to investigate this matter strictly. It was not only for the sake of the sect, but also to pass the blame. If no one took the blame, then he would have to take the blame. Young Gu Guang was not alone. He had the Yun family and allies behind him. He must not lose power. Investigate it. I will let someone else do this. You don't have to worry about it. Yes, Grandmaster. Report. Grandmasters. Urgent news from Dong Xiao. Show it up. Li Wuwen also knew what young Gu Guang was thinking, so he didn't agree to let him investigate. But at this moment, the news from Dong Xiao came back. Li Wuwen looked at it, and his face became even darker. Chapter 822. Outrage from both humans and gods. Dong Xiao, at the gate of Haoang Sect, Gongsun and Lin Xiao stood on a mountain peak, looking at the devastated gate. Their faces extremely ugly. The 100,000 vanguards of the 5 major academies entered the gate, and the enemy detonated the mountain protection array and spiritual veins, causing heavy casualties. Less than 10,000 of the 100,000 survived, and the entire gate was destroyed. Yimi's cruelty made him extremely frightened. Yimi was not only cruel to the enemy, but also to herself. She just gave up the nest that she had run for nearly 200 years. This was also the most important spiritual mountain for Yimi. Gongsun was worried about the strategy of the sect. Looking at the formation of Haoang Sect, there was no need to think about it. The treasures of the Haodi family must have been moved long ago, and would never be here. Ancestor Gongsun, what should we do? You ask me, who should I ask? Haoang Sect actually ran away right under your noses. How dare you? Ancestor Gongsun, now is not the time to talk about this. The key is how to arrange the follow-up matters. Lin Xiao who was ridiculed by him, but he didn't care. Now the key is the attitude of the 7-star pavilion. Without the support of the 7-star pavilion, the 5 major academies will be in trouble this time. They will be attacked by the Haoang Sect and the army of monsters. Wait for the sect's decision. Whether to fight or stay, I can't decide. Gongsun shook his head. Lin Xiao who swallowed his anger. What can he do? As for the action, he has no right to make a decision. This is the sect's business. The 7-star pavilion still has to face the powerful enemy of the 5 continents alliance, and cannot easily help the battle in Dong Xiao. Okay, Lin Xiao who was extremely worried. If the 7-star pavilion withdrew, the 5 major academies would really have to fight for their lives. Fortunately, the final result did not disappoint him too much. After Li Wuwen of Kaixing Pavilion learned about the news of Dong Xiao, he was confused for a while. There was a traitor in Qingyang Sect, but Haoang Sect happened to encounter Haoang Sect's evacuation strategy. He didn't know if it was God's will. However, ascending to immortality was against the will of heaven. Li Wuwen still refused to admit defeat. He ordered Gongsun to go south to kill Ymir, and must get what the Yi family had. He also told him the secret of the heavenly book. Gongsun led his army south, and the 5 major academies divided their troops, attacking Minghuang Academy in the east and Wu'ao Sect in the west. A small number of troops followed Gongsun south. At this time, Ymir had received the news from Yi Xiang, and had gradually retreated from the front line. However, the process of retreat was very difficult. There were a large number of monks and mortals within 5,000 miles north of the wild buffer zone. When the alarm bell sounded, the monks within 5,000 miles entered the wild buffer zone to fight and block the monsters. In order to defend their homes and protect their wives and children, they really risked their lives to fight. After being injured, I don't know how many people chose not to retreat to heal their wounds, but rushed into the monster group to self-destruct, which was extremely heroic. And their bravery was also based on protecting their wives and children. According to previous experience, they had to persist for more than 10 days before the mortals could walk 5,000 miles and enter the first line of defense of the Dongzhao monks. And this refers to the mortals who have transportation such as carriages and horses. If they are on foot, unless they are near the first line of defense, a large number of mortals will be abandoned. But now it is only the 4th day of the blocking battle, and a large number of mortals are still fleeing on the road. If they withdraw at this time, these mortals will have no way to survive. Most of these mortals are relatives of these cultivators, so they are not willing to withdraw at all. Master, there is news from the north that the people of the 7-star pavilion are heading south to intercept us. Ymir was injured and was no longer suitable for fighting on the front line, so she stayed in the command center. She already knew that the cultivators of the 7-star pavilion suddenly appeared in Dongzhao. When she got the news, Ymir also exclaimed that she was very lucky. Fortunately, the plan was modified and advanced for a period of time, otherwise Haoyang Sect would be completely finished. If the 7-star pavilion suddenly attacked the rear during the fierce battle with the 5 major academies, Haoyang Sect would have no chance of survival. Ymir also knew what the 7-star pavilion wanted, but it was a pity that the 7-star pavilion would never have thought of it. As early as more than 100 years ago, when the Hao Emperor's secret realm was destroyed, the Yi family supreme gave the heavenly book to Lin Xiao. As for the rest of the Yi family's heritage, there was not much left. Most of it was used when fighting against the stargazing sect, and a small part was used by Ymir in the past 100 years. Lin Xiao once told me that things are dead, and they are alive, only when they are used. The things that the Yi family has collected for hundreds of thousands of years are indeed precious, but they cannot directly improve the combat effectiveness of the Haoyang Sect, so she sold them long ago, which is why Ymir was able to raise 500,000 troops in just over 100 years. Zhang Baoan, Qin Yu. We can't stay here. The cultivators from the 7-star pavilion will arrive in a day at most. It's possible that high-level cultivators will launch a surprise attack in advance. You should take your men to retreat. They are all the elite of Haoyang Sect. There is no need to lose them here. Sect Master, what should we do with these cultivators? Our plan is to subdue them completely. This is an opportunity. Qin Yu exclaimed. There are still millions of cultivators south of Haoyang Sect who have not been reorganized and subdued by Ymir, so war is definitely a fusion agent. If there is no 7-star pavilion, Haoyang Sect will lead them to retreat to Minghuang Academy or Wu'ao Sect and take the opportunity to subdue them. If they retreat at this time, all their previous efforts will be wasted. Nothing is perfect. If there is no chance, there is no chance. You should retreat. What about you, Sect Master? I need to meet Gongsun Li from the 7-star pavilion. The demon army will attack soon. We just need a way to let them hold on for a while. You tell those cultivators to retreat to the east and west. No, Sect Master must go. Yes, Sect Master, we can stay. Haoyang Sect can do without me, Zhang Baoan, but not without Sect Master. You are the banner of Haoyang Sect. Zhang Baoan shook his head. No matter how conceited he and Qin Yu were, they were all heirs. The current situation of Haoyang Sect was achieved by Ymir, and only Ymir could gather the strength of Haoyang Sect. She was the banner of Haoyang Sect, and if she didn't fall, Haoyang Sect would not fall. If Ymir died, Haoyang Sect would collapse immediately. The 7-star pavilion is looking for me. If I leave, they will turn to Minghuang Academy. With 400,000 elite troops, how can we stop them? You don't have to think too much. Li Zuanji is still here. I will be fine. It's because Li Zuanji is here that things will go wrong. Zhang Baoan and Qin Yu looked at each other. They didn't dare to say this. They had been with Ymir for more than 100 years and had long been conquered by her charm. Their love for her not only did not decrease, but became more and more intense. It's just that they didn't dare to show it at ordinary times, because their talents were too far behind Yimi, which made them very ashamed, but this didn't prevent them from hating their rivals. Li Xuanji was born in a famous family, looked good, and had a high level of cultivation. As soon as he came to Tiansheng Sect, he showed a strong interest in Yimi and used many means to pursue her. He had long been the second biggest rival in their minds. As for the first rival, it was naturally the omnipotent leader Lin Yimi's mouth. At this time, they had to give Li Xuanji another chance to be a hero and save the beauty. They were naturally very unwilling to do so, but there was no point in being unwilling. Gongsun Li was at the 8th level of cultivation, and only Li Xuanji could save Yimi. Both of them were at the golden body stage, and could not stop him. In desperation, the two could only lead their troops to leave. Zhang Baoan led his troops to evacuate to the northwest Wu'ai sect, while Qinyu led his people to Minghuang Academy. When the scattered cultivators of Dongzhou saw that Haoang sect began to retreat, countless people cried loudly, and many cultivators turned around and left the battlefield. They found their families and fled to the first line of defense with the most important and closest people. As for the rest of their relatives, they could only tell them to run away quickly. Life and death are determined by fate. The front line of the wilderness collapsed directly because of the evacuation of the cultivators of Haoang sect. Those cultivators whose families were still in the north could continue to flee northward, while some cultivators nearby could only gather as many cultivators as possible, occupy some sacred mountains, and resist to the end, hoping that the target of the monster army was not them. In this kind of war, they had no chance to surrender, and they would die anyway. Yimi led dozens of elite disciples, including Yu Huanhuan and Li Xuanji, and was still holding back some high-level monster kings to buy the last bit of time for ordinary cultivators. In less than half a day, Gongsun Li arrived with 3,000 vanguards. They boarded the fastest small flying boat, separated from the main group, and came to the front line of the wilderness. Ancestor Gongsun, one of your disciples requested to join the war. What war? War against the demon race. An elder of the Shengsu period came to Gongsun Li and said carefully, it was the consensus of all cultivators that the human race and the demon race could not coexist. At this time, a tragic scene was happening on the ground. The faster demon beasts had already rushed out of the wilderness buffer zone and were slaughtering mortal cultivators wantonly. The unorganized mortal cultivators were also killing each other in order to compete for the road. As a human territory close to the wilderness, the development was extremely primitive and backward, and the roads were extremely rare. Both sides of the road were full of thorns and towering trees, so these roads became extremely important. A few days ago, there were still cultivators organizing the orderly evacuation of people and horses, but now the cultivators have disappeared, so the road is suddenly blocked. Many mortals killed each other in order to fight for the road. Within a radius of thousands of miles, the cries of mortals resounded through the world, which was extremely miserable. Some cultivators of the 7-star pavilion could not bear it. No, we are here to find people, not to save Dongzhou. Yes, ancestor, will it hurt morale too much? Tell those disciples that I have told the army behind that we will help Dongzhou cultivators and mortals evacuate and stop the monster army, but we are not allowed to leave the team. Gongsun Li frowned. He could be ruthless and ignore these tragedies in the world, but many low-level cultivators could not do it. They had not experienced much and could not accept these things, so Gongsun Li had to appease them. After hearing Gongsun Li's words, those cultivators no longer insisted, and Gongsun Li soon found Ymir and others who were in a difficult battle. His eyes suddenly lit up. After searching for so long, he finally found them. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 823, A New Plan. Gongsun Li and the others saw Ymir and the others fighting hard, and their eyes lit up immediately. The vast wilderness was full of battles and fluctuations of mysterious energy. It was really difficult to find them. However, Gongsun Li saw Ymir, and Ymir also discovered Gongsun Li and the others. Ymir immediately fought and retreated to the other side. When the Demon King saw Gongsun Li and the others, they didn't know where these people came from. Their demon clan only had a little understanding of the high-level cultivators in Dongzhou, so they naturally regarded them as enemies, and immediately sent some demon kings to stop Gongsun Li and the others. You go to intercept the Demon King, and the 5 golden body cultivators come with me. Gongsun Li was not interested in fighting with the Demon King, so he left most of his men and only took 5 people to chase and kill Ymir and the others. Ymir was still entangled by the Demon King, so she naturally couldn't escape fast, and was soon caught up. KUINIU tribe's Demon King, our human reinforcement have arrived. Haha, this is a trap for you. Prepare to die. What a vicious human race. The 8th level KUINIU tribe's Demon King saw Gongsun Li coming to kill him, and he was filled with hatred. However, at this time, he was the only 8th level Demon King in the Demon tribe. He couldn't defeat Li Xuanji alone. If there was another one, he would also be in danger of falling. So he immediately led his people to run away. Although the KUINIU tribe was the dominant demon tribe in Dongzhou, they had too few people, only a few 100,000 in total, and even fewer who advanced to the 6th level or above. In the last battle in Dongzhou, an 8th level KUINIU tribe demon king was killed, which had already caused them heavy losses. They simply couldn't afford the loss. If the KUINIU tribe was too weak, how could it be superior to all other tribes? You are so cunning, and you are being used just now. When Gongsun Li saw the Kinyu tribe retreat, he immediately realized that he was being used by Ymir, and he couldn't help but admire Ymir's ability. This ability to respond to emergencies is not something that everyone has, but his plan to attack Ymir with the demon tribe was also thwarted. Penglai Li Xuanji 7-star Pavilion Gongsun Li. This matter has nothing to do with Penglai. If you don't want your little phoenix to fall here, it's better to leave quickly. Where did you come from, you idiot? Do you think that I can fall just because you say so? When the little phoenix Yu Huanhuan heard this, she was immediately furious. In the past few days, she saw countless human races fall to the mouths of the demons, and she couldn't help but think of her relatives who died in the battle in Bizhao. She was furious, and now Gongsun Li dared to tease her, and Yu Huanhuan was immediately very angry. She had a lot of anger, but nowhere to vent it. Now someone came to her door, so Yu Huanhuan naturally refused to let it go. She immediately rushed out with a gun, and killed Gongsun Li. Li Xuanji was furious. Was Yu Huanhuan crazy? A Jinshan stage dared to attack Dongsuan stage. He was simply crazy. Li Xuanji had no choice but to stand up and block Yu Huanhuan and fight with Gongsun Li. At this time, the elite troops around Yimi were dead or injured, and the survivors had already withdrawn. Only 3 people and a spirit beast were left, and they launched an attack again. However, at the beginning of the battle, Yimi's side was very bad. In order to kill the demon king of the Kinyu tribe, Yimi had suffered a lot of injuries. Many of the secret techniques of Emperor Heo could not be used. Moreover, these people had been fighting with the demon tribe. Their spirit and mystical energy were in a state of exhaustion, and they could not compare with the peak 7-star pavilion monks at all. The same was true for Xiao Fenghuang and Yu Huanhuan. They had fewer people than the demon tribe. In the past few days, they had been fighting with fewer people. Although they did not die, they were really injured. At most, they were only 70% to 80% of their usual combat power, but they were actually at a disadvantage. Huanhuan, you go first, I'll stop them. Seeing the situation was not good, Li Xuanji was very worried. His strength was stronger than Gongsun Li, but it would be difficult to take him down in a short time. He couldn't help but worry and let Yu Huanhuan go first. I won't leave. If I don't kill them today, I can't get rid of the hatred in my heart. Huanhuan, don't be willful. Xiaofeng, follow me and use your magic. Yu Huanhuan didn't listen at all. Black flames came out of his body, and the little phoenix also burned brightly. However, there was a golden body cultivator in the 7-star pavilion who was a cultivator with ice spiritual roots. He was born to restrain fire. He condensed a black ice and actually restrained Yu Huanhuan's fire. Seeing Yu Huanhuan frustrated, Yimi took out a stack of talismans from the storage bag and scattered them all. The monks of the 7-star pavilion avoided her. Ymir appeared beside Yu Huanhuan. pulled her up, and tore through space to run away. The 5 golden body stage monks chased after them relentlessly. They all knew that Yu Huan Huan and the others were in bad condition. This was a good opportunity to kill the enemy. If they missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to kill them again. When they recovered their peak strength, they would have to pay a heavy price. So they were unwilling to give up and kept biting them. It's not a solution for us to escape like this. Xiaofeng, you take Huan Huan with you. You are fast, and they can't catch up with you. No, Xiaofeng, you are not allowed to leave Sister Mir behind. Huan Huan, stop fooling around. This is not the time to talk about loyalty. Go to Wuiao Sect or Minghuan Academy and help me get reinforcement. We can still survive if people come. Hurry up. Ymir gave instructions to Huan Huan, and then she ran directly in another direction. The people of Kaixing Pavilion saw that the monk who practiced ice magic and another person stopped Yu Huan Huan and Xiaofeng Liang, while the other 3 went after Ymir. They had to kill Ymir and get her storage bag. You are chasing me because you want the treasure of the Haodi family. It's in this storage bag. After running for a long time, Ymir stopped, grabbed the storage bag in her hand, and sneered at the 3 people. Ymir, hand over the storage bag to me, then seal yourself, and I will spare your life. There is no grudge between you and us. Hand over the storage bag. We are not willing to fight you to the death. The 3 surrounded Ymir, but they did not dare to approach easily. They already knew Ymir's ability. When she just advanced to the golden body stage, she was able to defeat the golden body stage who had advanced for 100 years. Her strength was extremely powerful. Even if she was in a bad state, she could take 1 or 2 people away and die together. Haha, do you believe what you said? Ymir, what do you want? I just want to give you a chance. You must have heard of the Book of Heaven. The Book of Heaven came from the upper realm millions of years ago, when humans were still slaves of the demon race. It was with the help of the Book of Heaven that humans defeated the demon race and stood firm in this world. Since the Green Emperor, Hao Emperor, and Jade Emperor all have the Book of Heaven in their hands, the 3 Kunlun sects also have it. The 7 sects of the Immortal Alliance rebelled against the 7 Kunlun sects, mainly to seize the Book of Heaven. Shut up, what do you want to do? The 3 were suddenly horrified. Ymir was trying to sow discord in front of them. How dare they listen to this? Don't they want to live? What are you afraid of, real men? If you don't even dare to know this little secret, how can you stand in the world and advance to the Dangsuan stage, or even the Supreme stage, or even ascend to heaven? This storage bag is a 6th order storage bag. I have emptied the Haoang sect long ago. In addition to the heavenly book, there are countless treasures here, such as the 8th order battle armor, the 9 transformation golden ridge pill that can reduce the time of 1,000 years of hard training, and Ymir smiled and talked about the treasures that the Yi family had once had. Any one of the treasures was priceless. Even those in the Dangsuan stage would fight for it. A casual estimate put the value at over hundreds of billions. The 3 listened to Ymir's words. They were obviously words of dissension, but they were deeply imprinted in their minds. They didn't even notice that their breathing became heavier and their eyes were red. They stared at Ymir. After saying so much, I just hope that the 3 ancestors will spare my life. As for these treasures, they belong to those with virtue. I will give them to you 3. Ymir finished speaking and sent the storage bag. The storage bag flew quickly into the void, and Ymir turned around and ran away again. In fact, Ymir had just used the secret method of Emperor Hao to confuse them. If Ymir suddenly attacked, she might be able to kill 1 person. But at this moment, Ymir suddenly had a plan in her mind. She didn't do it, but chose to throw away the storage bag. The storage bag did have a lot of her personal belongings, which were worth about 700 to 800 million Zuan crystals, but there was nothing she said. But it doesn't matter. She just wants to leave a seed of doubt. Once they choose to fight for the storage bag, that will be enough. You go after Ymir, you go, why not you? Do you want to betray the sect? What a joke. My ancestors for 16 generations have all been 7 stars pavilion cultivators, loyal to the sect. How could they betray? Don't look at me. I have been in the sect since I was a child, and it has been more than 3,000 years. Then you suspect me? Why? Let's go together, okay? The three let Ymir escape and were unwilling to leave the site of the storage bag. Soon they used their body skills to chase the storage bag. The three were very tempted. According to Ymir, the things in the storage bag were worth at least tens of billions, and there was also the heavenly book that the Supreme was thinking about. If they got these things, even without the protection of the sect, they would have the hope of practicing to the Supreme, and even go one step further than Li Wuan and others, and get the qualification to ascend. Wealth, cultivation, and ascension. Three thoughts lingered in their minds. The moment they caught up with the storage bag, one of them suddenly attacked and slashed at one of them with a knife, almost chopping him off. Then he rolled up his consciousness and took the storage bag in his hand. Then he crushed a teleportation talisman and his body disappeared into the void. How brave. Brother, are you okay? Quick, chase Liao Yuanlang back and take back the storage bag, okay? I'm leaving. Be careful, brother. The man chased after him without saying a word. There are very few high-level teleportation talismans. It's not that they can't be drawn, but it's not cost-effective. Basically, there are more 4 or 5 levels. The teleportation distance is very short, and it is not omnipotent. The cultivator soon sensed Liao Yuanlang's breath. The two kept chasing, not knowing where the road ahead was. The 7-star pavilion cultivator who was chasing him also deliberately slowed down to let him escape further. In this way, when he caught up with Liao Yuanlang, he would have more room for operation. Chapter 824, Confusing. When Ymir fled to Minghuan Academy, Li Xuanji had just arrived. Gongsun Li was not Li Xuanji's opponent, so he ran away after a while. Li Xuanji's most critical task was to protect Yu Huanhuan, so he was worried and had no intention of chasing Gongsun Li. Instead, he used a secret method to sense that Yu Huanhuan had returned and immediately rushed to Minghuan Academy. At this time, Yu Huanhuan had just returned not long ago. Kinyu and other high-level monks were preparing to rescue Ymir and saw the two of them coming back. Yu Huanhuan happily rushed to Ymir. Sister Mir, are you okay? I'm fine, friend Yi. Your storage bag. Li Xuanji looked at Ymir's empty waist and suddenly felt something was wrong. The main storage tools of monks are storage bags, storage bracelets and storage rings. Generally speaking, storage bags are tied around the right waist, because when a cultivator is still at a low level, his spiritual consciousness cannot be released, and he needs to touch it with his hands and use the mysterious energy to wrap his spiritual consciousness to open it, so most people will put it this way according to habit. As for storage bracelets and rings, it depends on each person's habits. Generally speaking, the right hand is more common. Some unconventional ones, such as hairpins, have no regularity at all. There is no difference in nature between storage bags and storage rings, only the grade. Many people like storage rings, because storage rings are relatively secretive. Li Xuanji has been paying attention to Ymir for a long time, and storage bags are extremely important to cultivators. Many cultivators are very suspicious people and will put all their wealth in storage bags. Losing a storage bag is sometimes more serious than killing the cultivator. Senior Li, everything is gone. Ymir's eyes flowed with 2 lines of tears, and a look of despair appeared on her face. What are you missing? Sect Master, what's going on? Sect Master, those cultivators below the Shengsu stage should disperse. Fellow Daoist Yi, let's go. Li Xuanji's spiritual sense suddenly shook, and all the low-level cultivators were shocked away. Even some cultivators in the Shengsu stage did not dare to approach. He grabbed Ymir and entered the main hall of Minghuan Academy and casually set up a ban. After Huanhuan and I escaped, we were chased by 5 golden body stage cultivators. One of them practiced ice magic, which was extremely powerful. He restrained Huanhuan and Xiaofeng. We couldn't beat them at all. If we continued fighting, we would only die. So Huanhuan and I fled separately. There were 3 golden body stage cultivators chasing me. All of them were masters who had at least tempered their bones. I couldn't win, so I could only throw a few treasures in an attempt to lure them away. But they didn't fall for it. In order to save my life, I threw away the storage bag. What's in the storage bag? All the remaining treasures of the Haodi family. What? All thrown away? Well, many years ago, I predicted that with the strength of the Tiansheng Sect, it would be unable to withstand the armies of the 5 major academies, especially in a head-on confrontation. It would be easy for them to annihilate their main force. So over the years, I have been secretly preparing to transfer supplies to the Wu'ao Sect and Mingliang Academy. At that time, we will use the momentum of a pincer attack to resist the 5 major academies. Penglai will also know about it. When the demon tribe went out a few days ago, I asked Yi Xiang to execute this strategy. Senior Li also knows about the background issues of Zhang Baoan and Qin Yu. Although I can trust them, I cannot trust myself. So all the important things are carried by me personally. I hope Senior Li will not leak these words. Are you sure it's all? Where's the Book of Heaven? It's also there. Yi Mi sneered in her heart. Sure enough, Li Zuanji also came for the Book of Heaven. He looked well dressed, but he was still a hypocritical person. Oh no, how could this happen? Senior Li, who are the people chasing you? Do you remember what they look like? Remember, I'll draw their appearance right now. Yi Mi hurriedly used her spiritual sense to draw the other party's appearance. After listening to it, Li Zuanji said goodbye and went out. Needless to say, they were all going to chase those people. As soon as Li Zuanji left, the others came in and asked what happened. Yi Meiya told the story again. The monks of Tiansheng Sect were extremely shocked and felt uneasy. Yu Huanhuan wanted to avenge Yi Meiya, but was stopped by Yi Meiya. After Li Zuanji left Mingliang Academy, he looked for Liu Yuanlang and others everywhere, but he didn't know where the 3 of them had gone. Li Zuanji didn't say anything and went straight to the army of Kaixing Pavilion. Gongsun Li quickly went out to intercept them. Gongsun Li, hand over these 3 people, or I will destroy your 400,000 troops of Kaixing Pavilion today. What a joke. You ask me to hand over my own disciples with just 1 sentence. Li Zuanji, do you really think you are the supreme? Haha, Li Zuanji sneered and drew his sword to attack. Gongsun Li was extremely frightened by the fighting power that Li Zuanji burst out at this time, because it was several times stronger than before. It turned out that Li Zuanji had been letting him go before. Gongsun Li fought back for more than 10 rounds, but gradually became exhausted. He called for help. Dozens of cultivators above the Shengsu stage came out to fight and besieged Li Zuanji. The hundreds of thousands of troops also formed battle formations. Li Zuanji was at the peak of the Dongsuan stage, half a step into the supreme, but his combat power still did not change substantially. Fighting so many high-level cultivators alone, and with the battle formations to contain him, it was still difficult for him to achieve results. Of course, it was quite easy for him to protect himself. However, just as they were fighting fiercely, a wounded Jinshan stage cultivator flew back. Not only Li Zuanji saw it, but Gongsun Li also saw it. Wasn't it one of the 3 people Li Zuanji wanted? For a moment, the whole battlefield was silent. He Gao Yuan, run quickly, enter the camp, stop him, Gongsun Li shouted angrily, and he didn't care about his life. He tried his best to stop Li Zuanji. When the wounded cultivator saw Li Zuanji rushing towards him like crazy, he was also scared, and immediately fled into the camp. Hand him over. Impossible. Then don't blame me for slaughtering your army. Do you really think I can't do it? Supreme clone, you. Li Zuanji stepped back and took out a jade token. It was the supreme clone given to him by his master. Although this clone could not compare to the supreme, it could still restrain the supreme for a while. Its combat power was stronger than that of a Dongsuan period cultivator. Gongsun Li was very jealous. The foundation of the 3 Kunlun sects was really strong. At least the 7-star pavilion did not have such a foundation. It is impossible to hand him over to you, but if you have anything to say, you can ask directly. Gongsun Li took a half step back. If they fought to the death today, who knows how many people in the 400,000 troops would die. He did not dare to make such a decision. Okay. Gao Yuan, come out. Yes, Ancestor Gongsun. As soon as Gao Yuan entered the camp, he heard Gongsun Li asking him to go out, so he had no choice but to go out. Gao Yuan, Li Zuanji wants to ask you a question. Tell the truth. Yes, Ancestor. You are Gao Yuan. Where are the other 2? I don't know. I really don't know, Ancestor Gongsun. I have something important to report to you. It's urgent. It's about Yima's storage bag, right? How do you know? Gao Yun, what do you mean? What's going on with Yima's storage bag? Ancestor. Don't be hesitant. Tell me quickly. Yes, Yimi threw away her storage bag in order to escape. Inside was the inheritance of Emperor Hao, including the heavenly book. Ancestor. Liao Yuanlang betrayed me. All these injuries were caused by Liao Yuanlang. He ambushed me and then ran away. Now Kang Wen is hunting down Liao Yuanlang. What? This? Gongsun Li's head was blank at the news. Heavenly book, betrayal, pursuit. What was going on? How many things had he missed? Where did they flee to? I don't know. I couldn't catch up with them after I was injured. They came back from the void. I don't know which direction they went. You lied. So what if he lied? Li Zuanji, don't go too far. So what if you have a supreme clone? If you dare to make a move today, you will definitely die here. 7-star pavilion cultivators, prepare to self-destruct and kill the enemy. Gongsun Li's attitude immediately hardened. It was related to the heavenly book, and he would not give it to Li Zuanji, even if all these people died. A group of high-level cultivators looked at Li Zuanji with burning eyes, and their eyes became colder and colder. Many cultivators were accumulating Zuan Qi. Once Li Zuanji made a move, they would self-destruct one by one, and perish together with Li Zuanji. So what if they had a supreme clone? It's not like they couldn't afford to die. Gongsun Li, I advise you to hand over the heavenly book. This is not something that your 7-star pavilion can take. Be careful of being wiped out. The thing is not in my hands. Who do you think you are? Go find it yourself, if you have the ability. Haha. Li Zuanji sneered, and said no more. He immediately went to find Liao Yuanlang and Kang Wen. With his cultivation, as long as he found these two people, it would be easy to kill them, and the heavenly book would fall into his hands. The same was true for Gongsun Li, but he still had a large army to take care of. He could only send a message back to the sect and let the sect deal with it. He himself went out to look for it with several high-level cultivators. Li Zuanji questioned Gao Yuan in public, and hundreds of thousands of people heard it. However, these 45 people were not just from the 7-star pavilion. In fact, there were less than 30,000 people in the sect. The rest were vassal forces and other forces that joined the Immortal Alliance and were under their command. Therefore, it was impossible to block the news. The next day, the news spread all over the vicinity of the 7-star pavilion in Zhongshan. Then the news continued to spread. In less than 3 days, the entire world of immortal cultivation knew about it. Yimei also came out to make up for it at this time, admitting that the heavenly book had been robbed, and called on all the cultivators in the world to help take it back. If anyone returned the heavenly book, Yimei would pay a sky-high price. This reward was a god-level technique and Yimei was willing to pledge her life to him. Yimei's knife was so good that it was about to make a hole in the sky. Not to mention the god-level technique, even the 3 sects of Kunlun were absolutely the treasures of the mountain. Yimei's pledge of life made countless cultivators revel. After all, Yimei's peerless beauty, outstanding talent, and powerful forces under her command were all things that cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation talked about with great relish. If this could be achieved, it could be said that it was enough to save anyone thousands of years of hard work. Even within the Immortal Alliance, countless people were moved, especially the cultivators of the Suyu sect. Many people had seen Yimei's face back then. Promise yourself to me. What the hell? Only in the Nansao camp, Lin Xiao felt like he was being teased when he looked at the heavenly book in his storage bag. Chapter 825, Sudden Change in Situation. Yimei lost the treasure passed down by Emperor Hao, and offered a reward of her own divine skills and herself, which shocked the world, and the situation in the entire cultivation world suddenly changed. Kunlun, Penglai, and Wengsun Sect jointly issued a statement, ordering the 7-star pavilion to return the treasure, and once again emphasize the contributions of Emperor Hao to the human race. No one could tolerate such an insult to the descendants of the great emperor of the human race, and directly threatened that, if the 7-star pavilion did not return the treasure, the 3 sects would gather all the high-level cultivators, attack the 7-star pavilion, and completely wipe out the 7-star sect, leaving no one alive. After that, the mouthpiece department of the Five Continents Alliance went all out to publicize the achievements of Emperor Hao for the human race. When Emperor Hao rose to power, the demon race was much stronger than it is today, and the human race was limited to Zhongzhou. The demon race surrounded and suppressed it from all sides. If Emperor Hao had not appeared out of nowhere and defeated the demon race's multiple armies, the human race's cultivation world might have been wiped out in Zhongzhou. It was precisely because of this achievement that Emperor Hao came into being. The reply from the 7-star pavilion was that Emperor Hao's treasure was not in their hands. Liao Yuanlang, a monk from the 7-star pavilion, betrayed them, took the storage bag and ran away. He was not seen alive or dead, and no one knew where he was. In order to prove that what he said was true, the 7-star pavilion also announced Liao Yuanlang's background. It turned out that Liao Yuanlang was not a monk cultivated by the 7-star pavilion since childhood, but a naturalized monk from outside. In a sect with a long history like the 7-star pavilion, many disciples will take action for various reasons. These people are not betraying the sect, and their relationship with the sect is still very good. The sect will basically give some sect tokens. Their descendants or disciples, if holding these tokens, can also re-enter the sect. This is also a way for the sect to attract talents. Even the Tiansheng Sect has it. Liao Yuanlang is a cultivator with such an origin. He returned to the 7-star pavilion after the Purple Mansion. At this time, he was already in his 60s or 70s, and his personality had been formed. After that, he practiced smoothly in the sect, but the 7-star pavilion did not let him take charge of the power, which was equivalent to a high-level thug. It was precisely because of this that Liao Yuanlang had some resentment towards the 7-star pavilion. This kind of information cannot convince the public, and the public's mind is also complicated. In secret, the confrontation is more intense. The 3 Kunlun sects have clearly told Li Wuhan not to think that the Immortal Alliance can save you. The 7 sects of the Immortal Alliance, plus all their background, can only take out 12 supreme cultivators at most, including Mu Wanqiu and all the fake dead cultivators. The Kunlun 3 sects will definitely have more, not less. If they can win over the Green Emperorly family, they can bring out 15 or 16 supreme beings. At this time, the 5 Continents Alliance will no longer care about the demon race. Their own base is in trouble, so they will no longer care. The Kunlun 3 sect threatened like this, and the Immortal Alliance naturally supported it, claiming that even if they destroyed Zhongzhou, they would not easily hand over the treasures. If they died, they would die together. However, privately, they also asked the 7-star pavilion to share the treasures. Li Wuhan had a hard time saying that he really didn't get the heavenly book. If he got it, he would really share it. He also knew that this thing was not something his family could eat. Shenmue Sect, in the forbidden area of the mountain gate, Lin Xiao came to see Mu Wanqiu alone this time. Since Lin Xiao and Mu Wanqiu reached an agreement 8 years ago, Shenmue Sect seemed to have disappeared in the mainstream cultivation world, without any movement. Mu Wanqiu did not allow Shenmue Sect to participate in the war in the cultivation world, and the Immortal Alliance could not do anything about them, so they withdrew all the supporting troops. Shenmue Sect closed the mountain gate and recuperated inside. In the past 8 years, some of the low-level disciples of Shenmue Sect have recovered, but it is not so easy to replenish high-level disciples. Because too many high-level cultivators died in the battle, the strength of Shenmue Sect has been reduced to a second or third-rate force. Lin Xiao meets Patriarch Mu. Lin Xiao, what do you think about the affairs of the 7-star pavilion? Didn't Patriarch Mu already send an avatar to the 7-star pavilion to participate in the Supreme Conference? Why are you asking me? I have lived in Central Continent for a long time, and don't know much about this matter. Haha, Lin Xiao, you can fool others, but you can't fool me. I can guarantee that Liao Yuanlang definitely didn't get the heavenly book. Other treasures may be there, but the heavenly book is not in that storage bag. Why does Patriarch Mu say that? Lin Xiao, you are very smart. Don't treat the heroes of the world as fools. Mu Wanqiu said with a big laugh. He has lived for 1,000,000 years, and has seen all kinds of scenes. Ymir abandoned the storage bag to save her life. If the heavenly book was really in it, she would not dare to say it at all, but tried every means to get it back secretly. How could she let the world know about it? Her bounty announcement was even more intriguing. How could he not know if others didn't know? Back then, Lin Xiao had reached an agreement with him to lend him the heavenly book of the Yi family for 3,000 years, and the relationship between Lin Xiao and Yi Mi was also very ambiguous. Back then, Lin Xiao risked his life to fight for the Yi family. Therefore, based on all the information, Mu Wanqiu could determine that this was a conspiracy trap set up by Yi Mi and even Lin Xiao to sow discord, and the heavenly book was really in Lin Xiao's hands. When Mu Wanqiu told Lin Xiao his analysis, Lin Xiao also felt that there were not many idiots in the world, especially higher-level cultivators. He had never seen an idiot. Yi Mi's bounty was too reckless. I'm afraid that it was not just Mu Wanqiu who could guess it. After a while, when everyone came to their senses, there would probably be many people looking for Lin Xiao. You are silent. Does that mean you admit it? Do you think I will admit it? It doesn't matter whether you admit it or not. I just want to see the result. Lin Xiao, give me the heavenly book. We agreed at the beginning that I would return the heavenly book to you after 3,000 years. To me, the heavenly book has no meaning except for ascending to heaven. I will not force you to stay. I can also give you the Shenmue Sect, the 8th tier spiritual veins, and dozens of high tier spiritual medicine gardens. They should be of great help to the forces under your command. The heavenly book is not on me. Then where is it? I can't say that. In short, you can't get it before the war is over. Aren't you afraid that I will make a move? You are in my territory now. Not to mention that Zuolin is not here. Even if he is here, he can't protect you. If you make a move, forget about getting the heavenly book in this lifetime, and you won't have the chance to ascend to heaven. You can do whatever you want. Lin Xiao, there is no point in doing this. You know I'm no harm to the human race. I only have one goal of ascending to heaven. I can't pose any threat to you. Give me the heavenly book, and I can tell you another secret. A secret about the monopoly of the 3 Kunlun sects on the road to ascension. I said, after the war is over, the heavenly book will be handed over to us naturally. Lin Xiao, don't force me. Mu Wanqiu was very anxious. Lin Xiao was a stubborn person. He said good things and bad things to him, but he just refused to compromise, which made him very unhappy. Grandmaster Mu, I came here today just to confirm whether you still abide by our agreement. If you do, then please watch the next war with Shenmue Sect and Grandmaster Mu. If you don't abide by it, then the agreement can be torn up at any time, and we will continue. Lin Xiao's attitude was very tough. If he gave it to Mu Wanqiu now, what if he turned against him? It didn't matter if he gave it to Mu Wanqiu alone. He was a demon, and he was not a big threat to the human race. He would not surrender to the demon clan, but if the other 6 sects got it, it would not be a joke. Mu Wanqiu was helpless, and could only agree. If the heavenly book was really in the hands of Li Wuan of Kaixing Pavilion, he could kill Lin Xiao without hesitation. But if it was not in the hands of Li Wuan, he would not have to. This was his only chance. After Lin Xiao returned from Shenmue Sect, he immediately mobilized secretly and increased the intensity of training. In the past few years, no major wars broke out. Lin Xiao only maintained an army of about 1 million people. The remaining 1 million people entered the management category to earn wealth for the Nansha army. Judging from this posture, the decisive battle of the Central Continent War will soon come, and Lin Xiao must prepare. The cultivators stationed in various places in the original Shenmue sect of the Nansha army gathered together, and Lin Xiao also released authorization and attracted a large number of people captured by the scattered cultivators before, promoted them to management personnel, participated in the management affairs of various places, and gave them generous treatment, which was equivalent to mercenaries. As for the Nansha army, it was naturally secretly trained. Not only Nansha was making preparations, but also the 3 Kunlun sects and the Immortal Alliance. The atmosphere in various places became solemn again, preparing for the final decisive battle. A few days later, as expected by Lin Xiao, someone began to find Lin Xiao. The first one to come was Lu Lian. He first asked Zuolin to communicate with Lin Xiao, and then the two met secretly. Alliance leader Lin Ancestor Luai came here today to ask about the heavenly book. Lin Xiao, you should know how important the heavenly book is. It is related to the life and death of the human race. If the heavenly book falls into the hands of the 7-star pavilion, we must immediately launch a decisive battle to wipe out the 7-star pavilion ancestor Lu. I can't understand why they came to me to find the heavenly book. Shouldn't they go to the 7-star pavilion and Yimi? Let's not beat around the bush. We've already looked for Yimi. She insisted that the heavenly book was lost, and the 7-star pavilion almost swore that the heavenly book was not in their hands. So where did the heavenly book go? According to Ancestor Lu, this means that the heavenly book is in my hands? Really? Then how does Alliance leader Lin explain the bounty order for Yimi? Is this hard to explain? The fight for the heavenly book is definitely a battlefield for high-level cultivators. No matter whose side it is on, those who can get it and keep it are definitely extremely capable or powerful. The Haoyang sect is struggling in Dongzhou, and Yimi wants to find someone to rely on. Isn't this a matter of course? This explanation makes sense, but Alliance leader Lin, I still hope you can hand over the heavenly book to us. We will compensate Nanzhou and the Haoyang sect. We are friends, not enemies, and I don't want us to go to war. We are friends now. It doesn't seem right to threaten friends like this. Lin smiled. If Ancestor Lu has nothing else to do, I'll take my leave. By the way, I hope Ancestor Lu won't tell anyone about Lin's heavenly book, otherwise the Li family will be unhappy. Lin Xiao said lightly, and mentioned the Li family at the same time, hinting to Lu Liuan that, if you want to turn against him, you'd better think clearly. Lin Xiao is not only the co-leader of Nanzhou, but also has helpers. If you lose Nanzhou and the Li family as a helper, and only rely on the existing troops of the 5 Continents Alliance, if they really take action against the Immortal Alliance, there will be hundreds of thousands or even millions of casualties. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.